Amazing, really. We've had a bit of rain, and we haven't had rain in these parts for months, it feels like, but we had a little bit of rain, nothing spectacular, and that has slightly delayed the start to this one-day cup game between Surrey and Kent. As you can see there on the live stream, some dark clouds up above the ground, but they've dropped whatever they were going to drop on us, and fingers crossed no more of the wet stuff for this one-day cup game today. The news from the middle is the toss of the coin was won by Kent, and Kent have decided to field first, and because of that delay it is now 49 overs aside, so we've lost 2 overs there, so it is now 49 overs aside. And here are your 2 teams for you, and from that Surrey side you can see that Ollie Sykes, Tom Laws and Dan Worrell in the Surrey side. Ollie Sykes played the last game, Tom Laws comes back in, and Dan Worrell plays first game. And from a Kent point of view, just the one change from their last game when they beat Nottinghamshire, with Keith Dudgeon coming into the side for Joey Everson. So Keith Dudgeon into the side. There are the Kent players making their way out into the middle, led out by Daniel Bell Drummond. I think you've just got a flash of the weather there in the warm-up, and then in a few moments time Messrs Sibley and Patel will make their way out to the middle to open up the Surrey innings. The table at the moment is very interesting reading. Surrey currently sitting third on 12 points, Leicestershire top on 16, and then not Surrey, Lancashire and Kent all on 12 points. So big old game this, and Ryan Patel taking his guard. Delighted to say alongside me is the former Surrey player Cameron Steele. And Cameron Steele, a very good morning to you. Thankfully the rain's gone away. That was exciting, because good for the garden, that little sprinkle of rain, but not for cricket. But Surrey playing some good stuff in the 50 over comp, as are Kent, both sides on 12 points, and looking forward to this today.
Good morning, Mark Church. Very nice to see some cloud cover, and an in-form Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley at the other end, just coming off 100 against Gloucestershire at the end of last week. Both teams in form. A big game, as you mentioned before. Matt Milnes, former Durham University, Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire bowler, to open up for Kent.
First ball of the day then. And Patel is on strike, 2 slips in there as you can see, and Milnes is immediately on a good line, on a good length, and that is pushed away out into the offside. Yeah, Ryan Patel's been in terrific form in the 50 over competition this summer. Dom Sibley coming off the back of 101 it was in Surrey's last game against Gloucestershire. Rory Burns made 89. And Ralphie Albert 3 for 48 as Surrey won that one by 19 runs. Shout for LBW here. Height will be an issue. And nothing given apart from leg by. But a little bit of movement there for Milnes. Back into the left-handed Ryan Patel. Just got stuck on the crease early on.
That's the type of bowler he is, Matt Milnes. Rested in the last game against Nottinghamshire, but he just nags away at that top of off. Excellent acquisition for Kent on his return to Kent. Had a good season in the Championship.
Yeah, he's always been a very good performer, Matt Milnes. Sibley on to strike for the first time. Good crowd in already. You can see them all sat there behind Dom Sibley. Nobody's bought anything for rain today, I wouldn't have thought. So maybe those hats were being used just to keep a bit of drizzle off the top of heads, but good crowd in already. I'll be fascinated to see how many people are in for this today. And that goes past the edge of Dominic Sibley's bat as he pushes forward. Good line, good length from Milnes. I suppose this could be tricky this morning with this cloud cover as well. There will be a bit of swing there, I would have thought.
It looks a belter of a pitch. As you see under the covers there, it's hard as usual. It's been a dry summer, so looks like a classic oval white ball wicket, high scoring, but the better of the conditions for bowling are certainly now while the clouds are over.
Oh, beats the edge again. It's good bowling from Milnes. That's a cracking delivery. Possibly needs to be a little fuller than that. And Dom Sibley just indicating to Ryan Patel what that ball's done. This is an excellent start from Matt Milnes. Very nice to be back here at the Kia Oval as well, I have to say. Been to Guildford. Surrey been playing their home games at Guildford. Of course, they've been to Sedbergh and Edgbaston and Bristol. As this is left alone by Sibley. And that climbs into the gloves of Chris Benjamin, moving away to his right.
Well, by the crowd we've got today, the Metro Bank fever has spread to the Oval.
The Metro Bank fever, I like that.
You must have heard that before.
I'm not sure I have. Maybe that should be an advert.
Yeah.
Metro Bank fever.
Oh, Mark Church, your
You
temperature is
you
high.
and I strolling up the Harleford Road like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, heading to another Metro Bank game, as this one's left alone again by Sibley. That's a cracking first over from Milnes. Yeah, I think this will be a tricky first half hour this morning. That's a maiden over. There was the leg by. Patel and Sibley get together for a little chat about everything, but there we are. Lots of people already in the ground.
It's Josh Blake's dad, I think.
Is it? Well, quite right too. Sat on his own. He doesn't want to be distracted.
No.
His son's been in good form. Rory Burns will keep wicket again today. So Rory Burns is doing 3 jobs today. Josh Blake playing just as a batter. And we're going to get Keith Dudgeon to open us up. Second over from the Vauxhall end. So Keith Dudgeon. I was saying to you beforehand, he's a terrific bowler, Keith Dudgeon. But his name doesn't really fit with a cricketer. I feel Keith Dudgeon is not a name that you go with for a cricketer. As, oh dear, yes, that first one's very wide, outside the off stump from Mr. Dudgeon. And wide is the signal from Jack Shantry. There is Jack Shantry. Patel comes down to do a touch of gardening, but good numbers in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion as well. Just got a quick glimpse there of the cover that was on the pitch when it rained.
The smattering of drizzle.
A little smattering it was. A bit wide again from Dudgeon. That just gives Patel the opportunity to let the ball go. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain there.
You mentioned it last over with Matt Milnes, just the one that was play and miss from Sibley, but just slightly short of a length. That'll be the key for the Kent bowlers here, with that little bit of rain before, is just being brave enough to be that touch fuller and bring those slips into play. Get the most out of the wicket while it is a little bit fresh, while it might have been sweating a little bit under covers.
No, it's warm enough for the pitch to sweat today. As Patel's looking to force through the offside here. It was a little early on that. And it rolls back up the pitch, and Dudgeon does the fielding off his own bowling. Yes, because it's an obvious thing to say, but just to explain what Cameron talking about there is, obviously if you go a bit fuller, then it swings and you do play forward, you're more likely to find the edge. If you're a bit back from that length, then it's going to do it swinging and then go past the outside edge. So just needs to go a little fuller if possible, Dudgeon. And that goes across Ryan Patel. A few oohs and ahs there, but Patel was pulling that bat inside the line.
I suppose it's one of the nice features of 50-over cricket is that the first 10 or so overs, or at least the first 5 overs, it can be a little bit like a championship game when there's a pitch that has a little bit in it. And you get guys with 4-day CVs playing in this competition. So it can be quite a good test between bat and ball, unlike what you often see in the power play of a T20.
Well, I'm going to be fascinated to see Dan Worrell's driving his Patel. And that was slightly over pitch. And it's the first runs for Ryan Patel. The first runs off the bat today, and a very nice shot from Ryan Patel there. Driving away through the covers and beating the cover ring on the 30-yard circle. So nice way for Ryan Patel to get his day started.
Yeah, vintage Ryan Patel. Just that little bit too full from Keith Dudgeon, almost as though he was searching for it after that play and missed the ball before. A nice way for Ryan to open his account.
Certainly was. As this is short, pulled by Patel straight over the top of mid-on and away for 4 more. I say short, it wasn't that short, but Ryan Patel's in such good form and is so confident. Said to you he feels he's found his hands again, didn't he, at Guildford? And he has just pulled that straight over mid-on and down to the boundary rope for 4 more.
Well, there was the textbook drive, the ball before, but this one's just dismissive, just short. And Ryan using the slight bit of width to just lift that over mid-on and pocket 4 more.
And again, that shows this is a good surface. It's better from Dudgeon and just push back up the pitch by Ryan Patel. End of the over. 2 gone. Just joining us here on the Surrey live stream. 49 overs aside due to a little smattering of rain before we were due to start. And I'll run through the 2 sides for you again during this 3rd over, to be bowled by Matt Milnes. Very good to see Jack Chantry though. But there now you can see the crowd are getting some of the sun now in the JM Finn stand behind Dom Sibley. So those hats are coming into some sort of use now. 3rd over. It's good length, good shot though from Sibley. Oh, that is a gorgeous looking cricket shot from Dom Sibley. It's not an on drive, it's just a punch. Straight back down the ground. So we've already been treated to 3 super shots. 2 from Patel. And that first one from Sibley to get himself off the mark. But again, that is a man in form. Cameron Steele, looks a good pitch this.
Feature of that shot was how long he was able to wait for the ball. After the plays and misses in the first over, just a mark of the form that he's in, Dom Sibley.
Well bowled by Milnes, Sibley forward. It just rolls away into the leg side, and Ikansh Singh doing the fielding. So the Surrey side, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Adam Thomas, Rory Burns, Ollie Sykes, Josh Blake, Tom Laws, Ralphie Albert, Tom Elam, Dan Worrell and James Taylor. And Kent, Ben Dawkins, Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, Sam Northeast, Harry Finch, Chris Benjamin, the keeper, Ikansh Singh, Grant Stewart, Jaden Denley, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Milnes, and Matt Parkinson. It's well bowled by Milnes. That one just shaping away. Sibley just pushing forward, but not playing the line. Well, playing the line of it, not going with his hands towards it there, Dom Sibley. But it's nicely bowled by Milnes. Yeah, and Sibley there again, just indicating what that's done to Ryan Patel down at the non-striker's end. Those 2 slips in there. Oh, that's better. Now that's a cracking delivery from Milnes. Sibley had to play at that. It's a beautiful bit of bowling from Milnes.
Just gorgeous from Matt Milnes. But just an indication of how good this oval pitch is. The margin for error is very small. Hasn't got his rewards, but you see the amount of purchase he gets from the right length. But if you do miss, it does go the distance here, and that's what's so nice about this oval wicket.
Forward goes Sibley. Inside edge. Down towards Parkinson. He gets his first touch of the ball. Key thing there from Dom Sibley, and this will sound very boring, but if you saw that again, the replay, that bat will be ramrod straight. So any movement, which there was, it's hitting the face of the bat. If he's turning that bat at all, he's in trouble. But the key thing is, full face of the bat, it then nips back, hits the inside edge and goes down to fine leg for a single. It's well bowled again by Milnes, but it just needs to... If you were being really critical, and you're not going to be because it's a lovely piece of bowling, but it just needs to be a tiny bit fuller. But it's a lovely bit of bowling. End of the over, 15 without loss.
Speaking about Sibley's bat
Sibley's
and the
bat.
inside edge, you'll remember Graham Fowler. He always used to coach at Durham University, coach of Matt Milnes as well as both of us.
Yes.
Always used to talk about, you're batting well when you're inside edging the ball.
Yep. Well, but you do, because that bat's got to be like that, and you've got to be playing with the full face to get the inside edge. You know, anybody who's trying to whip a ball into the leg side, you've got to be a really good player to hit the inside edge on regular occasions. Dudgeon to bowl the fourth. Solid looking defensive shot from Sibley. That made a lovely noise. Ooh.
That was not the inside edge.
No, that was a lovely noise off the bat of Dom Sibley there. But Daniel Bell-Drummond likes that. He's just wandered across and nodding there to Dudgeon.
And just to clarify on that, it's not about trying to hit the ball with the inside edge.
No, as I say, you've got to be a very good player
It's
to
just
be
a
able
sign.
to do that.
It's just a sign of
Yes.
how full the face is.
Yes. Oh, that's well bowled. That's hit Sibley on the hip. Just bounced on him. And we've said it a lot with Dom Sibley. He sort of gets hit there and in the unmentionables quite often, actually. It's because he gets right forward and then it bounces. But he's a tough old... What's it? Dom Sibley. There's never any great histrionics with him. Sort of gives it a rub and then carries on, so to speak. As forward he comes here, Sibley. Good length from Dudgeon.
I just wonder whether this pitch is a little bit softer than it looked. The couple just standing up slightly. A little bit slower than expected.
Well, I had the great joy at Guildford to wander across with Matthew Spriegel and have a look at the pitch. And he was putting his hands down.
Did you put your keys in?
No, I stood well back. I wouldn't know what a pitch was going to do if you paid me. As, again, Sibley forward, just playing that one up to Grant Stewart. Stood up there at mid-on. He of the World T20, of course, for Italy, Mr. Stewart. Sporting the Italian kit.
I think he's probably in the county good-looking 11 as well.
Is he? The county good-looking 11.
Along with Ben Folkes.
Oh, well, yes, of course. Well, he wouldn't be in the 11. He'd be the coach, wouldn't he? He'd be the person who makes the speech at all the functions. There's a quick single here. Sibley just pushing that up to Grant Stewart. Then the throw. Who did that hit? Oh, it hit the stumps, actually. I thought it hit Ryan Patel, but it's a good throw from Stewart. Hits the stumps, ricocheted away, and they were thinking about a second there. Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding from Grant Stewart. Hits the stumps, and then it ricochets away. I've just been told there's a bit of rain in the air. Fingers crossed not too much. Well, we haven't had this for a while, have we? As I say, it's good for the garden. I think that's what you say, isn't it? When there's a bit of drizzle around at the moment.
Good for the farmers.
Good for the farmers. Yep, good for the farmers. Forward goes Ryan Patel again. Solid looking defensive shot. Straight back up the ground, and Daniel Bell-Drummond does the fielding. So what we've got at the moment is sunshine and a bit of drizzle. Because you can see there that the sun is shining now. And actually the ground looks a complete picture today with the clouds and a bit of blue sky and now the sun out. But yeah, we're not used to this, are we? We're not used to rain.
I'll tell you what, the green grass here, Lee has been watering it.
Well, he's allowed to, isn't he? Because he
elite
gets the
sport.
exemption. Elite sport. The old ban of the hose pipe, not in places like this, Cameron Steele. And anyway, I wouldn't want to tell Lee Fortis that he can't use his hose pipe. Now Sibley looks to drive. That's nipped back. Again, that hits the inside edge and he'll get a single, but that just hopped and nipped it Dom Sibley. Nice bit of bowling from Mills. Sibley's on to 7. Definitely something there if he can get it in the right spot.
Ryan Patel just doing a little bit of gardening in that spot that the ball pitched. Can often leave little divots. So Frankie Worrell will be up there licking his lips.
Not a thought I want to have at this time of the day. As single here for Patel off a thick edge. Down to Matt Parkinson. Of course, 2 allowed outside that 30-yard circle for the first 10. And then second power play, 4 allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and then for the last power play, 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Interesting start here. 5th over, and Sibley don't bowl there to him. Just a bit too full and on the pads, and it's a roll of the wrist from Sibley. Likes it there, and that off to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Milnes will know not to get too straight to Sibley, but it's beautifully put away. His balance is spot on there. Dom Sibley. Good bit of work from that gentleman in the crowd there.
Indeed, just Sibley again with a full face of the bat. That's right in his wheelhouse, not on his legs.
As I say, his balance there was absolutely perfect. Just lets this one go outside the off stump. Yeah, well, with this start and what we've seen this morning is if the sun comes out, which is beginning to now, and the clouds break, this looks a good pitch to bat on. And this could be a high-scoring affair today.
Matt Milnes would have actually bowled a fair bit to Dom Sibley this winter. When we have the marquee up on the outfield, Kent were coming up to bowl at the guys.
Ah. Left alone by Sibley. That one just going away a touch. Oh, so Kent came and used the marquee as well.
They did, or the bowlers did anyway.
Very good.
It's often a feature of the pre-season where the clubs who have the funds, I suppose, to have a marquee on the outfield or on the nets, that bowlers want to get overs in legs, time on grass, and will come and bowl at other teams. And there's lots of connections between Surrey and Kent, especially now with Adam Hollyoake at the helm.
Well, indeed. I walked past his bar here this morning, Smokey's Bar.
Do you reckon he gets free drinks and food there?
No, you'd hope so. I don't know if Ali Brown does. There's a shot from Sibley. It's straight into short extra cover. Jaden Denley. Good looking shot from Dom Sibley again. 22 without loss. Yes, the marquee now, it's extraordinary really. And I think the cost of that marquee would be about the same as if you went over to South Africa on pre-season. There we are. There's a young fan with mum, a few kids as well. What's he wearing there? Is that an Arsenal shirt he's wearing? There's a Real Madrid shirt there in the crowd as well. But yeah, but it's getting the temperature right in there as well, because if the sun comes out in those marquees, it can feel like Colombo on a cool day. As Ryan Patel's done well there. That shaped at him very late. And again, it was the full face of the bat. Just for a second, he was going to try and whip that, and then saw the late swing, kept that bat perfectly straight, and away for 4 down the ground. But there, he was just about to go around that front power, wasn't he? And then realised, that might not be a great idea. Kept the bat straight, and straight back down the ground for 4.
Just held that back hip. Good example for youngsters out there, those youngsters in the crowd, if they're aspiring cricketers, holding back that shot and playing straight.
But yes, the marquee now, as I say, what the ground staff and Lee Fortis do, and they get the temperature right, don't they? And the pitches are perfect.
Well, it is humid in there. It's like a terrarium or a greenhouse when the sun comes out, even if it is about 5 degrees outside.
Yeah.
God, they had to work so hard this winter, especially with 2 teams now here at the Oval.
Yeah.
From 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. in there. you think about how used pitches can get after 4 days. They did a stellar job and continue to do throughout the season.
Because the old trips to South Africa and things, they're great, and you get some games and all that good stuff. But it's nice to have your own dressing room and your own sort of creature comforts, really, in pre-season. And you guys can sort of have a sit in your own dressing room, then go and have a hit, and then come back, and sort of gets you ready for the season here as well, doesn't it?
It does. Both have their uses.
Yeah.
The pre-season tour is more about game readiness and fielding, and fielding is really tough to get ready for at the start of the season here.
Well, it's interesting with the fielding. I've always thought this as driving slightly over pitch by Dudgeon, nicely put away by Ryan Patel. That didn't swing at all. And Dudgeon trying to go a bit fuller, but Ryan Patel has jumped all over that. And away for 4 more it goes. It's had some lovely boundaries already this morning. Perfect looking shot from Ryan Patel. But fielding, so in cricket, yes, you can go in the nets and have a hit. Yes, you can do your bowling. Fielding is a very difficult thing to replicate other than playing in a game, isn't it? I've always thought that with slip fielding. You see the coaches out there and they're nicking off to the slippers, and that's all well and good. But actually the only real sort of practice you can do is in a game where someone does play forward, nick it, and you're in the slips. So it's a tricky one, that. And you've got to actually, to try and replicate that, you'd have to be either an incredible batter to keep nicking it, or terrible and keep nicking it. You know, to be able to find someone who could just keep nicking it to the slips for you, not an easy thing to do.
No, well, the two things you can't replicate in practice, like you say, are slips catching and just the length of time on feet. I suppose a round of golf is another thing, but it doesn't account for movement left and right.
Nope.
And dropping a catch.
Yep.
Self-flagellation.
Yep. Whatever that is. As final ball of this, the 6th over. And get a single hit. Ryan Patel down into the leg side. I think Surrey will be happy with this start. It's not been straightforward. What we have seen is if you get it slightly wrong on here, there are runs to be had, but there has been some movement for Messrs Milnes and Dudgeon. So I think Surrey will be pretty happy with this first 6 overs, Cameron, still.
Certainly will, and they haven't really missed either, Milnes or Dudgeon, or at least not by much. And Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel have climbed into anything that is just slightly off target. Ryan Patel in particular looks in fine order. He's found his hands.
Yeah, and that's an interesting comment, isn't it? Just explain to people what he means by that, finding his hands. Because it might sound a bit strange to people saying it's your hands that are holding the bat, obviously. Start of the 7th over.
It's a phrase that's kind of come into professional cricket via Steve Smith.
Right.
He always talks about finding his hands, but what that means is how the bat feels in the hands.
Right.
And the angles, and I suppose it's about timing and everything really, but it's just a phrase to express the bat path, the way the ball feels on the bat, the pickup, the weight of the bat, everything. And when you've found your hands, you've sort of found everything.
Driving again here is Patel. Won't get a run on this occasion.
Because as much as you can have routines and trigger movements and everything, at the end of the day, it is the bat that has to hit the ball. And if there are any youngsters out there, it's all about finding ways to stay in form for as long as possible, and finding ways to stay in rhythm and feel good as much as possible. And while it's very important to do all the basic drills and everything, it is also important to feel good and comfortable at the crease as well.
Yeah, and I think that's why the really good players, if they get into form, cash in while they're in form. Because they know at some point that form might disappear, and then life gets very, very hard. So those really good players, when they're in form, are the ones that really cash in and don't give it away as well.
Best I've ever seen at it, or played with, is Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
when he is in form or when he sniffs a big 100 or a not out, a red ink, he is ruthless.
Well, he also loves batting. Oh, that beats the inside edge. When we talk about inside edges, it's driven that and it's come back at him. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Milnes. And Ryan Patel there's just rehearsing going through cover point. But when you watch this on the replay, he's looking to go through extra cover. Then it just nips back. And it's just beating his inside edge. Nice bit of bowling that from Milnes.
Lovely bit of bowling in the first false shot from Patel. He was flummoxed that he missed it.
Well, he's in that good a form at the moment. So it's hitting the pad. Rolls into the leg side. So good over this. Jaden Denley coming round to do the fielding. 1 ball to go of it. And there are batters that are greedy. I always say they're greedy so-and-sos, and Sibley is a greedy batter. He just likes scoring runs, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, but every player will have a different phrase for finding their hands or feeling good at the crease or whatever, but for Ryan Patel, he feels as though his hands are one of his most dynamic parts.
Good looking shot again. Ooh, and that's getting away. Past mid-off. It was struck firmly. The check drive from Ryan Patel. That'll annoy Milnes. Boundary off the final ball of the over. There was the dive from mid-off, but it was struck firmly by Ryan Patel. He's already played some lovely shots this morning. And again there, everything right about that shot. 35 without loss.
So impressive from Ryan Patel there. Not even a miss from Matt Milnes.
It was one of your most handsome 11 participants there with the dive, Mr. Stewart. Start of the 8th with Dudgeon. Sibley forward, inside edge onto his front boot. That rolls down to Harry Finch. In there at backward point. Of course, the 100 being played here at the moment, so I can see the stage there where the disc jockey will be playing their tunes, Cameron Steele, of an evening and an afternoon. It's a big old stage, isn't it? With a big finger pointing up in the air as well. I think that's like an umpire signal of out. That's well played by Sibley. That did come back at him from Dudgeon. He's just turned his wrists on that and gets a single.
And an echo back to the ancient team Oval Invincibles.
Oh, the Oval Invincibles. Yes, of course. Yes.
Although, obviously, when they would lose a game, they'd then become the Vincibles.
The Vincibles. And the finger would be pointing in a different direction.
Yes. Although they didn't lose much.
They didn't lose a lot. But it's a big old stage, that, isn't it? I'd like to see a bit of musical theatre on that. Old Michael Ball and Alfie Bow. As forward goes Patel. Plays this one into the leg side. Not quite sure that's the vibe they're looking for with the 100, but it's a big enough stage for Bow and Ball, that. Over there in the Peter May stand. Saw all the signs as I walked up the Harleford Road this morning.
For the Peter May boys.
For my London. I don't think the Peter May boys have quite got their banners up on the lamppost yet. Turned by Patel into the leg side. There's been some interesting social media as well, hasn't there? Players sort of in their trendy own clothes, I saw. Oh, yes. Jim Troughton. He may pop up a bit later. Jim Troughton in a full cowboy outfit. That was excellent. In fact, Troughton was the only man that could have done that, I felt. Short, and there goes Patel again. Oh, he's got a lot of this. As Ryan Patel. What a good shot that is. And again, it's not that short. And Dudgeon's bowling at what, 79 miles an hour, that says? But he's just sat there waiting for this. Here's Ryan Patel, and in such good form. Look, it's not that short. And he's almost playing that off the front foot.
he doesn't even need to move his feet. His head position is so good that he just allows himself to just swat that away off a length.
He's going to run a ball at the moment, Patel. Might get more runs here. Nope, fielding's good. In at mid-wicket. Singh there diving away to his right. But again, that was very nicely timed by Ryan Patel. 8 gone, 4 for Milnes, 4 for Dudgeon. High number of boundaries already. Not using the complete and utter surface area of the Kia Oval today. Over towards Archbishop Tennyson's side of the ground. Just to let you know, the boundary road's probably in, 40 metres from the stand? But we're hugging the Peter May stand. For Dom Sibley, that's away through the leg side. That gentleman there, he looks very comfy. He's got his feet up on the seats in front. Very comfy. Milnes is going to continue and have a 5th. There's been no great changes in the field so far. They're going to pull second slip out now. And that's Sam Northeast. He's going to go into short mid-wicket. And then you can just see there, to the right of your screen, they're popping a deep mid-wicket out as well for Sibley. Spectacular London skyline today with those dark clouds. And as I say, we haven't seen dark clouds for a while. Start of the 9th over. And politely played by Sibley. Out into the offside. Harry Finch doing the fielding. It is a great view, that, over the back of the JM Fin stand, though, of central London. Fantastic view. Yes, look at that gentleman there. He looks very comfy. He's got his legs over the seat in front. I'm glad he's not doing that in the cinema. Oh, that does annoy me, Cameron Steele, when you go to the cinema and someone's putting their feet over the seat in front. As forward goes Sibley. Didn't get a run because that's up to Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Did you go and watch The Odyssey?
I've seen it. Very good. Excellent film. If long. Did go on a bit. It's the same length as a T20 game. The Odyssey. That wasn't on the posters, by the way, that quote. But, yeah, 3 hours it is. Very good film, though. Oh, now, shout for LBW, big inside edge from Sibley. Big inside edge.
Good bowling from Matt Milnes. And I think that's why he moved that slip out into mid-wicket, so he can target the stumps of Sibley a little more.
Yeah, you can see there the edge back, but it's good bowling from Milnes, as you say.
Looks as though he really tried to shape that ball in as well, as opposed to some of the others that have been wobble seam deliveries.
Well,
trying to nip the ball.
Yeah, and his solitary slip at the moment is Ben Dawkins. Should be turned by Sibley a little too straight again. He's got some protection, but look at the timing on that from Dom Sibley. Just gets a little too straight on Sibley. Singh hasn't got far to go. We mentioned they'd stuck him out at deep mid-wicket. This is nothing more than a roll of the Sibley wrists. And that has whistled across the square and off to the boundary rope for 4. And that'll be one of those, Cameron Steele, that Dom Sibley won't have even felt that. Timed it so well. I'm just going to have a look and see how many boundaries we've had so far. We are ticking along on the boundary front. We really are. We've already been treated to some wonderful shots. And proper cricket shots as well.
This is why, so far, it's Surrey's power play, really. 44 for no loss. Kent have not missed by any stretch, and Sibley and Patel have just been so hot on pouncing on anything with any opportunity to get it to the fence.
That's just coming back a touch at Sibley. Plays it away into the offside. And there is no run. The only thing I didn't hear with losing an over is whether that first power plays 9 overs or still 10. Or whether the middle ones are going to be 30 or 29. I'll keep a little eye on that screen and keep an eye on the umpires because we have lost an over. So I'm not quite sure where we lose that in terms of a power play. That over. But look at that skyline. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now here he is, Mr. Grant Stewart. He of the Handsome 11.
You liked that, didn't you?
Led by Ben Folks. Yes, head coach, bus driver, Ben Folks. You know who I'd have in there as well? I've always been a big fan. Ben Green. Just for the tash. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. The problem you'd have with that, though, is there's a lot of cricketers who think they should be in that, but probably wouldn't be. So it would cause a bit of chaos, wouldn't it? So, Grant Stewart, his first over of the day from the Vauxhall end. He's down the leg side straight away. And that'll be wide signalled by Jack Chantry. They still talk at New Road about the Chantry match against Surrey a few years ago now, where Surrey needed to win. If Surrey won it, they guaranteed themselves promotion in that game. And Worcestershire are all in all sorts of bother. As Ryan Patel's looking to force through the offside. Thick inside edge rolls into the leg side, and he'll get himself a single. And Mr. Chantry walked out and smashed 100, his only ever one. And then proceeded in the second innings to take 7 for Worcestershire. Won the game and they went up and got promoted. And it's always been known as Chantry's match, that. And I still think there should be a sort of, I don't know, Ronaldo-esque statue of Chantry when you drive into New Road.
Could you maybe have a gantry up there, Chantry's gantry?
Chantry's gantry. Well, let's be honest. At most grounds now, they've named everything, so they're having to find other things to name, aren't they? Taunton has got, 73 pavilions these days? As forward goes Sibley. That's the shot of the morning. We've had some really good shots, but that is a hell of a shot from Sibley. On the up, lent on it. It's not a bad ball by Stewart by any stretch of the imagination, but just look at his balance again here. Oh, beautiful bit of cricket from Dom Sibley, and it brings up the 50 partnership for this opening wicket, and it's been a very good one from Messrs Sibley and Patel, as this is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. But what a shot that was. I could watch that all day.
Dexterous Dom Sibley. Gorgeous stuff. Very apt for the 50 partnership as well. In a power play where the ball has done a decent amount.
It's done enough, hasn't it, to make life difficult. But there is no margin for error. As this one's pushed away by Sibley down to backward point. But yeah, that drive for 4, as I say, you could watch that all day. I'm pretty sure you lot, if you play a shot like that, in the back of your minds you think, I might have a little look at the highlights later just to watch that one back.
Wink at the non-striker's end,
Yes.
smirk, and know that it's pretty good.
Up on his toes goes Sibley. Stewart's just gone a little shorter to him there. Yeah, I'm sure Sibley enjoyed that one. One of those where as you hit it, you know you're not going to move. And what they've done very well here as well is sort of utilise the first power play without... Nobody's been walking down the pitch. I don't think they've been allowed to by the Kent bowlers.
It's been proper bowling,
It
proper
has
batting.
been. Absolutely. We've seen some authentic drives and Ryan Patel's 2 pulls down the ground for 4. A typical Sibley work off his legs through the leg side. That was nicely bowled by Stewart. End of the over. So that is the first power play done. So there we are. Sam Keir on the PA today. The dulcet tones of... Are we having a drinks break?
No, just a little change of gloves.
Here they are. It's the old 10 overs. So the Seb Stewart Reckling there, bringing out some gloves for Dom Sibley and a towel. So that is the first power play done and dusted. And I think Surrey's power play really, 5 and over. But it's been excellent cricket this morning, it really has. There we are, power play 2. I've just heard Sam Keir say it, slightly shortened by an over. There we are, so it's in power play 2. So you keep your 10 at the back end and your 10 at the front end, and then you only get 10 plus 10 is 20, 29 in the middle. There you are. Oh, look at this. Having a lovely day they are. They brought their own glasses. Yeah, sun's beginning to come out now. It could turn into a very nice day here. It's warm. There's the signal of power play 2. But this is only 29 overs, because we have lost an over for each innings. And here is Cash Singh into the attack. Very talented young man, this one. Played in the T20 game at Canterbury. And this one's pushed off the back foot by Ryan Patel first up, coming around the wicket to the left hand. He unfortunately trod on his own stumps in that game. Played a lovely punch off the back foot, but got so far back in the crease, just trod on his off stump, poor fella, and the bail fell off. But looking forward to watching him have a bowl and a bat. Very highly rated young Mr. Singh, very talented cricketer. Patel on the back foot this time, pushing down to backward point. Got some visitors in the box as well. Hello to you. Hello, hello. There's Dudgeon off deep. You can get 4 outside that 30-metre circle now, can Daniel Bowdrummond. So his 4 at the moment is, what's he got for Ryan Patel? Sweeper on the cover rope, third man, long leg and a deep mid-wicket are the 4. Now, he's got the long boundary out towards Archbishop Tennyson's School on the leg side for Patel. He's forward here. Patel punching. If Vikash Singh does try the short ball to Patel, it might not be a good idea at the moment because he's in good form, but it is quite a long carry out there to the leg side, isn't it, for Ryan Patel?
It is. I just wonder if he would be better off having slip in at mid-wicket if he is going to try the short ball. It is a shot that Ryan Patel loves. Pull shot.
And he plays it very well when he's in good form. He likes his pull, does Ryan Patel, and a hook. Timed that very nicely. It's well fielded by Milnes to his right. Mid-off, but there we are. Look, there's a gentleman there in his replica Kent shirt in the crowd, but he's rolled the sleeves up above his shoulders, so it looks like a Kent Spitfires singlet. I can't see the man who's going to be joining you in a moment doing that sort of thing. Mr. Phil Walker, he's looking resplendent as always today. Has driven back down the pitch by Patel. Now, Singh got a hand to that. Well, Sibley's fallen over, diving back into the crease. It was uppish. Well, if it is a chance, it's about a quarter of a chance, because it was struck firmly by Ryan Patel. It's a good bit of work off his own bowling by Singh. Yeah, just got fingertips to it. Sibley's just fallen over there. He didn't quite get the bat down, and then collapsed. Last ball of the over, and this is punched by Patel. Very nicely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. So that's 11 overs gone. 51 without loss. A few more thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then you will be joined. Oh, I've got one more. I've got another over. I better make it a good one.
Trying to leave me too early.
Well, who knows? You might get 6 wickets in this over, and I'll be the one on air for it. Good crowd in. It's going to build up as the day goes on, I think. Look at that. Having a lovely time. Oh, look, that gentleman there's got his Kent Spitfires bucket hat on and his replica shirt. But yeah, having a really good time at the moment. So Stuart and Bowdrummond having a bit of a natter about this. You can explain your idea about the handsome 11 to Phil Walker. He'll enjoy that. Yes. He could be the journalist that reports on their games. Sort of the in-house journalist. So Patel on strike for the 12th over. And this is turned by Ryan Patel into the leg side. That will roll up to Bale Drummond. As I say, I think I think it's an excellent idea. But I think there's a lot of cricketers that would feel they should be in.
It'd be divisive.
The squad of 15 and wouldn't be in there. But Ben Folkes would be captain, coach and bus driver. Oh, now Ryan Patel off the back foot again, looks to pull. He hasn't quite played this one right, and it loops down the ground, and they'll get two. Patel has to scamper back. So he was looking again. I think he was trying on that occasion to go more leg side, and it went straighter than he wanted. Gets away with it, picks up a couple of runs.
Yeah, it's the first real short ball we've seen from any of the Kent bowlers. And it's a little bit wide, really, to be pulling. Hence why Ryan Patel has tried to go over mid-off. Wonder if we'll be seeing another one here from Grant Stewart.
No, it goes footer of length this time, just pushed away by Patel. Finch gets round to do the fielding.
And Grant Stewart was the pick of the bowlers for Kent against Nottinghamshire in their win on Sunday, where Kent won by 5 wickets. Such a consistent performer for the Spitfires, Grant Stewart.
Just looking, 40 of this 53 have come in boundaries for Patel and Sibley. Driving again. He feels he's missed out a touch there, I think. Ryan Patel. Just the bottom hand came into that. There you go. He's just rehearsing going through the offside. Bottom hand just came into that shot a touch. Good over this so far from Grant Stewart. Well bowled. Well played by Sibley. Now, can he finish the over off Stewart? Very nice buzz about the place today. Nice ball of the over. Oh, he's gone after that as Ryan Patel. It was full of length, thick inside edge. And he will get a single. End of the over. And here is the action from the first power play, which Cameron Steele will have a chat about. And then he will be joined by Phil Way for 4. I've always thought this is driving slightly over pitch by
power play. Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley
start here. 5th over.
Form.
And Sibley
never
don't bowl
really
there
missed.
To over.
But Surrey just capitalised on
good
anything
shot.
slightly off.
As
We saw some
forward
gorgeous
goes
shots.
Sibley.
That
That's the shot of the morning.
Dom
The
Sibley.
check drive from Ryan Patel. That'll annoy.
It's a solid base for these two wonderful players to build on over the remaining 27 overs. Kent Singh goes again, and that's a gorgeous stroke from Ryan Patel. What a start to your stint, Phil Walker. That's pretty nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was beautifully done and beautifully timed on your part as well, Cameron Steele. Thank you ever so much. I was just in it, covering off a little bit of admin before getting going. So I'm already 4 down, 0 for 4. Yeah, he's looked, well, in prime form all morning, as he did the other week at Guildford as well. Yeah, he's a fabulous player to watch, is Ryan Patel. He just goes under the radar. Happy enough just to be a part of the clan, part of the furniture here, really. But there are a few more stylish players out there. He's got an uncomplicated technique, knows his game, economy of movement. But when he connects, when he punches it, especially through that And there you go, bang on cue, a wild Yahoo outside off stump, standard stuff. But when he punches down the ground in particular, and through extra cover as well, there's a crispness to his game, right, Cam?
He certainly practices it. It's the economy of movement more than anything. As you see there, I know it's a false shot, but he doesn't move his feet loads, Ryan Patel. But the feature of his game is how still he keeps his head. He does so much work with Gareth Batty and the Surrey coaches on just keeping everything as still as possible and freeing his hands.
He's got that as well, of course, in his locker, just angling it behind square, picking up an everyday single. So Surrey going very tidily here in the opening salvo. First hour and a bit coming up to. We started a wee bit late, of course, due to the threat of a squally shower. It didn't actually come to pass in the end, and I think we're set fair for the rest of the day. Mercifully a little cooler in South London than it has been. And a fascinating game in front of us here. Beautifully timed as ever off the toes. But there is the ubiquitous deep square against Dom Sibley. Yeah, these two teams got the bit between their teeth in this tournament. It's really good to see. There's quality across both 11s. They're right in the midst of it. Feels like the proverbial 6-pointer, really, this one. Now then, Cam, I don't want to dwell on it. Handsome 11s, county crickets, roosters. What the hell were you talking about earlier with Mark Church, dare I ask?
I suppose it's a conversation that goes around every now and then.
Yeah.
The change rooms. Who's in the handsome 11 or the good-looking 11?
Is that one of the more popular chats then?
Probably not, no. Probably one of the niche ones that I've just brought to the forefront.
61 for no loss, by the way. 13 gone. Go on then. Who's currently kicking around in the 11 of your dreams?
Oh God, now I'm on the spot. I suppose. Well, I've mentioned Grant Stewart and Ben Folkes.
Yeah. I mean,
Probably
they're
gotta
gimmies, aren't they, really?
Probably got to put Reece Topley in there.
Really? Okay, yeah,
dunno, like
I can see that.
If you're 6'7", you probably got to be in there.
Got a bit of sparkle to him as Reece, hasn't he? Driven through the covers. Just a single. I was struck by Richard Gleeson's sort of earthy charms when I was watching the 100 earlier, a couple of weeks back. He's got a kind of, sort of a mute farmhand, like Thomas Hardy-like character vibe about him. Yeah.
Chris Wokes now with the
Oh,
salt and pepper beard.
please. Yeah, slightly greying on the sides, that distinguished look. I played snooker against Chris Wokes once.
Did you?
One of my more well-trod stories. I imagine a fair few regulars on the stream would have heard it before. Sibley punches through the covers. It will be cut off tidily, in fact, but another easy couple. He's just getting into his work here, Dom Sibley. Barely played a shot in anger, 23 from 34, but you sense that he is settling in for another big one. Yeah, we played at the Birmingham Rileys, just outside the ball ring, and I interviewed him during the game. Yeah, no one there. Tidy work at mid-on.
Keith Dudgeon there.
Keith Dudgeon, yeah, and needed to be a sharp call by Sibley. It was the yes-no, thankfully no sorry at the end of it. Yeah, and I turned up in Birmingham to see Wokesy, and I'd said to him, beats him this time, or bowled. I said to him, let's do something a bit different. Rather than just meeting up at Edgbaston and having a chat in the stand as you normally would, maybe we could have a game of golf, or have a pint, or have a stroll down Broad Street, or maybe a game of snooker. And as soon as I said snooker, he went, that's the one.
Is he a snooker player?
Well, this is it, you see. So I turned up there. We went for a bit of lunch beforehand. And just a little bit of nip and bounce as well. A classic heavy ball bowler, isn't he, Grant Stewart? Digs it in, sits on that nasty length, just slightly back of a length. Hitting the splice, hitting the bottom hand, hitting the gloves, hitting the fingers. He's a very, very fine servant to this club. In again. Beats him again, 2 in 3. Well bowled. Excellent over. Unrewarded as yet. 64 for no loss, 14 gone. So yeah, we had a spot of lunch and chatted about this and that. This was a few years back when he was become one of the stars of the England side. He said at the end of it, just before we went to play our game, just want to say, Phil, I'm really good at snooker. I said, oh, right, okay, what have I let myself in for here? And I had a little trophy that I brought up from London as well. So we were playing for the Birmingham Open, me and him. And he hadn't played in years. He used to play at his dad's working men's club, was a kid. And I broke off. Decent break. White behind the baulk line. Spread the reds. No gimmies. And he rattled off a 36 immediately. Hadn't played in years. But as you can imagine, immaculate technique. Apparently he's a very good footballer, very good golfer. He's one of these fellas that's
Great bloke.
Sickeningly good at everything and modest and charming with it. Awful. What a terrible combination. Anyway, he thrashed me in that first frame. On the hook, airborne into the gap. 1 bounce for. Into the 40s at a decent lick, just 48 deliveries. Kent Singh banging it in, but not much pace to speak of, and it was really there for it. Patel waiting on the back foot and climbing into it.
Yeah, well manoeuvred by Ryan Patel. It is a shot that he loves, and Kent will have done their scouting on him and their analysis and know that he loves to take it on. There are 2 fielders out there, ready and waiting.
Yeah, it's worth the go. And again, another, this time in front of square, and that will be 4 more. Slightly telegraphed.
That's the risk. When you do bowl short, you do have a chance of a wicket against a compulsive hooker. But the skill of Ryan Patel is such that he's already taken 8 runs from the over.
Does he fall into that category? Compulsive hooker?
Teeters. Teeters.
Nice.
He's very good at it. I would be interested to see what he averages with the pull shot.
Full this time and driven hard. Now, was that on the bounce or was that a chance, Cam Steele?
That was a chance, I think, and it's hurt him as well.
Certainly that was the reaction, wasn't it? Let's look again. Just a tiny bit early on it. Patel. Yeah, definitely. And it's always tricky, as ever, because you're not still, you're not secure in the body when you're on your follow-through. And that's done himself a mischief as well. He is now back at the top of his mark.
He's got a taped-up finger as well, so that would have been real sore. Might be one that's previously broken or with some ligament damage. Looks in some discomfort here.
Yeah. Yeah, and that would be a big blow if he's indisposed. Coming off the back of that fabulous spell in the previous game against Notts. He's in again. No ill effect. Good to see. 4 for 40 in the previous game. Just a young kid making his way, but he's got a bit about him. Middle order player as well. England Lions have had a look at him. Kent Singh. But a fabulous start here for the home side. A big game this. Let's take a single up to mid-on, who was quite deep. He didn't get much of it, which aided the batter. Another one rolls on then. 17 from Singh's first 3 overs. So a bit of momentum now into this innings for Surrey. It's been a relatively sedate start, but now up to around 5s. 15 gone.
Just thinking Tom Laws might be in the Handsome 11 as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's playing in this game, returning from Leeds Sunrisers.
Here's a question for you, Cameron. Having trod the boards of county cricket for a few years, who would be the first person to put themselves in this 11?
Gus Atkinson.
Nice.
I hope
You
he's
dropped
listening.
your man in it. I like that. I like that. Gus, if you are listening or watching, tuning in, I want to know your response to that. You've been roasted on air by a former teammate. Good work at backward point. Excellent work. And they need to keep believing here. They need to keep things as tight as possible. Got to believe that here at Kia Oval, any target is chaseable. It looks like a true pitch. Benefited, I think, from not having too much cricket on it of late. Get these pitches fresh, able to breathe. What a shot that is. Describe that to me, Cam Steele.
Oh, where do I start? 50 for Ryan Patel. Yes, gorgeous innings from him. Almost a highlights package of sorts. And that shot there, just as a mark of the form that he's in. I don't know how to describe it. He's just swatted it off the back foot along the ground past mid-off, just dismissive.
Entirely deliberate as well, and I guess the thinking is you have a deep cover, you have a backward point, deep third, relatively squarish extra cover, and so if the ball is sitting up and begging and you're in top form, why not just bunt it down the ground? There's logic to it. Completely clear-minded, right out the meat. He is some 50-over cricketer, is Ryan Patel. He has a fabulous record.
What I will say is you can't play shots like that if you're not in a good position. And
Yeah.
what I was speaking about before with the way Ryan practices and trying to keep everything as still as possible with that economy of movement, that allows him to just free those hands and play the ball with an angled bat and strike it essentially wherever he wants to put it. Such is the form that he's in.
He opened the batting a few years ago, did Ryan Patel, didn't he? In Championship cricket. Going back a few years now. But I remember watching him and thinking, what an orderly technique he had. But he seems to have this tendency to almost kind of overplay at times in Championship cricket. And certainly I thought he had the technique to get it done at the top of the order. And certainly if he'd been at a slightly less well-resourced club, I think he'd have been really one of the stars of county cricket. I think he's that good, really do. I think he's now found his perfect role in the setup here. He's a utility player in Championship cricket, can bat anywhere in the top 7. And when this comes around every August, I mean, look at these numbers, 46 and a bit, averaging across 43 games, ahead of today's. Striking at 94 and a bit as well, 400s, 1250s in 50-over cricket. This really is his format. Got to bowl that again. Yeah, and you want to go back to that name-making knock, really. 131 from... Bringing it up here, 70-something balls. 70 balls for 131 at Guildford against Notts way back when. I remember watching that at the time. certainly to the outsider, to the untrained eye, he wasn't really that considered to be that kind of player. More of a nuggety, classical top-order player, and he went out and, well, absolutely smashed it for his maiden list 800 and never really looked back since then.
No, and I played during that season. I had
2021 it was.
2021.
Yeah.
I had COVID during that game, and then featured later in that season, and that entire year he was just smoking it, and everyone. Jamie Smith, I think it was, who was captain that year.
Yeah, I've just looked it up. Yeah,
gave him the moniker or the nickname Brian Charles Patel.
BCP.
BCP indeed.
So it's going to be the lovable Matt Parkinson.
A fellow American.
So found a good home for himself down at Kent. One of the stars, of course, of the Lancashire age groups, came through. Regularly talked about as something a little bit special. Went great in white ball cricket initially. Made a test debut as a concussion replacement when Jack Leach did himself a mischief. That's punched beautifully again through the covers, off the back foot, all timing. And another boundary 4 into the 60s now, Ryan Patel.
I was just about to say I'm fascinated to see how Ryan Patel goes against Matt Parkinson here. He can sometimes struggle against the slower spinners, but again, the economy of movement there, shifting back into the crease and then punching it through the offside, which is the harder shot to play.
Yeah, and it wasn't short really. Fuller this time, beats him tiny bit in the air. That's his stock delivery. Yeah, he really made a name for himself in white ball cricket, did Matt Parkinson, up at Lancs, and then fell away a little. There were questions about the pace at which he bowled. Certainly at international level there was that feeling that perhaps he was a bit too slow for his own good. Artistry and guile aside, but seems like an apposite time to talk to you, Cam, about, well, how you do it and what the optimum kind of pace is for a modern day leg spinner. You have your extremes who still get it done. You have Adil Rashid, who is achingly slow at times. We were on together when Chahal was bowling. Oh, airborne past mid-wicket, but clubbed confidently past for another boundary 4, this time to Dom Sibley. Yeah, and then you have your more top spinner style, quickish through the air leg spinners. Don't look to turn it laterally too much. Try and trap you on the back leg rather than in the air. What's the answer to this question? I guess it depends how good you are ultimately. But Matt Parkinson, great as he is to watch, was bedeviled by this perception a little bit, and I wonder where you stood on it.
Well, it bedevils you on pitches such as this, and I think that shot from Sibley is quite a good example. He's wonderfully accurate, is Matt Parkinson. Very, very rarely misses, and it's something I was jealous of as a fellow leg spinner.
Right.
But sometimes when you get on a pitch with a slight green tinge, a bit harder, where it's truer, it can be hard to manage players of the quality of Sibley and Patel as he closes out the over. 17th over, 88 for none.
Yeah, he's not bowled any bad balls in inverted commas. He's gone for 9. So I guess that Sibley 4 was airborne at least. Short mid-wicket would have been in the business for a moment. Another question, if you are a young leggy coming through and there is that perception that, especially if you're playing in men's cricket and with modern muscular players and so on, you might be 3 or 4 mph slower than you need to be. Is it possible to speed it up? Is it possible, say, for Matt Parkinson or a Matt Parkinson-esque bowler to develop that extra 5 mile an hour?
I think so. Easier when you're younger.
Right.
As in, when you're learning the skill, when you're learning how your body works, how you're growing. Much easier to practice as you're younger. But I would say the key strength of someone like Adil Rashid is the versatility to move up and down the gears. And he bowls those 44 mile an hour balls, but that's complemented by the 55 mile an hour ones and 4 different variations. And I know Rashid Khan took 5 for in the 100 the other day, but one of his downfalls recently has been it is all at one pace.
Yeah.
And it is rapid.
Inside edgy. Got a good bat though. That's flown through mid-wicket, just a single. Stewart into his 5th now.
Yeah, having the guile, I suppose it is, and the skill to adapt to certain pitches and certain days and different players as well, different batters that you're bowling against. But there's no doubt that Matt Parkinson is one of the more accurate leg spinners in the game.
And one of the nicest lads as well. I interviewed him a few years back. Gone up, maybe a little bit high. First impression. Nothing doing. Yeah, I interviewed Matt Parkinson when he was coming through. And lovely lad, very approachable. Loves his cricket. I think it's been a tougher time for him in the last couple of years. But I think he's found a place at Kent where they really do value his unique gifts.
I think his brother Callum is here to watch today as well.
Oh, is he? Shot. Beats mid-on. Absolute conviction. Simply in the form of his life. And whisper it on Dom Sibley's part. The changes at the top level regarding the England Test team. You know where I'm going here, don't you, Cam?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Do you think he does? You know him? Do you think he's...
I think he'll be aware.
Yeah.
But he's pretty good at staying in his own bubble and scoring his runs.
You ever seen him play better? Consistently? No.
Not but the last 2 years he's been magnificent. And when he's playing on drives like that, you just know everything's in good order. And it's not a bad ball from Grant Stewart. All morning, Kent have been nagging away at that top of off, and both of these two have been sublime.
Yeah. It's an interesting moment in his career because you won't find anyone who will argue that he's the most complete opening bat against the red ball in the country. That'll be 4 more. Thanks very much. The classical out. You play outside the line, you allow it just to tickle the inside edge, and it runs away finer than it would do with other players. It looks like it might be streaky, but he does it so often that you know that it's deliberate.
He's just so good at covering that line.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do it better, to be honest. And I know it looks like an inside edge, but it's what me and Mark Church were talking about before. With the full face of the bat, he allows that inside edge and the chance to glean 4 runs.
Like all good players, especially openers, picks off a couple of 4s and then picks off a single from the last. So after 18 gone, here is Ryan Patel's 50. It's been a sparkling knock, as we say. When he's driving down the ground, it's always a good sign for any left-hander. There are a few crisper cover drivers in the squad either. Look at that again. Bit of flair on that one. BCP. And that's the shot of the morning, certainly the most audacious shot of the morning. 12 4s in it. And he's already on to 58 from just 61. He's a 50 over titan in county cricket. And Surrey, this is a fabulous start here. It's a nice buzz around the ground. It's good turnout. That's Parkinson right there. That's where he needs to just settle in. No slip. So it will be inducing the false shot he'll be looking for here. In again. I can't remember if we had this conversation, Cam, last time I saw you, and perhaps we'll come back to it when you're next on. But I'm interested in the post-Adil Rashid landscape for English cricket. Not going to go on forever, the great man. You study leg spin. You've been a part of that subgenre of English cricket. And there's a few kicking around now. When we're back on later on, because I think this is your last for a bit of time, love to know who you would identify over the next 3 or 4 years to replace Adil in white ball cricket, and maybe even have a run at it in red ball as well. In the meantime, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Do throw us your thoughts, your queries, your opinions on any manner of issues. That's the 100 up with a wide. Crowd are all over this. It's packed in the pavilion, by the way, and in the SSE Energy Solutions stand. It's a great turnout today. Over you go. Beautifully played. 1 bounce 4. He's so free and flowing through the offside. He's playing a gem here.
That is a liberated shot. Oh, so much skill involved in that. Just being able to lift that over the covers, and keep the back hip planted to the ground in order to actually steer that over the offside. High skill from Patel. Change of angle from Matt Parkinson.
So yeah, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Throw us your thoughts about anything you like. In particular, the future of leg spin in this country. Players you've been impressed with. That'll be 4 more. Might even go all the way. No, 1 bounce 4. There to hit, really. Tossed up. Drop it nicely on that length. The player in this kind of form is going to climb right into it. Cam Steele then, our resident leggy, is stepping away. Good stint that, Cam. 1:20, thanks very much. Go and have a lie down, son. Now, one other question I'd like to throw out to the masses, if I may. One of my other hats that I sometimes wear is working on Wisden Cricket Monthly magazine, and there it is. Wow, how about that? I mentioned it earlier to producer John, and we've already got a little graphic. The most consequential cricketers, male or female, of the 21st century. The most consequential cricketers. The magazine I help out on is, a little inside edge, just past leg stump, is 100 issues old this month, and to commemorate it, they're running a piece, we're running a piece, the most consequential cricketers, the 10 most consequential, the Wisden 10. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. I've been asking all and sundry, journalists, friends, ex-players, current players. It's been a fascinating collective of names as well, and how people interpret the word consequential as well. Some may see it as simply a fancy word for the best or the greatest. Others may see it more in terms of, if you like, cultural impact, weightiness. Anyway, if you fancy sending us an email, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, I'd love to hear from you. Airborne and still going. Oh! There was a lad in a cap who saw all the way into the bread basket, only to be spilt at the last 10 rows back. Can anybody stop Ryan Patel this morning?
Morning, Phil.
Morning,
Oh,
George.
Good afternoon. My
Yeah,
apologies.
indeed.
It was an absolute sitter, and he's very disgruntled sitting away in the JM Fin stand.
Punch down the ground. Yeah, he did see it all the way. He wasn't inconvenienced by too many other people around him either.
What I love is he had that secondary frustration. So you had the initial one where he sort of smacked his hands together, and he thought that's done, and then he sat down and just really pushes back into the chair. He's not happy. Sitter, do better.
There'll be more runs into the onside. Deep square scurries round. Just a single.
So who's on the selection committee for this list of most consequential cricketers?
Well, I contacted about 60 friends of the magazine, Wisden Cricket Monthly. Friends, contributors, gaggles of journalists. What's the collective noun for a journalist? Oh, I daren't ask. A shower, perhaps. Many a name that you'd have heard of yourself. Tried to get as much of an international flavour as well as possible, speaking to friends and colleagues from all over the world. And most have sent, well, a good number have sent back already, and we've got a few days yet to round up a few stragglers. Many a name on the Surrey stream will have been contributing to it as well. So there you go. Who is the most consequential cricketer of the century? We are compiling 10 names, so feel free to send through 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10, as many as you like, in fact. Interested to see how people interpret the question.
Yeah, and I was, I got shown this question earlier, and my first thought was, consequential is a very specific word to use. And it took me back to being in sort of English GCSE and trying to work out the wording. Consequential, I think, has had a lasting effect on the game, is how I've interpreted it.
Okay. Jaden Denley into the attack. Good young cricketer. Good stock as well, of course. Left arm tweak. Now, in the game here, got to be gone. Yeah, it is gone. So a sparkling 73 from Ryan Patel is brought to a ultimately premature end. If anything, just slightly overconfident. He played Matt Parkinson in the air, through extra cover, and then straight with absolutely no dramas at all. But the change of bowler, change of angle, perhaps slightly quicker through the air, a bit more kick, off a length. And Jaden Denley, thanks for coming. One delivery, one wicket, but a beautiful knock. And he's got this game up and running. Singh takes the catch at extra easily enough. But what a platform Ryan Patel has set. He's always very, very watchable. 73 from 70, 13 fours and a 6. Stylish innings.
Yeah, welcome to the game, Jaden Denley.
Yeah.
First delivery of the match. And I wonder if Patel's just thinking, put the new bowler under pressure, don't let him settle. He's seeing the ball well. It's just a slightly open blade. It's ballooned up to deep extra cover. Just didn't quite get to it. Maybe a touch wide. And it's an end to what we've become accustomed to as quite an exciting knock. Nothing too over-aggressive, but just really solid ball striking. You can hear it, just the sound off the bat alone tells you the nick he's in. Shots all around the ground. It does come to an end and brings Adam Thomas, who has been in fine form. Back to back 50 has come to an end recently. We were talking last week, Phil, about watching this young man, and you can just tell. You can just tell he's a classy player, and he's a player in form as well.
Yeah, is he ever? It's happening very quickly for Adam Thomas. A couple of unbeaten 80s already. Another 50, 41 last week against Gloucestershire. Missed out just the once so far in the One Day Cup. So slip in, good to see. Kent are in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think that wicket came at fairly crucial time, with Patel just looking to increase the rate.
So he's away here. Adam Thomas, shirt out, as is his style.
See, it's the young way, isn't it? I don't like that. I played a round of golf yesterday and went into the clubhouse afterwards.
And you were told off because your shirt was out?
And I was told off because my shirt was out, because all my good stuff was dirty to be washed.
Yeah.
So I just had a pair of sort of sport running shorts. Not ideal. Not really something you'd tuck a shirt into. Got told off, and my initial reaction was, you know what, quite right. Tuck it in. Respect the game.
The old left arm dart dragged into the pitch. Sibley's seen it all before. Punches it out into the covers. Ambles on as ever. Unfussy. In complete control of himself and his mind. Fabulous opening 5 deliveries here. Mixed it up, tossed it up, driven it into the track, picked up one already. Gets through his overs quick as well. And a lovely way to finish. Good stuff by Jaden Denley. And the appreciative nod from the crowd who are enjoying this one. There's a real exuberance about this atmosphere today.
It's a great gate. That was my first thought. At quarter past 11,
Yeah.
it's a fantastic gate. Loads of people in. And it does seem that this year, perhaps more so than recent years, people are really loving the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Well, the numbers are there, George. The numbers are increasing basically across the board. It's fabulous to see.
I ventured up to York last week.
Did you?
York Cricket Club, where Yorkshire were hosting Durham at one of their outground games. 4,500 people. What
Fabulous.
a wonderful event.
Were you working on it or just up there for a jolly? Okay, Singh back into the attack, beats him again. Dom Sibley's played a couple of air shots actually from that far end against Grant Stewart initially, and now Singh back into the attack, more slingy, kind of bustling, medium fast, useful cricketer, middle order player as well. Lots to like in this young team.
Had a weekend off, so I was in
So you went
Leeds
to watch some cricket?
and on my way to Leeds, thought I'd stop off and watch some cricket.
Oh, nice.
It was absolutely glorious.
4.5k, that's excellent. Yeah, well, we saw it at Guildford, didn't we? The buzz around those 2 games there, and I have to say, I thought this morning coming in, we might only get a couple of thousand through the doors. A bit blustery this morning initially, weekday of course, but no, as ever, Kia Oval doing its thing. Great to see. I guess it's a bit of a local derby as well, this one. I know we always associate the north-south of the river thing going on, but as a resident of southeast London myself, on that hotly contested border between London and Kent, this has always felt like a real derby to me. I've got a good one ahead here, I think.
Well,
really lovely pitch to bat on.
On the talk of this being a derby, I won't talk about anything before I've got confirmation from producer John. But there's a fun little story about a coin related to this game.
Okay. Good stuff, this. Kent Singh on his return. A coin. This is one of these things that I should have been briefed about beforehand.
Well, possibly. We're trying to get the coin up here.
Okay. What does this coin signify?
Well, that is where I need the detail.
Oh,
So
you've
I'm
gone
not.
far too early here, George. You've gone far
I
too early.
can tell you it was minted in 1709,
Ah,
which is
the year that the club was formed?
no, not quite.
The year that the first recorded match was played between...
If I've gone way too early, I'm going to get this so wrong. But it was the first year these two sides played each other.
Yes, right.
Not
So like a Surrey 11 and a Kent.
a team representing Kent and
Yeah.
a team representing Surrey.
Yeah.
Yes.
So not the official clubs themselves.
No, but our producer John bought a coin from minted in that year.
Not out of his own pocket, I can guarantee that. Slightly leg side, and Thomas misses out.
And he
Cannons
bought it
into the pad.
about 8 years ago to be used by the umpires at the toss
That's lovely.
for this game.
That's lovely.
And about 6 years ago, it got lost. And everyone maybe sort of forgot about it until yesterday, maybe earlier this week. Kevin Howes says, found the coin.
No.
So today, that coin from 1709 was used for the toss.
Oh, stop it. What a story. I need to see this piece of work.
Well,
then.
we're trying to get the coin up here.
So it's in Surtees's back pocket, is it, at the moment? Oh, a little inside edge. Maybe slightly leg side as well. Slapped through the covers. Good work at extra to get a hand on it. That was mullered, so that would have beaten mid-off, I fancy.
Just look at the
Really
way
good work from Sam Northeast in there at short extra.
absolutely snaps his wrist through it. In the way that we've seen Josh Butler do for the last 10 years or so, but it's right underneath him, almost cramping up, and just fires his wrist through it, gains so much power. That's what all the youngsters are doing, Phil. Just keeping you in the loop.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, thank you. I see it from afar.
I have been lucky enough to play one cricket match with you, and I don't think I've ever seen a man dress so well. I've never had so much confidence in someone walking out to the crease.
Yeah, I walked back quite quickly. Such is life.
I think anyone who bats in a floppy has good things coming their way.
Yeah. I once opened in an Essex League, Premier League game. I was, to be honest, above my station standard-wise, certainly at age, whatever I was at the time, but played in a struggling team, Essex Prem, and we didn't have any batters, so I was opening, and I went out to play a very good team on a quick one, and I wore the helmet. I've always hated wearing helmets. Shot down the ground. And I got through the first 10-15, and they brought on their medium pacer first change. Another one rolls on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 from 23. Brought with the medium pacer, so I thought, all right, I'll call for the white floppy. Feeling good about life. Just punch one down the ground. First one out the middle in a month and a half. Called for the white floppy, and so they called their quicks back immediately.
As you should.
As you should. But then what do you do? And I was caught in this internal psychodrama. Do I then go back to the helmet, or do I butch it out under the white floppy?
Go on.
And of course, pride got in the way, so I carried on batting in the white floppy. I was bounced to oblivion. 2 men out, 3 slips, all the rest of it. Oh, it was a slightly footless waft from Adam Thomas, and he's cranky with himself, actually. He knows that he's better than that. Yeah, and then, of course, I missed a straight one off a left-arm spinner, having been, mentally done in for the previous half an hour. Yeah. So the white floppy, it might be a signature, but it's got me into trouble many a time over the years as well.
In hindsight, would you have called for the helmet?
I mean, I definitely should have done. It was foolhardy not to have done. But I've never batted comfortably in it, you see, because I was at that era just before it was mandatory for teenagers to wear them. Myself and Mark Church, same era, same vibe. So we went out there in a cap or a floppy and just opened up the offside and flailed away. But now, of course, young cricketers, they have to wear the lid, so they get used to it from a very early age. I never felt fully at ease wearing a helmet. Obviously, I had to many times, but I never felt fully free. Yeah, should have definitely brought it back.
And that's a story from many people who were playing in that era when helmets were coming in.
I mean, they were already in. I'm not 80. They were well established. It's not me and Graham Yallop. Anyway.
You know what I'm saying.
Doesn't even know who Graham Yallop is, does he, Mark? Of course he doesn't. Anyway, another single into the offside. Dom Sibley going about his business without a care in the world.
Now we've had some nibbles on your most consequential cricketers.
Oh, good. Good.
But before that, we've got an email from Edward, which is on the good old grassroots game.
Okay. Missed out again on that leg side flick, so just a single. He's not quite found his rhythm yet. Early days, of course, Adam Thomas. He's just wrestling a wee bit with himself. You can see it in his mannerisms, see it in his body language. Not settled. Go on then.
He says, following Parkinson's appeal for a ball that pitched a foot outside leg and missed both bat before bouncing off the keeper's pads onto the ground.
Oh, long full toss. Thankful for getting away with that. So Kent just going through a nice mini passage here since removing Ryan Patel. Just keeping that run rate under control. Okay, so
He was asking about the worst appeals you've ever made or seen. And he said, I'll start. Club game.
Yep.
Similar ball.
Yep.
But it hit the pad. And the only appeal was from a 15-year-old standing at mid-wicket. The umpire turned to him and said, son, bit of a tip for your career as a cricketer. If it looks in line from there, it's not out. Oh, my word.
How about this? So we
Here
have
we
the coin.
go.
1709, John.
1709. Queen Anne Silver.
The first recorded game played between representatives of Surrey and representatives of Kent.
Yep,
Correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And this was used for the toss
Used for the
this
toss
morning.
And every future toss.
And every future toss until it's lost again.
Do we know who lost it? Do we know who lost it? John shaking his head and looking guilty as hell. Into the pitch again by Jaden Denny. It's been an excellent spell so far into his third.
Now, I had a question,
It's
Phil.
beautifully preserved, by the way, this coin.
On one
Can we
side,
show it? Can we show it?
presumably it's got a royal. And on the other side, what's on the other side?
Tell you what, we'll show it at half time. We'll get the camera up at half time. Oh, okay. All right. We can do it at the end of the over. Mark Church will be taking over, so he can take on Coin Watch. I feel like I'm in Detectorists. This is beautiful. Sibley again. Couple of runs into the offside. Yeah, this is a beautiful thing, truly. We shall show you in 3 deliveries' time, hopefully.
In those 3 deliveries, Phil, I better give you some of the names that have come through.
Okay, yes. Well, I want us to keep pushing this across the course of the afternoon.
You just move the coin towards the camera when Phil shows it.
Most consequential cricketers. Now, we've had a list of 10 here.
Lovely. Who from?
I'm going to start with a list from Trevor.
Yep.
There you go. There's your first 5.
21st century. 21st century. So, Trev, thanks ever so much. It's worth reading them out, for sure.
There you go. There are some more modern names for you.
Trevor was focusing more on the era of the 30s of last century. D. Jardine, top of the list. It's going to be drinks with Surrey cruising along at 130 for 1. Loss of just Ryan Patel. So here you go. Dhruv Jain, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, Virat Kohli, Chris Gale, AB de Villiers, Adam Gilchrist, Sachin, MS Dhoni, Kane Williamson, Ricky Ponting. Yeah, some familiar names that have already appeared in some of the lists that have been going around. Do throw whatever you fancy at this question, please. I'm not encouraging you to do my work for me, but it's all useful stuff. Now then,
right, let's
here
have a
we
look
go.
at the coin.
See if you can have a look at this. 1709. Here you go. Look at that. Queen Anne. 1709. What a relic. I feel like I'm holding a piece of treasure.
Have you ever thought about a career on Bargain Hunt or something like that?
I think I could do a bit of Dickinson. I think I could probably pull that off. If this goes south.
A coin from the year, the first time a representative team from Surrey played against a representative team from Kent. It's now used for the toss.
Yep.
Of every game. What's your tossing technique? I'm no good at tossing.
But I don't want to do it with this in case it flies out the window and we lose it again. So, 130 for 1, halfway point of this innings. I think we're going to have a fabulous game of cricket ahead of us here. Very watchable Kent top 6 as well. Really looking forward to seeing Ben Dawkins later on, one of a cohort of very good young Kent players. England under-19 star, tall and willowy. Gives you a whack through the covers, through square as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond as well, one of the greats really of county cricket. Sam Northeast up there with the best players never to play for England. He'll be in at 3. Harry Finch doing good things, breaking through as a top order T20 player as well. Chris Benjamin hits a long ball, and then the all-rounders. So I think they will have a good old run at whatever Surrey post here. At the halfway point, it's 130 for 1. A couple more thoughts from George. Play will resume with Mark Church taking you through the next hour or so.
Yeah, just that 1 wicket to fall. Ryan Patel spooning one out to deep extra cover. Off the bowling of Jaden Denley. His first ball of the game was a wicket ball. He's gone for 9 from his 3. And that was really came at quite a good time for Kent, because Patel into his 70s was striking it well, was just looking to increase the rate a touch.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to have Ollie Sykes coming in next for Surrey. I think they have done very nicely up to this point. I think they've got to push this on now a touch. They played nicely, but they want over 350 here on this. Good pitch, very good pitch. I thought I'd wandered into an episode of the Antiques Roadshow there with Fiona Bruce. Start of the 26th. Singh, been a good second spell by Singh this. His first 3 overs went for 17.
Well, you must love the romanticism of the coin. That's up your
well,
street.
yeah, I do. It's super. But they were doing this a few years ago, and then it disappeared off the face of the earth.
Indeed.
So I'm glad it's been found again. And I'll be honest with you, one of the great men of Surrey County Cricket Club showed that to me at about 8 o'clock this morning, and I thought he was talking about Princess Anne. And I thought it was when she won Olympic gold in the old show jumping. And this is a short ball from Singh, and Thomas pulls this away out towards deep backward square. Well, 2 things you were talking about there with Phil Walker. The greatest wearer of a floppy hat ever is coming up at half-time. A decision he really did regret against Wasim Akram in I think it was a NatWest final. So he's coming up, Mr. David Fulton. It was a brave thing to walk out in the final against Wazin wearing a white floppy sun hat for Kent. Slower ball from Singh. Single here for Sibley. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. They've done well here, Kent. They just pulled this back a touch. And with the lovely 1703 coin with Queen Anne on the front, and I'm sure that's worth a bob or two. I would be making sure that stays locked with the right people, because if you give it to any cricketer for more than 10 minutes, they'll lose it. As this is worked into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket by Thomas. Another single to him. But I did they used to have a champion county game against the MCC to start the first class season. And I went out to Dubai, I think it was. And both captains got to the middle on the opening first class game of the season with the umpires, and they realised nobody had a coin for the toss. So basically just decided who was going to have a bat and who was going to have a bowl. Oh my word, that's way down the leg side from Singh, and that'll be wide signalled. But no, it's a rather nice thing that, to have a coin from 1703. But as I say, it sort of started a few years ago, that, and then and then the coin, as so many things do, sort of disappeared, and now it's back. So very nice, very nice to see the coin of 1703. Single again for Sibley. Ryan Patel will be a little annoyed, actually. I thought he was on for about 180 today. He looked in such good form. He really did. But since that wicket's gone down, Kent have pulled this back very nicely.
Yeah, it's his first ball against Jaden Denley. Well, it's Jaden Denley's first ball of the game, and he just looked to immediately put him off his line, not let him settle at all. Maybe just a touch wide, his blade a touch open, spooned right up in the air.
Slow ball again from Singh. Another single for Thomas. So again, Kent won't mind that too much. No boundaries in that over. So another 23 to go. Just a reminder, 49 overs aside. So the second power play's only 29 overs. And that's because we had a little bit of rain earlier, before the start of play. Great crowd in today. Oh, look, that's nice, isn't it? A newborn with mum. Just going for a little. I think that's for a change of undergarments there. That was the nappy changing mat. I remember those.
Well, talking of someone who's doing multiple jobs, skipper, batter, keeper, Rory Burns. You've just promoted Ollie Sykes above him. What's your thinking there?
I need to just get on with this a bit. Just punched by Sibley into the offside. With the start they had, they won up around 350 here. Plus, Ollie Sykes would quite like to come in next and have a bit of a bat. Driven by Thomas. Bump ball. Crowd catch. Sam Northeast with a little grin on his face there at short extra cover. But there's been a lot of singles as Thomas drives down the ground for a long single towards long off. And as I say, I think Kent will be quite happy with this at the moment. After the start Surrey had, they just quietened it all down a touch, but you got all the experience of Sibley out there. Thomas is in lovely form at the moment. Single again, but all credit to Kent here. More to the total.
That first 50-run partnership, the majority of those runs came off boundaries. And of course, that's going to be higher during that power play with fewer fielders outside the ring. But even so, it's definitely slowed up.
Yeah, and I thought Kent bowled well in the first 10. I just thought Sibley and Patel played very well. Both in form. You know, in that first 10 overs, they were all genuine cricket shots. Nobody sort of running down the pitch and trying to launch stuff over mid-wicket. And that'll be the Sibley 50. Very nice one. I just want to kick on from here, but 50 off 70. He went through a patch where he hardly saw any of the strike. Ryan Patel was absolutely dominating the strike. 101 in the last game, 50 not out in this game. And, well, Kent won a chase. Kent saw it was a good pitch. The cloud cover as well this morning, but that wasn't really that prominent when the coin went up. So they're fancying their chances of having a chase on this. Good pitch. So Surrey now with, what have they got, 22 overs to go? Well, rate at the moment's 5.22. So if they continued along at that rate, that would be another 100 on top. That wouldn't be enough. So they're going to have to push this on. Parkinson comes back into the attack. Down below us from the Vauxhall end with his leggies. And this is driven into the offside by Sibley. And he will pick up a single. Dawkins diving to his right and getting something on it.
As you're right about those first 10 overs, they're all proper cricket shots, which I think is probably why Ryan Patel's a bit more frustrated about his dismissal, which was perhaps his first just slightly loose shot.
Oh, he looked quids in for something over 150 today. It's just in such good form. And he does play some gorgeous looking cricket shots. But Kent fancy a chase on this. So Surrey know that they're in a good position, but they've just got to kick it on from here. It's nicely played by Sibley. Just works it into the leg side, picks up a couple.
But they are in a good position. They've built a good base, these two. 116 was the total for the fall of that first and only wicket. Thomas has seen 23 deliveries now, so he's played himself in.
I'd say this is 300 par. This pitch on the daylight today. And the other thing with it is if you can get up over that and stick something like 350 on the board, it does put them under pressure. Oh, what a bit of bowling that is. That's Sibley, but that's a brilliant bit of bowling from Parkinson. He's got that one to turn. And Sibley's seen it, looked to push away into the offside, and with the turn away from the right-hander, thin outside edge. Benjamin does the rest. Sibley goes for 53. Been a good innings, but he's been done there by a lovely piece of bowling from Matt Parkinson. Any leggy would be happy with this delivery. Little bit of drift in, then spins away. Perfect. Perfect bit of bowling from Matt Parkinson, and that's why he's so delighted with it. Drifts into the right-hander, then spins away. And just tempts Sibley to come forward and look to push through the offside. Finish outside edge. Benjamin does the rest. And just a nice piece of bowling that from Parkinson. Sibley goes for 53, and it is going to be the captain. He's in form himself off the back of 89. Phil Brown there. One of, if not the best photographer in the world.
He's also one of the best dressed cricketers I've played with.
Well, yes. Well, yes. Not in everyday life.
No,
but when he plays cricket.
Yes, yes. He was wearing Mark Waugh's cricket shirt.
Oh, he gets a lot of good stuff on his travels.
And an SS Jumbo in his hands.
He's very clever like that. But he is one of, if not the best in the world with his camera in his hand when it comes to cricket. So here is the captain, Rory Burns, out to the middle. So Sibley gone for 53. But that delivery will do a bit of spinning around social media, I would have thought, from Parkinson.
As a leg spinner to a right-hander, it was absolutely perfect. The flight was glorious, just up around the eye line. It got some good dip, And it's gripped massively, brought Sibley forward. It's probably one of those as a batter, you walk off the field and just think, yeah, you know what,
Yeah.
well bowled.
No, it was. He gave that one a proper old rip. Rory Burns' first delivery turns this into the leg side, and there is no run. So Surrey just have to be a little bit careful here. 22 to go, 21 to go now. And after a very good start, Kent have pulled them back. They've just got the wicket of Dom Sibley. But a lovely piece of bowling from Parkinson.
Well, I imagine Burns will like that matchup with Parkinson. He's very strong through the leg side over mid wicket and especially on the sweep. And all of those shots he'll be playing with the spin.
Yeah, and he's sort of freed himself up a bit in the last couple of games in terms of the 50 over stuff. Denley it is, continuing from the pavilion end. Oh, very nicely. His uncle's retired now. What a career Joe Denley had. And of course his old England opening partner is at the non-strikers end at the moment. As this is driven by Thomas, but again, fielding's good from Sam Northeast. Burns and Denley opened up quite a few times for England. Driven again by Thomas. Gave that one a little bit more air, did Denley. Remember seeing his T20 debut. Denley, probably 3-4 years ago. I think he was 16. Here, in front of a full house. And he's a very, very good cricketer, Jaden Denley. But as I say, his uncle now has retired, and what a career. What a career Joe Denley had. So Burns comes on to strike for the first time here to Denley. But great crowding. I've been sat out on the balcony and it's a great crowding today. Weather's good now. Good quality cricket. Nice buzz around the place today as well. Be interested to know what the crowd is. As, looking to paddle sweep is Burns. Hits the pad. Runs away down towards third man. Burns got a bit of bat on that. No signal of leg by, so Burns is off the mark. I reckon we're up over 5,000 now.
Oh, I should think so.
That's short from Denley. Cut away by Thomas. Through extra cover. Should get 2. Will get 2.
Joe Denley retiring last week. 15 test matches for England. An average of 29. Over 14,000 first-class runs.
Listen, has that remarkable T20 here where he got 100 and took a hat-trick in a T20 game. Single off the last ball of the over. The 150 comes up for Surrey, so 20 overs remaining for Surrey. Yeah, played some one-day cricket for England as well, didn't he?
16 times with a high score of 87. But just seemed to be floating around the England team at that time where the selectors were going through a new opening partnership every other day. Just never quite managed to get anything settled in that post-Cook-Strauss era.
Well, I don't think they ever have.
Well, I
Stuck
thought
with Crawley and Duckett for a while.
Yeah, the stats suggest, at least at the beginning, that was the most successful we'd had since then, definitely. And I thought that was going to be what we'd stick with for a while.
Well, it's not just England, you know. Look at Australia after Hayden and Langer for so many years, and it's quite difficult to find a settled opening pair in terms of international cricket.
Even seeing it with the bowling since Jimmy and Broad.
Yeah.
It's difficult to forward plan when you're so set in your ways with what you've already got.
Keith Dudgeon back into the attack to bowl the 30th over. And the first delivery, well, Thomas, oh dear, he's looked to hook that. He's bottom edged it straight into his unmentionables. Oh, that will be painful. And not everybody is made like Sibley. Because if that was Sibley, it would be a quick rearrangement and back at it. But that has really hurt. Bottom edge straight into his abdominal guard. Ooh, goodness. I don't know if I want to see that in slow motion. Thank you very much. So, yes. Very painful, that. For young Mr. Thomas. Looking to run this down to third man. Finds backward point. So, yes, it has all slowed up, this. And Kent have done very well here.
Well, 100 came in the 19th over, and 150 came in the 29th over.
Yeah, and Surrey have been around about 5 the entire innings. Here is Thomas, off the front foot, pulling leg side, cries of catch it, but he's got enough on it. The chase is on, and it's a terrific chase. That's great work from Denley. And they'll get back for 3.
This is the greenest outfield I've seen in a while. It's been well watered, and that has just managed to slow up. But around the country, those would be racing away without a chance of catching up with it, as we saw in Guildford for our outground games.
Well, I think I'm right in saying, of course, here in some of the other grounds, they've got the old sprinklers in the outfield. So that helps. But as we found out at Guildford, the hosepipe ban exempt for elite sport. So you can get your big hose out. But yeah, we've seen some. I was at Chelmsford on Sunday. That looked like a desert, the outfield. It really did. We have had a little bit of rain today, though. As here goes Burns, pulling for 4. Too short from Dudgeon. So first boundary for a while, actually. And nicely put away by Rory Burns. His first boundary. But that's just too short on here. And then Burns quickly onto that and pulling it away to the square leg rope for 4.
That's the first boundary we've had since the 20th over.
Who's got the coin? Where's the coin? Ah, good. Whew, thought we'd lost it already. That would have been a bit of a disaster, wouldn't it? Hang on, I've lost my glasses now saying that. As Burns just opens the face, guides this one straight to backward point, and there is no run. Oh, thank you very much for this. Highest one-day crowd since the Kent match in 2023. So that in 2023 was over 7,000. So we're over 7,239. Because that was the record crowd. So we're over 7,239. That's well bowled by Dudgeon. Just tucks Burns up for room. Can only play it back up the pitch. So that's a healthy number for this game.
Well, does that mean that it's the second highest?
Well, it's above 7,239, which was the highest. So excellent crowd in. Excellent crowd. 19 left for Surrey. Still say 300's par on this. So they're going to have to get a bit of a move on here. Oh, that is a good sandwich.
Homemade, look at that, brought it in.
Yeah, very sensible.
Very savvy.
I think that was cheese and tomato.
And another one.
Looks like coronation chicken to me, that one. Very nice.
Very good eye, Churchill.
Very nice. Denley continues. Very tidy figures from Jaden Denley. Thomas will get a long single there down to Daniel Bowell-Drummond.
There was someone in York who came prepared with their own deck chair and their own folding table.
Quite right, too.
And basically had a full-on lunch.
Quite right, too. Nice ground, York, isn't it?
Lovely ground. Loads of space. Very lappable. I think that's important for an outground. Ability to walk round the outfield, round the boundary.
Yeah, Surrey were up there a couple of years ago. Burns is reverse sweeping here and gets it up and over the top and down to the boundary rope for 4. So that's one of his sweeps. Rory Burns, nicely played. And as I say, he's sort of freed himself up a bit in the last couple of games, and he's a very good player of spin, of course. Rory Burns, and he's picked the short boundary for that shot. Hasn't gone for many boundaries here, Denley.
Oh, he's bowled really nicely. He's varied his pace and his length, floated some up, darted some in. It's been difficult to get away.
It's a conventional sweep. He's got something on that, Rory Burns. It takes it up and over the top of Benjamin. There goes Parkinson. They're going to get back for 3. Good running from Thomas, going to the danger end. Absolutely tore the first 2. There did Adam Thomas, and then back for 3. So, a little bit of a push here from Surrey in this over. 8 off it off 3 balls. I'd be locking that coin away somewhere. The man who's got responsibility for it at the moment, just a reminder, the coin from 1703 with the picture, is that the right word? Engraving. The stamp of Queen Anne. As I say, this morning I thought it was Princess Anne, and it was to commemorate her Olympic gold medal in the show jumping. As this could be another boundary, it will be. So yeah, the push is on now for Surrey, and it's the captain Rory Burns. So the platform was laid, then it just got a bit quiet from a Surrey perspective, but now Burns is just showing off his range of sweep shots. That was nicely played. Conventional that time, just on length as much as anything. And in front of square. So 16 off 8 for Rory Burns. Now Daniel Baldrummond wants a chat with Jaden Denley. Gentleman there doing some very good work to get over the seats, to get back into his seat. So that now is 13 off this over with a ball to go. Oh, now he's playing the little paddle down into the leg side. He'll want 2, he won't get it. It's good work. Around very quickly there did Ben Dawkins and got the throw away. But better over for Surrey. 14 off that over from Jaden Denley. Just put him under a bit of pressure for the first time there, Denley. And there are 18 to go, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. But he's bowled very nicely today, but in that over, George just putting him under a little bit of pressure, just making him think a bit. Reverse sweep, conventional sweeps.
Yeah, it was his first over where Patel looked to take him on immediately and went too hard too fast and was caught out in deep. And since then, Denley's just been allowed to settle, and he's been on top really in those battles. He's been very difficult to get away. And, well, as you said, they'd have to increase the rate at some point, and with wickets still in the shed, Burns thought the young spinner was the time to do it. And he's so strong, square of the wicket. It's what we said when he was new to the crease on the sweep, on the reverse sweep. He's so comfortable playing it. And he'll happily take it from outside off. He'll take it from on the stumps. And he'll play it on length. And he basically showed us all 3 of those in that last over.
It's a lovely day now, as he's square driving here, Rory Burns, with a bit of width from Dudgeon. It's good work as well down there. Harry Finch again quickly round to keep it down to a single.
Dudgeon just dropped a touch short in his last over. Conceded 3 on the pull to Thomas, and then 4 on the pull to Burns. And then when he did pitch it up, as he has done there, just drifted a touch wide at times.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's quick enough to go short on this surface, Keith Dudgeon, unless he really bends his back. As Thomas will pick up a single here out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Lovely atmosphere today.
It's that wonderful, gentle hum of a cricket ground.
Well,
one of
it is.
life's greatest sounds.
And as I've been saying, there is a real interest this year in the 50 over comp. Has been in the last few years, but this year in particular. And there's some excellent cricket being played by all sides. Slower ball from Dudgeon, just pushed by Burns. But real interest in this 50 over comp this year.
Oh, because there are some really top-class international players on show, and you have the exciting mix of some youngsters coming through who you might not get a chance to look at during the county championship or the blast. And you have the fun of the outgrounds and the big venues as well.
Yeah, but it's competitive this year. That's the really good thing about it. Good shot from Burns, over pitched by Dudgeon. And Burns has just got that front foot outside the line and thrown his hands through it. Again, just freed up Rory Burns. Saw it a bit at Guildford. Just as decided, I'm going to play some shots now.
Yeah, he's not going to miss out on a half volley on 3rd and a half stump. But he does throw his hands through it in a less conventional manner than maybe he would in a Red Bull game, certainly. Much riskier shot.
So 6 off this over with 2 balls to go. 14 off the last over. Oh, he's going again here, Burns. It's too short from Dudgeon. It's not that short, but on this surface too short. That's the short leg side boundary for Burns, and that's flat for 6. And it's just good batting from Rory Burns, this. Picks up the length very quickly, sitting there waiting for it. And Dudgeon will know it's not that short, but on here, Rory Burns can just stay where he is and just help it on its way. And it's the captain here who's just upping the rate at the right time. He's on to 28 off 13. His first maximum, second maximum of the game. Ryan Patel hit one as well. Last ball of the over, 12 of this one. It's a little short and wide, and that's going to be cut away for 4 more. So 16, 30 off the last 2. So Surrey just now going through the gears.
And he's certainly playing with a more attacking mindset, but in that over especially, he's not really had to do anything out of the ordinary. He was given a straight half volley, which he's punched down the ground. He was given a straight short one, which he's pulled for 6. And then he's given a short wide one, which he's cut away. So he's not had to really go out of his comfort zone or do anything rash. He's just been given 3 boundary balls, which he has dispatched.
And now Kent will feel under a bit more pressure. So Denley's coming out the attack. They're going to Milnes. Yeah, Beldrumman's worried. So he's turned to Matt Milnes. He got a very nice opening spell to Matt Milnes. But this is because Daniel Beldrumman's a little concerned now. 30 off the last 2, with 17 remaining for Surrey. And as I say, they'll want up around or over 300 here, Surrey. Start of the 33rd over. Just a reminder, just the 49 overs today after our little bit of drizzle. And Milnes on the money straight away, just pushed away by Thomas into the offside.
But having had a look at Surrey batting first, I imagine Kent will be fairly happy to chase whatever they're set on here.
Absolutely. And that will be why they've decided to bowl first when they won the toss. Surrey will know that as well. But I was at the game at Chelmsford on Sunday. That was a belting track. And Essex put such a big total on the board that actually for Worcestershire the chase was going to always be difficult because they had to go for it really from ball 1. As Thomas turns this delivery up towards mid-on. And we'll get a single. Yeah, 376 Essex posted off their 50 overs. But of course, smaller boundaries there as well, especially straight at Chelmsford.
That's the advantage of batting second, of course, as you know what you've got to chase, and therefore, from the outset, you know how many runs per over you've got to score. So it can just help you set the tempo. Instead of thinking on a belting pitch, we've got to go and score some runs and lose some quick wickets by being a bit rash. Looks like at the game state at the minute that won't be necessary.
Burns forward, won't get a run on this occasion. Just squirts out to that deep backward point. Yeah, that psychology though, when it's a massive total.
Well, almost reverses, doesn't it? Yeah.
I remember when Surrey got the 498 here, and Gloucestershire it was against. And really, I think Gloucestershire got 260 in the end, but they had to just go at it from ball one, and that was a belting track. But that psychology is very different when you've got a massive total and you know, right, we haven't got any time to have a look here. We're just going to have to go from ball one. Good over this from Milnes, just the 2 runs off it. This is why Baldrummond's turn to Milnes. As I say, 30 off the last 2. So he's gone back to Milnes here, just shut it down. Bowled again. Slower ball on this occasion from Milnes. He's doing a good job for his captain here, Matt Milnes.
Ollie Sykes, Josh Blake and Tom Laws, the next 3 in. As carded at the minute, of course that could change, but there's plenty of batting and acceleration there as well. And you suggested maybe you would like to see Ollie Sykes coming at 4.
Only just because he hasn't had much cricket lately, and he'd had quite a few overs to bat. But Burns has done a damn good job. There's a single here for Thomas.
My point being that if the wicket falls, that's no reason for Surrey to slow down the rate at all. There's still plenty of powerful batting to come.
In T20 terms, if he'd been fit, I wouldn't mind seeing Ollie Sykes open. The more overs you can get out of him, the better, I think. I'd enjoy watching 25 overs of Ollie Sykes. 16 left then for Surrey.
And up near 300 is realistic.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a pipe dream.
No, not at all. Not from here.
Great base.
That'll be exactly what they're thinking.
2 set batters. Batting to come. Kent maybe just, the momentum swinging slightly back towards the batting side.
Yep, and he's gone to Grant Stewart now. That was a good over from Milnes. So, the big figure, the handsome figure, as Cameron Steele said, and I would agree with that, of Grant Stewart, and that's driven up the ground by Thomas, and the fielding's done by Daniel Baldrummond. The email that Phil, he used a very long word as always. So what was his? He wanted the best.
The most consequential cricketers
right,
of the 21st century.
Very good. I said to John Surtees, oh, he's not here now. Cameron Steele's here though. I said Chris Wokes. A, very fine cricketer, and B, the old broken arm at the end of the India series. Oh, that was talked about for a very long time. And he got himself on the front of Wisden. As thought about the single here did Thomas.
I guess really it all comes down to how you define consequential.
Exactly. Absolutely.
So the name I'll throw in there would be, for a lasting impact on the game, familiar in these parts, Kevin Peterson.
Ah, yes, very much so. Very much so. Oh, Burns has gone here. I think he was looking to go more leg side to start off with and then skewed it. And it's Sam Northeast who takes the catch, but it's been a good innings that from the captain. Just put a bit of impetus into it, but it's good from Grant Stewart after that over from Milnes. So Burns goes for 33. Kent have their 3rd wicket. I think he was thinking of going leg side to start off with. There, Rory Burns. And now he's having a chat with Thomas about what to do from here. Is the captain as he makes his way off. But he's done his job there, Rory Burns. 33 off 18. But it's good from Stewart as well. Backing up the over from Milnes. And we were... Are we now getting Josh Blake or Ollie Sykes? 191 for 3. I think it's Ollie Sykes making his way out to the middle now. He of the big back lift.
Well, you're definitely right about opening up the leg side. He steps right across and is batting a couple of stumps outside off. By the time he connects with it, you also see his head position there, looking over towards the leg side.
Well, it's the shortest boundary, and he's strong there, Rory Burns. But as I say, he's done his job with his 33 off 18. So here is Ollie Sykes. Hasn't had a huge amount of cricket due to injury this season, but such an exciting talent, this one. He really is. And he's got 15.3 overs remaining. But it's good from Kent again.
It was a great late adjustment from Stewart, who saw Burns move. And on that angle has just drifted it a little bit wider so that Burns can't get his hands through it towards the leg side. It's quite an agricultural slap in the end. Not what he had envisaged. But it's well bowled. Good adjustment.
Oh, there's our first singlet of the day in the crowd. First ball for Ollie Sykes then. And forward he comes. He'll get off the mark straight away to backward point. So Sykes off the mark straight away.
Well, Thomas has been able to just bide his time a little bit because his captain at the other end was the one advancing the rate. But now he's the set bat. He's faced 39 deliveries for his 24. And you'd think now that he's going to be the one who will just have to accelerate things.
Well, he's in good form. Seen that this season in all forms of the game. Get a single here. Down to third man, but that 30 off the 2 overs. Jaden Denley and Keith Dudgeon. And then Daniel Bell-Drummond's turn to his, probably the two he trusts the most in Milnes and Stewart. They've done a great job here. That's 1 for 7 so far off these last 1.5 overs. As Sykes drives up the ground and there is no run. End of the over then. So we've got another 15 to go.
Yeah, 2 really important overs. As you said, 30 from it. And since then, it was 3 off that Milnes over. And then the crucial wicket of Burns coming in this most recent over. So the 2 youngsters with a lot of responsibility here. Do you think that 300 is looking a bit further off now? Or
No, they could still get there. They'll want to. That would have been their aim at the start, without a shadow of a doubt, especially with the start that they had. Oh, look, that gentleman's brought his camera. Old school camera, that looks like to me. Let's take some photos. It's rather nice to see an old school camera in the crowd, because most people these days use their phones,
I'll
don't
tell
they?
you what, it's very popular now with the younger
With the
generation.
what, a
Because,
camera?
well, yeah, my generation are obsessed with worse quality media than they've got accessible to them.
Right.
So anything that looks a bit nostalgic is in fashion at the minute.
You're a strange bunch, aren't you? You really are. As Milnes from the pavilion end. This is short. Thomas has clothed this up towards mid-on. And it's a good tumbling stop. Well, I remember my daughter suddenly went through a patch of, can I have a Polaroid? Remember the old Polaroids where you and then have you really? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Is that for modelling purposes? Has a Polaroid. Oh, that's lovely. Phil Walker's saying that he uses his Polaroid, that whoever comes to visit the house, he takes a Polaroid of them as they come in and then puts them on the wall. Yeah, I think
I think I've seen that crime series. As Thomas waits with bat raised, and this is balled out towards deep backward square.
Well, Church, you've got Cam coming on at the end of this over.
Yes.
And I reckon he might tread the line of sort of
The foot
that
in both
nostalgic
camps.
media
He's got a
generation.
foot in both camps. as
I reckon
Mr.
he
Steele.
understands it. He may not partake, but he
Yeah.
definitely understands it. Maybe he does partake. No, he doesn't partake.
No.
But he does understand it.
Well,
He said too tight. It is expensive. That's the thing. Worse quality media now is more expensive than just
yes.
using what's available.
Yeah, well, there's people making a fortune out of that. If you're all silly enough to buy it. Sykes looking to turn leg side, leading edge, rolls away out towards cover. And there is no run.
Well, this is going to be a really interesting finish to see how these two manage to just get that rate going again, because we had that big 2 overs, then we've had 6 from the previous 2 overs, including a wicket.
Yeah, and I think it's been Milnes and Stewart combining to bowl very well.
Definitely.
Thing is, though, after this, he's only got 3 left, Milnes. So how long does Bale Drummond keep him going for? Because Bale Drummond will want Milnes at the back end, I'm sure. So it may be that Thomas and Sykes have said to themselves, well, we'll let Milnes bowl this over and then we'll go after whoever comes in for the next over, because he'll want at least 3-2 left of Milnes at the back end of this Surrey innings with Daniel Bale Drummond. That's short and just swaying inside it. Is he wide at that? Cool. It's a bit harsh.
It did look a bit tight, didn't it?
It just looks like a good bit of bowling that from here, but wided.
Let's have another look. Yeah.
Well, it's been given, but I just think that's a good bit of aggressive bowling from Milnes.
I'm not even sure I saw anything from square leg. I think that's all come from the standing umpire.
Extra delivery in the over then for Sykes and Surrey. And it's that slower, shorter ball, which is just helped by Sykes down towards long leg. Just a reminder, Mr. Walker talking about when he strolled out in an Essex Premier game, or call for his white floppy sun hat. Well, the greatest ever of choosing to walk out in a white floppy sun hat is coming up to join us in the interval. Mr. David Fulton, who strolled out, of course, in that final against Wasim Akram. He said at the time it felt like a good decision till he faced the first ball from Wasim Akram. As this is worked leg side by Thomas. Good over again from Milnes. Very tidy. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Churchy.
George will be back. Excellent stuff as always. And Mr. Cameron Steele coming back to join myself and Phil Walker through the last 14 overs here from Surrey with the bat and Kent with the ball, and then we will know what Kent are chasing. But it's a lovely day here. Everybody in the crowd. Over 7,000 in already today watching this game in the sunshine. A few more there, settling themselves down in the pavilion. Good afternoon, Mr. Cameron Steele.
Good afternoon, Mark Church. Good to be back.
It's good to have you back. Well, Stuart's going to continue. Thomas will be on strike. Oh, bold. Thomas has looked to swing leg side, and this has been excellent from Milnes and Stewart. Daniel Bale Drummond was worried. 30 came off 2 overs from Keith Dudgeon and Denley. He's turned to Milnes and Stewart. Milnes has got rid of Burns. Stewart's got rid of Thomas. Good bowling from Stewart. Thomas gone for 27. And I was saying probably about 10 overs ago, Surrey are in slight danger of being a bit short of where they should be here, Cameron Steele.
Agreed. Just before this delivery, which is a beautiful delivery from Grant Stewart, top of the stumps. Not quite short enough or full enough to play that shot across the line from Thomas, but Surrey, until that wicket, will have been eyeing up well over 300 and probably going to need it on this pitch. And it's a feature of the 50 over comp, especially this year, that a lot of scores are ending up between 270 and 320. And in order to have something that's stoutly defendable, it's got to really be north of 330, 340. And I mean, the man striding to the crease is in some good form as early as he's come to the crease, really. Josh Blake.
He's played some great innings so far in the comp for Surrey. Josh Blake.
Another one who's come of age and in a sense this year. I know he scored 100 a couple of years ago at Chelmsford, but his back of the innings hitting this year has been a huge feather in his cap.
Yeah, it has. And I think he probably looks at himself in the 50 over stuff for Surrey as a senior player now. Josh Blake.
But now there's two new men at the crease, and momentum, you would say, has shifted back towards the Spitfires.
And Burns played really nicely for that 33. And he got on with it. And as I say, Daniel Bale-Drummond just had a slight worry on. So he's gone to Milnes and Stewart, and they pulled it back again. So very good from the Kent pair. First ball for Josh Blake. And he's off the mark straight away. Just opens the face, guides this one down towards third man. And picks up a single.
What'll be intriguing now is to see whether Captain DBD gets a few more overs out of Milnes and Stewart. 7 apiece. And just see whether they can make some further inroads into this Surrey batting lineup, which is, albeit deeper today, with Tom Laws coming into the side.
Yeah, I suppose in the back of his mind, shot. That's a good looking shot from Sykes, but hits the fielder up at mid-on. Won't get a run. So yes. So Milnes has got 3 more, Stewart's got 2 more after this. So that would take you up to 41. You've then got to find 8. Does he leave a couple back for the back end of the innings with Milnes and Stewart? That's the decision the captain has to make. Daniel Bale-Drummond. It's well bowled again from Stewart because Sykes can't get that away. He's giving him absolutely no room here. Very good stuff from Grant Stewart.
Well, I should say as well that the batting lineup is deeper because of this man on screen.
Yes.
Ollie Sykes, who hasn't played a lot of cricket this year, has had one of the unluckiest years in terms of ailments. Struggled with a knee, some illness.
He's driving here, thickish edge, flies through backward point. Now they want 2, they should get 2, they will get 2. Harry Finch doing the fielding. He's a hell of a talent though. That's the 200 up for Surrey. I've always thought with his setup, there is a touch of the Owen Morgans about Ollie Sykes with the way he sets up. And he's always used this setup. I remember when I got told about him when he was a schoolboy cricketer, scoring runs for fun. But this is the same setup he used as a schoolboy cricketer, because it's not that long ago that he was at school actually. There's a single here for Sykes. And 1 more to the total. End of the over, 201 for 4, 13 to go. But I can remember being told about him 3-4 years ago. And there's this kid at Tunbridge who's going to be special. And you often hear that and you think, are they? But no, he has got something about him. Now he's turning to Parkinson. He does want to keep Milnes up his sleeve. There's Daniel Bale-Drummond. So he's going to keep 3 from Milnes in his back pocket.
He is, and we've got an intriguing passage of play to come. Spinning into the left-handed Sykes, a man who loves to hit big sixes, as his bat sponsor shows. As we were talking about at Guildford, if you have an SS or a ton, means someone rates you as hitting bombs, and the flight of Matt Parkinson here might just tempt the young Sykes.
Well, he got Dom Sibley with a beautiful delivery. Sykes with a single down the ground. Laura Harris, of course, with the whack bat, which I did enjoy. And by the end of the T20, she was giving it a whack.
Well, now Matt Parkinson is bowling to the two left-handers, Blake and Sykes. He's got the bigger boundary on the leg side. Makes life a little bit easier for him.
Yep. And of course we've got, when we hit 39 overs, then it's into the final power play where he can get 5 outside that 30-yard circle. Daniel Bell-Drummond. Blake forward, just trying to push that leg side, I think, but he'll get a single into the offside. End of this over, you'll be joined by Fiona Bruce again. Cameron Steele. Were you in here for the Antiques Roadshow earlier? There's definitely a career for him in that. If he ever retires from the cricket game, Phil Walker, I can see him hosting the old Antiques Roadshow. Here goes Sykes. Lovely use of the feet. Straight into the pavilion for 6. That's middle tier. And it's his footwork there from Ollie Sykes. Couple of paces down the pitch and then as straight as a die. And into the committee room, I think. But it's a lovely bit of batting, this, from Ollie Sykes. And as I say, that has gone, I think that went through the door of the committee room from Ollie Sykes there. Lovely shot. Oh, he's going again. This one's long on. That's 6 more. That's over the dugouts. He's going here, Ollie Sykes. And he's targeting Parkinson. And that's why the decision for Daniel Bell-Drummond was such a tricky one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a risk from Bell-Drummond with the two lefties, especially the big hitting Sykes, but you can see the motive behind it to get him to play some big shots, and he's certainly done that.
Back-to-back 6s. Oh, he's down the pitch here. That's well bowled by Parkinson. Just took a little bit off it, and he's just waited and then punched it down the ground for a single.
What's so impressive about those 2 6s and then, of course, the single down the ground that everyone claps even louder than the 6s is that he just didn't try and overhit any of them.
No,
gorgeous footwork.
Yeah, it was the feet that made it. As Blake is forward, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. So better over for Surrey. 15 off that Parkinson over. And a few thoughts from you, Cameron, still with 12 to go, and then you will be joined by Phil Walker.
Some gorgeous stroke making from Ollie Sykes. Hasn't managed to play a lot this season, so great to see him back out at the Oval and striking it so sweetly as Phil Walker comes back to join us. Hello. Good
Afternoon, Cam. Yeah, 12 to go. 2:16 for 4. I can understand why they brought back Matt Parkinson. Try and tempt him. Do you feel like if they were to get rid of Ollie Sykes, then they can look to really get stuck into that lower order? Relatively inexperienced. Looking forward to the highlights tonight when you hear Mark Church say Phil Walker Antiques Roadshow literally as he launches one into the pavilion. Yeah, cheers for that, Mark. Right. Sykes is into the 20s already. He's a man in a hurry here. And as Cam Steele says, he's missed too much cricket to hang around this summer. So frustrating for him. Broke through last year. Came from nowhere, really. Wasn't too much, even two's experience behind him, but when you're good, you're good. He was elevated, fast-tracked into the ones last year, and then, as Cam says just now, a litany, really, of ailments and setbacks, but he's back, fit, and looking to make up for lost time. 21 off 14 already.
And great to see him alongside Tom Laws and Dan Worrell coming back from the 100 to play for the Three Feathers.
Yeah, good result, that. More runs into the onside. Very good so far.
He's just kept that impetus going in this Surrey innings. Takes the pressure off Josh Blake. He can give himself a little bit of time to get in. And he'll be wanting to finish the innings off in the same fashion as he has in the previous few games.
Leg side. So, one more to the total. Yeah, so Tom Laws and Ralphie Albert carded to come in next. Two good young stroke makers. Laws, of course, been around the traps now for 3 or 4 years at least. Ralphie just making his way. But there's runs in those two for sure. Tom Elam at 9. And then 10 Jack, James Taylor and Frankie Worrell. More runs into the onside for Blake this time. He timed that beautifully. It's good work out there. Jaden Denley, I think it is. This crowd are really into this game, Cam. It's been that sense all day long, hasn't it? It's been great.
It's been loud.
That's it.
You're right to say that they're into it. It just seems like the enthusiasm as well as the attendance is great to see, really.
It is. It really is. It's a perfect day for watching cricket as well. Gentle breeze, not too hot. Bit of sun on your back as well. Life could be worse than to be here this afternoon. Fascinating game of cricket and a lot riding on it as well. These two teams locked together in the guts of this group. So just going through Kent's, what's left for Kent here. So Milnes being held back, 3 still to go. Bowled brilliantly today, going at less than 4s. Grant Stewart's got 1 more after this. I suspect you'll see him bowl out from the Vauxhall end. Jaden Denley, I thought, bowled tidily. Still got 4 available to him. I wonder if Parkinson maybe kept aside for now. 4 overs for 38, and Ollie Sykes looking like he was enjoying that angle, floating into the lefty. Keith Dudgeon still got 4 as well. Airborne, short boundary, 6 more. So, Ollie Sykes is motoring along here, 28 from 17, 3 maximums already. Didn't get much of it, but got enough.
Straight off the toe of the bat. Just shows the strength of him. It is a small boundary, but the strength of the swing, the high hands, that's such a feature of Ollie Sykes' game in full flow. And it's looking as though we're not going to see Matt Parkinson or Jaden Denley. We're instead going to see the return of Ekansh Singh.
Yeah, bustling medium pace. Lots to like about him. And that run rate just ticks above a run a ball now. So much needed impetus brought to the game by Ollie Sykes.
And Surrey will be looking to go anywhere between 9 and 10 and over for the last 11 here. Try and push that score well above 300, 330.
Helped round the corner. Caught up with that tidily. First boundary for Josh Blake. Bit of a filthy drag down in truth. Bumped into Josh Blake's mum and dad after the game at Guildford. Just wandered out of the Portaloo before heading off home, and they were there and said, "Oh, you do the bit for Surrey?" Had a lovely chat. A couple of delightful people. And they were just watching their boy get it done. Played very tidily for his 30 odd actually at Guildford, and kept beautifully as well. I mean, he's a fabulous keeper.
Yeah, one of the most conscientious workers
Yeah.
in the game, under the tutelage of Alex Stewart,
Yeah.
Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith. All the keepers do all their work together.
If they are watching, Mr. and Mrs. Blake, lovely to meet you. Cheers for the chat.
I think Mr. Blake is here. I saw him on screen before.
Okay.
But maybe he's got our dulcet tones in his ear. You never know.
You never know.
Well, he's probably asleep if we're in his ear.
I've heard that before. Right. Gives himself room. One-hander. That is a boomer. And it's well taken in the end by Harry Finch. That was a steepler. And the bowling change works. So every now and then, Kent just drop a jab back into Surrey's midriff. 2, 3, 4 for 5. This is intriguingly poised now, because Surrey, they've been propulsive all day long. It was a great setup early on, the openers. 75 off the first 15, none down. But they just need to be slightly mindful here, Cam.
Yeah, just a slower ball there from Singh. Ollie Sykes just gets ahead of himself slightly. It was there to hit, but his blood was still going from the sixes he'd hit in the previous 2 overs. But a decent cameo from him. And like you say, Phil Walker, Surrey just need to be a little bit careful and make sure that they consolidate what is already a strong total, but might not be enough.
So, according to Cam Steele, the dashingly handsome Tom Laws joins the fray. And yeah, just got to be conscientious for the next couple of overs at least. There's still 10 and a bit to go here. There's a lot of runs in this mid to lower order, and there's hitting power as well down the pipe. But they don't want to overdo it. Don't want to fall over in a heap. It's one of the ongoing beauties of 50 over cricket, or today 49 over cricket. It's these little gentle, subtle ebbs and flows within the moment. Enjoyed watching him today. Akash Singh, he's got through 6 and a bit overs now, 6.4 overs, 1 for 32. That's his first of the day, but he beat Dom Sibley's outside edge a couple of times early on. Looks like a wholehearted kind of cricketer. Picks up 4 for 40 as well in the previous game 3 days back at Beckenham against Notts. Big win that, of course, for Kent. Last over, chasing down 293 to get it done. Yeah, lots to like. Looking forward to seeing their storied top 2 stroke makers as well later on. DBD, of course, and Sam Northeast as well. 2 fabulous players on the eye. Whenever Sam Northeast comes here, he always seems to me, no matter what format of the game, he always gets 40 of the most beautiful runs I've ever seen and then contrives to get out.
He is one player I'm happy to not be playing against anymore.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
Yeah. He's got the full package, the 100, the 200, the 300 and the 400. Two, 3, 5 for 5. 10 to go. Beautifully poised. So, yeah, going to be Grant Stewart to...
Well, I think it's Matt Milnes.
Oh, is it?
Potentially.
Correction. You're right. You're right. So they're keeping Stewart back for 1. Milnes, main strike bowler, the bowler of the day. 3 overs still in hand. Smart move?
Good move. Good move from captain Daniel Bell-Drummond. Tom Laws, new to the crease, who's a naturally aggressive player, but not known for his batting. Good move bringing strike bowler Matt Milnes in, especially with 3 overs left in the tank. Try him out for 1 or 2 here. Let's see what happens.
Milnes in then. Slower ball first up, so might be a sign of things to come.
This is a good opportunity for Tom Laws as well. He's an exciting young all-rounder. We know what he can do with the ball. He's played some important knocks for Surrey over the years. But now he's got a good opportunity. First time for a while that he's played, apart from the other day at Edgbaston.
Short. In the game, going to be gone again. Another wicket caught in the outer. So 2 in 2, 2 false shots. And suddenly, Surrey are 6 down here and tottering a little bit here, Cameron.
Yeah, and good move by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Matt Milnes gets his rewards. His first wicket of the day. And it looked as though Tom Laws was just trying to keep that down. And it's a shot of someone who hasn't played loads of cricket this season. A little bit quick on him and just couldn't quite steer that down, but rather gets it into the hands of fine leg.
Yes, Keith Dudgeon down there. Tidy catch because it did die on him. But the catching's been good today. Just that one caught and bowled chance that went down. Ekaj Singh, it's a tough one as well. So Ralphie Albert's got best part of 10 overs here in front of him. And they need a partnership. It's a good track. Glycerine outfield, of course.
And now Surrey need to give themselves a little bit more time. These two might need to just knock it around for a couple of overs before putting the foot on the accelerator again. Such as the loss of 2 quick wickets.
Milnes running in hard now. Beats him straight off. Bowling with a bit of nip here. Early 80s.
He's done the job all innings, Matt
Yeah.
Milnes. He was excellent up top, but going to put a slip in here. And I just wonder as well whether now is the time to bring either Matt Parkinson or Jaden Denley on from the pavilion end.
Who would you choose? Leg spinners of the world unite and take over.
Leg spinners union, it has to be Matt Parkinson.
Well, that
but
would be the attacking move, right?
that would be the attacking move
Yep.
now, I would say.
New right-hander in and a left-hander as well, spinning into him, just getting going. Josh Blake.
And Josh Blake might not necessarily go down the ground, as we just see the beauty again there from Matt Milnes nipping back. Still something in this pitch. But Josh Blake isn't known for smoking them into the pavilion. He's more of a sweeper. He can play a shot.
Short again. And another false cross-batted shot, but no danger. Albert off the mark. Excellent stuff. Again from Matt Milnes. Kind of cricketer. 32 now. Played, of course, at Notts initially. In fact, came through at Durham initially and then went to Notts and then came down to Kent 7 or 8 years ago now, and not a name that tends to dominate the headlines, but again a very, very good record across the formats. Averages under 30 in every format going. A very, very good, perpetually underrated county seamer. Who else would you put in that category, Cam? Kind of routinely underappreciated, or not underappreciated, undervalued, underrated county stars.
All 3 of the Essex quicks. Sam Cook, Jamie Porter, Shane Snater.
Shane Snater as well. Yeah, nice. Very nice.
Brett Hutton.
Yeah. Hutton's fascinating, isn't he? Because you look at him and he ambles up. Not the most aesthetically pleasing action, no kind of pace. And his numbers are through the roof in
Right.
red ball cricket. It's a mark of his skill for sure. Can we sing again? Wholehearted performance today. Yeah, it's a good shout.
Jordan Clark I'd put in there as well.
Yes, great shout.
I know Surrey fans appreciate him for his heroics in Championship the last 4 or 5 years, but ultimately probably is underappreciated.
Yeah, very good shout indeed. Off the pad, just a single.
I'd say Matt Milnes is a great example of it, and someone who has been unfortunate really to have so many injuries. He's had chronic issues with his back. I think it's 3 stress fractures in his back now, and it's brilliant to see him playing back at Kent. We went through Durham University together, but he's a top bloke, consummate professional, and the sort of guy you want on your side. So Kent have done really well to get him back fit and firing, as well as Yorkshire, who were there for most of his rehab.
Of course, you would have known him, of course. Yeah, I didn't make that connection. I fear he might have to bowl that again. Yep, just too short. Good idea, though. I'll throw you a name. Tom Taylor, brother of James, of course, playing in this game. Tom Taylor opens the bowling at Worcestershire. And every time I see him, he swings it, seams it round corners. On his day, unplayable. I think he took more wickets last year in the Championship than anyone else in a team that was struggling a little. I think he's a fabulous bowler. Very much in the Matt Milnes kind of model, really. Works around 80 odd mile an hour, tick either side.
Scores his runs.
Scores a few here and there and just nags away at you all day long.
Yeah. Could say Ben Rain as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good one. Cam Steele.
Never.
I noticed you're still on the merch. Did you see this? Did you see the photograph? So Surrey's shop. They have an advert up on the big screen here at the Kia, and your mug's still on it.
Yeah, well, in the for the T20s, well, basically a lot of the injured guys get sent to do the content days.
Gotcha.
And I was injured at the start of the season. Still am injured. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I did the green screen for the clapping to get the crowd going graphic.
I see.
So
Must
I
be
was on.
quite
I was on for the whole blast, having already retired.
Slightly poignant it must be to see it. How are you adjusting anyway, dear boy?
I'm good.
To Civvy Street.
Couldn't be better. Sat here with you.
Yeah, okay. I believe you.
Very well. Thank you. It's been, I wouldn't say seamless because it never is, but it's I've got one foot in the game, still commentating, and next best thing from playing is being able to watch it, analyse it, enjoy it.
It's a more serious point as well there, though, isn't there? Often there's a void when cricketers leave the professional game.
Yeah, it certainly is a void. It's trying to find a new purpose, really, as that's the end of the 41st over, 241 for 6. Yeah, just trying to find that new purpose and identity. I've spent 20 years trying to be a professional cricketer, and now I'm not. So figuring out what it all means, basically. That's quite deep for whatever it is, a Wednesday afternoon, but
It's the best time, mate.
No, but certainly I still have so much passion for the game and want to help grow the game. And if at the moment that means supporting guys by bigging up the 50 over comp on comms, then so be it.
And so that love for the game, did it waver much at times through your career? Nothing on that, so Milnes have to bowl that again.
Yeah, towards the end for sure.
Yeah.
Rehab, and I retired through injury for those who don't know. Trying to get an ankle better over the course of about 18 months, sort of, it becomes, I suppose it really is a job in the sense of the word, where there's no love for it. I wasn't really playing cricket. I was just sort of adjacent to it.
Yeah.
and trying to get back out there was painful more than anything, both mentally and physically, where I'm watching everyone else do what I've dreamt of doing and I'm so close to doing, but can't actually do it. I wrote about it actually in the Cricketer and compared it to being like an unplugged appliance.
Nice.
You're actually just there, but
Nice.
not really knowing. But you're just not part of it.
Yeah, yeah. Not part of the circuitry of the place. Brilliant again at backward point. Really good. Ekant Singh, he's a live wire.
I've spoken to Matt Milnes about this as well, just how hard it is to do the rehab and to know sort of when it is time to move on. And I mean, he's done incredibly well to get himself back to fitness. I mean, he's an incredible athlete. It can be, very disheartening, but so can playing
Sure.
badly and
Sure.
not being where you want to be. And
I mean, you're preaching to the choir on that one, for sure. So you're good mates with Milnes, are you?
old mates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I asked him if he wanted to come for dinner tonight, and he said no. So I guess we're not that close.
Forget it.
Yeah. No, he has to get back on the road for the rest of the county grind. It's funny how small the cricket world is. You've always played with or against someone from somewhere, or
Yeah.
it's brilliant, really. It's what makes the game our favourite.
Brilliantly bowled. Oh, and just as good. Yes, please, Daniel Bell Drummond. Beautifully bowled. Slower ball induced the false shot from Ralphie Albert, and, well, just sit back and look at this replay. If you please. So, Cam, 7 down, 2-4-3. Not enough, is it?
It's not. And down to a terrific piece of work from bowler and fielder. Hang time from DVD. I mean, what a spectacular catch that is. And they have been excellent in the field all day, Kent. And
They have.
has really turned their momentum their way again. Surrey now, with Tommy Elam walking in at number 9.
Yeah,
They're
this
going to be
was
looking to try and scrape their way to 300 now.
indeed. It's looking a long way off now, really. Have to scavenge, see what they can get up to. Yeah. 9 out of 10 for the catch. And then another half a point just for the nonchalant little flick. Throw the ball back to the
That's
to the
the key.
umpire.
That's the key, isn't
That's it, yeah. You got to see it through. Beautifully done. They've really stuck at it well here of Kent. They're staring down the barrel at one point. 116 for 1 off 20.1 overs when Ryan Patel got slightly ahead of himself and picked out deep extra. 145 for 1 in the 28th when Dom Sibley nicked off to Matt Parkinson. Since then, they've been brilliant, the visitors. In fact, they've taken 6 for 98, including that wicket of Sibley. He's got his dander up today, as Matt Milnes.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl as 10 through now.
Yeah, why not? Fabulous slower ball, wasn't it?
They haven't really missed all day. As much as there's been no real bad bowling. They've been there or thereabouts, and it really was a wonderful opening partnership from Sibley and Patel.
Bit late on that. Josh Blake, again, the tempter, slip in place. Backward point now to Milnes. 1 to go for him still. He's picked up 2 for now in this second spell. He's been superb all day long. 2 still for Ekant Singh, and they're going to give him at least one of those right now, I think.
Here's a question for you. Should there be a guidebook on how to celebrate incredible catches like the one Daniel Bell-Drummond just took?
Well, I think he got it down to a T, because you don't want to overdo it, because if you overdo it, it suggests that you're surprised that you've taken the catch. I think if you're running around the boundary, if you're a boundary rider and you take a screamer, diver, then I think well within your rights, hurl it up, play up to the crowd.
Give it the Alan Shearer.
Yeah, I think that's fine. But I think if you're in the infield and one's drilled to you, say at short extra, you take it Mark War style, shelling peas, just a little throw over your shoulder, or maybe even just roll it along the floor, ostentatiously, to the umps. I like it when you take a slip catch, or when one takes a slip catch, and you know that you've taken it that split second before anyone else does, and you've already thrown it behind you before the crowd and even your teammates have fully registered what's happened. I love that touch. I think that's great.
How do you feel about the ball thrown into the dirt with anger or disdain?
Full marks for theatricality, but I guess it only follows failure, doesn't it? It tends to follow either yourself or your team having mucked up in the first place. Oh, that's close. But nothing doing. And again, thrown in from backward point. Ben Dawkins, and he's clattered into the arm or the midriff of Josh Blake. He looks fine. That would not have been too pleasant, yeah. Singh just asking, it's a wee bit too high, and umpire confirming that. Who is that? Conor McGarry under there. Jack Chantry at square leg. Jack Chantry used to write a column for a magazine I used to work on. Too short again, yeah. Umpire's in agreement to bowl that again. Frustration for the bowler. And he used to get the most elaborate philosophical references into every column. Doesn't matter if it was just about an away day at Northants or watching the rainfall. He'd always be referencing Kant or Aristotle.
Wow.
Kierkegaard. I know. It surprised me too. I guess if you bowl like Jack Chantry used to bowl, then you're always in touch with the higher consciousness, right? Slower ball. Punch down the ground, quick single, but mid on deep, no bother.
Wow, I was not expecting that.
No, nor was I when he used to file them with about 20 minutes to go before print.
He was the first bowler I faced, I think, at professional level.
Really?
In second team cricket at Taunton Vale in 2013.
And you thought, what the hell's happening here?
I did.
Nicely played, brilliantly done by Josh Blake. That sensed it was going to be full, the wide Yorker, and ran at it, gave himself room, and then checked it just behind square for a much needed boundary. Well played.
Yeah, nice control from Josh Blake here. Always easy when you run down the pitch to try and overhit the ball, but he's just had the clarity of thought to slice that behind square for 4 more.
Yeah, he's a puncher of a player, bottom hand grip. Slower ball again.
Just going back to Jack Chantry, I remember that first day facing him and all of the thoughts that came from my teenage years of playing grade cricket, and everyone saying, "Oh mate, county cricket's like what, 2nd grade?"
Yeah.
I must admit, I saw the action and thought, are they onto something? But no. He was a very, very skillful bowler.
Indeed. Oh, yeah.
And I mean that as a reflection upon the arrogance of grade cricket.
For sure. I mean, there's multi-layers to your point. That'll be 4 more. Very nicely played again. So, a couple of boundary fours, much needed for Surrey, and a bit more momentum now into what's now going to be the last 6.
And not where he would have wanted to finish. Interesting. Easy work for Josh Blake to work that away. And a lot of Surrey's total will rest on his shoulders. Tommy Elam can hold the bat, works hard at it. But Josh Blake is the accomplished player in this scenario. So we're going to see Grant Stewart come back into the attack and save Matt Milnes' final over for the death.
Yeah, he's rung the changes all day long. And it's not a bad move either. Just winkle one more out and then bring Milnes back. Try and get this innings done. Considering where Surrey were, Kent will be delighted to keep them under 300 if they can pull that off. 45 away with 6 to still to bowl. So Surrey won't mind that. Josh Blake back on strike.
Slight change in the field. His final leg comes up and mid-on goes back. Now 3 out on the leg side. Deep square, cow corner and long on.
Oh, nicely played again. Player who uses the angles very nicely. Echoes of Rory Burns in that shot. Beautifully played. Couple of boundary fours now behind square on the offside.
Yeah, again, just deftness of touch. Soft hands steered away by Josh Blake. Looks in great form. So still at the crease.
Not where he intended, but no matter at all. More runs. So 6 from 3. Good start to this over.
A feature of Josh Blake as well, especially in the tournament this year, is he has raced to 20 and 30 every single time without really playing a shot in anger. He's not had to step outside of his box in any way, but
Yeah, he's had a really good campaign, actually. And he'll be back on strike here with a couple still to go.
yeah, nicely done from Tommy Elam again. His job now is just to get Blake on strike where he can.
Yes, a couple of unbeaten knocks, 36 in the previous game against Gloucestershire and an early unbeaten 50 against Lancs in that win up at Sedbergh for Josh Blake, and in amongst it. Driven hard, but straight to mid-off, almost hit too well. Made that sprightly 36 that we mentioned earlier in the comfortable win against Northants at Guildford, and then followed up with 71 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. We'll gloss over the blob against Leicestershire. We'll leave that one alone. So he's had a really good, solid list A campaign this year. Nailed down now at 6 in the order. And he has a good overall record, quietly enough, in list A cricket. Not yet had a real look in T20 cricket, just played a couple of games, but this is his 34th list A match for Surrey. Averages the best part 36. Strikes at just under 88 as well, so very tidy numbers for a middle order player. 5 to go. He'll be on strike. It's going to be Keith Dudgeon then. 6 still in hand for him. So, ideal world for Kent. He will see out from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end. And then there'll be one more from Milnes from this end, from the Vauxhall end, and one more perhaps from Ekaj Singh.
And the key for Kent here will be keeping Blake off strike. And then when Josh Blake is on strike, making sure you don't give him any width or anything on his hip. His key strengths are almost a sweep shot to any length over fine leg, and those slice shots behind point on the offside, as we've seen a couple of boundaries come in the previous overs.
More runs off the hip, I fancy.
And I suppose a good total now is anything above 300 for Surrey here.
Yeah, they'd take that from now, for sure. Just a reminder, Kent chased down 294 a few days back against Notts at Beckenham. So they won't be cowed by a target around that 300 mark, especially not here. Short, pulled into space, and that will run away for 4. Bit of a gimme, really. On the angle from right arm round, not much pace or meaning behind that delivery. And Josh Blake's looked excellent all throughout this knock, and he just helps it on its way.
And that was the ball I was talking about, where you can't miss to Josh Blake, just on his left or his right shoulder. Just helps that along its way. And pierces the gap beautifully.
Shot for none.
And he's fuming with himself there, Josh Blake. Is a wry smile to Tom Elam at the other end as a half volley, and he knows he should have pounded that to the fence. 32 off 24 now, is going along really nicely.
Just pulls his length back. So dot after that 4.
I suppose we talk about Surrey looking anywhere above 300 now, but Kent will want to keep it below 290 if possible.
Yeah, they'd be delighted with that. Tries it. Good idea. The pickup shot just behind his shoulder, but nothing doing. And so a good finish to the over there by Keith Dudgeon. He's gone round the park though today, 7 overs 52. In the context of this nip and tuck innings, it's a day to forget for the Aussie seamer. So, looks like it's going to be the main man again. I think it's a good move, personally. Try and just make one more incision. Get the tail in here. So there it is, 269 for 7. Cut-off time is 2:44. We've got 11 minutes. Tommy Elam's job here is to run hard, really. No dot balls.
Did play
Josh
up.
Blake back on strike.
Did play that nice scoop shot at Guildford though.
True enough. True enough. And I guess it is on. No one behind square, deep on the offside, well bowled, block hole.
Must admit, I quite enjoyed your piece of commentary just then. Incision followed by cut-off time.
Nice.
Very nice
Nice.
stuff.
Playing shots even when I don't realise it. Now that'll be gone. Easy enough. And so, a very, very useful hand by Josh Blake. But he perishes for 32, and Surrey are 8 down now for 270. And yet again, momentum stalled. It's been the story of the second half of this innings. Kent doing it excellently. Matt Milnes having a real day out here, 3 for 30 now.
Yeah, right option there from Josh Blake. Moving across the crease, looking to target that short leg side. Just didn't get quite the delivery he wanted. Low full toss often can be hard to hit. And just ends up slicing it really. And is fuming with himself, and not actually the easiest catch in the end for Sam Northeast. Quite hard to judge the length of those sometimes. But he has to depart, and James Taylor will have to come in and try and get Surrey up to a defendable total. And he's done a Dan Worrell using a mix of different kit.
Yeah, I love that. You can only do that if you're a genius or a proper tail ender. Aravinda de Silva, you'll remember him, Cam. He used to walk out with one glove from one make and one coloured glove and another completely different, and a bat that he's just found in the corner somewhere, and pads that are falling around his ankles. Come out and play like a god. Former Kent man, of course. Made that amazing 100 for Kent in a 50 over final a few years back now. My God, best part of 25 years probably. And the rest, who's it against? Lancashire.
Good recall.
About an 80 ball 100. I remember it because I watched it at my dad's house. Watched it on the highlights that night. I think it's quite a famous knock in Kent circles. They lost that game up from memory, but they had some overseas, did Kent, in the 90s. Carl Hooper, what a player. So one more delivery for Matt Milnes. Can he pick up a fourth? He's been superb today. No, just get creamed through the covers. Lovely shot, Tommy Elam. So his work is done. 3 for 32 from his full complement. And again, the crowd, as acknowledged earlier, Cam, they're all over this cricket match, watching it intently.
Yeah, well bowled, Matt Milnes. Only going at 3.2 and over. Exhibition of professionalism and accuracy. Deserved his 3 wickets. Did really well to dislodge the dangerous man in Josh Blake. And now leaves it to Keith Dudgeon. You'd imagine Grant Stewart to finish it off for the Spitfires.
Bit of top edge, but safe enough.
My apologies, Grant Stewart's already bowled his 10.
Yeah, it's
A faux pas.
Dudgeon, don't worry about it. Plenty more where that came from. We share them around.
James Taylor will be looking to target the shorter leg side boundary here.
Beautifully played. That'll be 4. Thanks very much. What a shot.
Oh.
First up.
I mean, he doesn't set the field as though he's defending that shorter side, and James Taylor has just stood there and played arguably the shot of the day.
It's not far off, is it? Oh,
Oh.
my. If you please. Not even short.
Is that Aravinda de Silva?
It's not far off. It's not a comparison I expected to make this morning as I walked in.
I
So
mean,
we're going to fill that gap. So Ben Dawkins has gone out to deep backward square. They're bringing up deep third.
I'm actually surprised he didn't have this field to start with, given that that side is so long to bowl wide, slower balls.
I guess they fear the nick, don't they? They fear the thick edge. But no, just straight out the middle, time after time. James Taylor, where have you been all afternoon?
I bumped into James Taylor on the way in this morning, and he was saying how much he's enjoyed the competition this year and
Yeah.
how good the vibe is in the group and how everyone has bonded and really come together this year, and things are clear and in a good place.
Yeah, that's definitely come across.
Although I would say he was wearing some glasses that were a little bit reminiscent of Jeffrey Dahmer's.
Oh my word, steady.
Not him, the glasses.
Yeah, okay. With a kind of yellowy tinge. Right, wow.
Not quite, but the shape.
Okay, okay.
Let the viewers at home picture that.
Slapped again. Through the covers this time. Come back for a couple.
Good running.
So, yeah. Crowd appreciative again of this flurry from these Surrey Stars. 8 down, 281. Can they scavenge up to the 100? That's the question now. What are we? 13 deliveries left. It's going to be tight. Yeah, just the right side of the blue line, so a dot to finish. 2 to go, 281 for 8. The great David Fulton has walked into the box. The suit, as he used to be known. He did work experience with me once upon a time. Believe it or not. Right here at the Oval. We had an office down in the depths of the Oval. No windows. Just a bunch of scamps trying to make their way. And there was Dave Fulton for a few months in an immaculate suit. Very handy on the dartboard, I remember that. Used to be near the top of the office dartboard.
How's your darts?
I'm better at snooks. More of a snooker man than darts. Going to be Erkanj Singh then, who's bowled. Great energy and he'd pick up another. So there you go. How many times today has a bowling change brought about a dismissal, and invariably it's caught in the outer? Just a pause, but yeah, it's got to go. No reason not to. Legitimate delivery, no overstepping. And so 9 down, and in danger here, Surrey, of not seeing out the full complement.
Yeah, Tommy Elam just trying to target the short side again, not getting all of it, and not getting the elevation he was wanting, just acting out, slicing the ball a little bit more there. But it is going to bring Surrey's Premier Quick to the crease, Dan Worrell.
He's not going to block it.
He is not going to block it. And what I was mentioning before about James Taylor using a bit of random kit, Dan Worrell is the king of using random kit. And I wonder who he's stolen off today. As you'll see here, he doesn't take guard. And he will be using Ollie Sykes' bat.
So he just has a look at the stumps and then approximates where he wants to be.
He says they don't move, do they?
Lovely. Oh, yes, please. Just angles the face. Maybe a bit of bottom hand in there as well. But he's off the mark. Here's Frankie. I didn't expect to see him with the blade in hand halfway through this cricket match, I have to say.
Me neither, and he has got a job to do here.
Yeah, yeah.
Get James Taylor on strike when he can. He certainly can bat, Dan Worrell. Batted at 8 for most of his career for South Australia.
Short again. Well played, actually, by James Taylor. Knew that if he went airborne, he'd be bringing those fieldsmen into play.
I was bowling at Dan Worrell in his last net in 2023.
Nice. How'd it go for you?
Went very well for me. And it went badly enough for Dan that he said, I'm never having a net ever again.
He's probably stuck to it as well. Putting it back in. This box is heaving with old legends.
Kent Singh has done a great job here, hasn't he? 2 for 50 from his 9.4. Getting out all the tricks now. Slower balls. Back of the handers.
Thumped into the offside, but can't beat the two men on the edge of the circle.
What can James Taylor do with the final delivery from Singh's 10 overs?
Slowy and well seen by Taylor. Keeps the strike with 1 to go. 9 down, 285.
Yeah, well bowled from Kent Singh. Taking the important wicket of Sykes. Going just over 5 and over from his 10. Done a really good job for his side. And Keith Dudgeon's going to finish off from the pavilion end. Had a tough start to the day. But he's been miserly in his last couple of sets.
So, dot to start.
Just the double bluff there. With the field set for wide slower balls. James Taylor's walked across his crease. Dudgeon's then gone on pace on the stumps, searching for that 10th pole.
So James Taylor just wants to have a chat with Jack Shantry, square leg umps. Not sure why, but he's now back in his stance, and so we're good to go. Rather ungainly, but he gets a bit of wood on it. Picks up another single. So Dan Worrell's got 4 balls to negotiate here. 286 for 9. 300 now, almost certainly out of reach.
Yeah, just seeing the back of the hand, slower ball there from Dudgeon. Intriguing to see what he does with Dan Worrell here. The field stayed the same as for James Taylor.
Bowled him. So that is that. Inside edge. Back onto leg stump. And so Surrey have been dismissed for 286. Halfway through the 49th of this tiny truncated match. Just 49 overs per side. And so with 3 deliveries still available, Surrey have been knocked over. Kent have been superb, Cam Steele, in the second half of this innings.
They really have pulled it back wonderfully after an impressive start from Surrey's top order. Both Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel got off to a beautiful start with 50 for none off the first 10 overs, but Daniel Bell-Drummond and his side have been clinical in the field and have really stuck at it with the ball. Matt Milnes, the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, so quick run through of the card. It's been excellent stuff, really, by Kent in the second half of this innings. Surrey dominated the opening stages. Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley put on a classy partnership. 116 first wicket before Ryan Patel just got slightly ahead of himself and was caught for a fabulous 73 from 70. What a tournament he is having. And Sibley went soonish after that. It was 145 for 2. And then Kent really did get to work thereafter. Just a quick note, don't go away this lunchtime because Mark Church will be discussing the great, much missed Surrey wicketkeeper Graham Kersey with former Kent skipper David Fulton, Neil Mowbray, Darren Bicknell and Alex Tudor. It'll be 30 years at the turn of the next year since Graham's passing. Still much missed here. Hugely popular cricketer through the 90s around these parts. So do hang around if you can and listen to that. It'll be a revealing and affectionate and at times moving conversation, I fancy. So here are brief highlights of this innings. And you never tire of watching Ryan Patel in the form he showed today. He was impudent and audacious at times, Cam. Hopefully we show that shot off the back foot straight back past the bowler. Dom Sibley just doing Dom Sibley things through mid-wicket. Barely broke sweat today for another half century in Surrey colours. That's his shot. Rinse and repeat. Month after month, year after year.
And Ryan Patel, who recently has said that he's found his hands. God, he certainly has.
Found his hands.
Found his hands. Nice and still at the crease. Let's just let them go. As Dom Sibley played one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, and as I say, 116 they put on, these two. And they were going with absolute serenity, really, at that stage. Ryan Patel would have been eyeing up. That's the shot we were talking about earlier. Off the back foot, punching past mid-off. Thanks very much. And they would have both been eyeing a big one. One of the shots of the day, that on drive.
Kent never really missed. All of those, none of them really bad balls, but both Patel and Sibley in such form.
And this was the moment, wasn't it, really, with Ryan Patel getting stuck into Matt Parkinson. And then it was the change of bowler from the pavilion end that brought about his downfall in the end. He hit that huge 6 over Cow, and trying to repeat the dose, just picked out Singh on the far boundary. And that was the first wicket for Jayden Denley. Now, that was perhaps the ball of the day. Matt Parkinson got a bit of tap either side of it, but still produced the ball to get rid of the otherwise immovable Dom Sibley. It was 145 for 2 at that stage. Good take by Chris Benjamin. And then Kent really did get to work. Rory Burns was busy, and in fact, striking at one hell of a rate. 183 strike rate. Strong on the sweeps. Played a couple of fabulous cut shots as well. Down the ground. Looked like he was enjoying himself.
Yeah, nice innings from Rory Burns. He's come in and played this way over the last few games, much more attacking than usual. Unfortunately, just clothing one to cover. It was a good option, attacking the short side. But that was when the wicket started to fall for Surrey.
Yeah, the next to go, as you see, was Adam Thomas, who never quite got going today. He's been in imperious form as Thomas, but he didn't hit a boundary across his 44 deliveries. Josh Blake looked strong, along with Ollie Sykes. The two left-handers came together and put on 36 together before Ollie Sykes perished. Well caught in the outer off a one-handed attempted hoik. That was 5 for 234. Tom Laws went immediately afterwards. Matt Milnes picking up his first 2 wickets. He was the star of the show, 3 for 32. That was his third, a fabulous slower ball, outfoxing Ralphie Albert. Catch of the day by DBD. Thanks very much. Beautifully done. Let's have another look at that. All style. Josh Blake played really well, I thought. Again, he's had a breakout tournament with the bat. Angular kind of player, punchy. And then just overhit a very inviting full toss to plink it up to Sam Northeast, who took a useful catch. James Taylor threw the bat effectively towards the end. Dan Worrell came and joined him. And then, trust me, Dan Worrell played on towards the end to leave Surrey all out for 286 with 3 deliveries still remaining. It is all set up here. Kent chased down 294 in the previous game at Beckenham against Notts, so they'll be feeling good, trying to haul in 286. But that's more than enough from me. Mark Church is ready, sitting expectantly. Over to him. We're going to be discussing and memorialising the much-missed Surrey wicketkeeper, Graham Kersey.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, we are during this lunch break. As you can see there, lots of spectators on the outfield. Lovely sight here at the Kia Oval today. Fantastic sight here at the Kia Oval to see so many people in. So yes, as Phil said, we're remembering the late Graham Kersey. It's 30 years ago this January the world of cricket lost Graham. 53 first-class matches, 1,578 first-class runs, 9 50s, keeper as well, of course, and a great man. Everybody you ever speak to talking about Graham Kersey, all you ever hear is not only a hugely talented cricketer, but what a great man as well. I'm delighted to say David Fulton is here with me, and Neil Moby, who played with the man we're talking about, Graham Kersey, at Bexley Cricket Club, one of his best mates. Gentlemen, lovely to see you both. Neil, I'm going to start with you, sir. You've got a lot of very, very good cricketers with you today. You've all been gathering here to remember Graham. Just talk us through today and you know how you started organising this to remember Graham.
Yeah, well, we started back in the early day when Graham first passed. I thought it'd be nice to arrange something. I didn't really think it would ever much come of it, and that we'd maybe just do it once or twice. Started off with a gathering in Bexley every year in January to mark Graham's passing, a mixture mainly of sort of Bexley and old Kent players, and it sort of escalated from there. We had a sort of smaller do to mark the 20-year anniversary, which was very kindly hosted by Surrey, and obviously now. Unbelievably, we've come round to the 30 years, and yeah, we've got about 40 people over in the Graham Thorpe room here today to remember Graham.
Your memories of Graham? Because as I say, you knew him from a very, very young age. You played your club cricket with him as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was a late developer on the cricket front. Hadn't really kept wicket at all at the age of about 15. Probably quite fortunately, I think there was some changing of the guard at Kent, and he got a contract there, but didn't really play a lot. He actually made his Kent debut here against Surrey, coincidentally, and then he got a 190 in the second 11 game for Kent against Surrey at Oxted, which was where he first came on their radar, and he, as I say, he joined here then. I always remember how excited he was to join Surrey. I mean, obviously we're all from Kent, and Kent was our county, but you know, Surrey was the Oval, you know, the Test match ground, and he then moved to Streatham, and I moved with him here. So all the time that he was playing for Surrey, we were living together, and as much as he had his mercurial side, he took his cricket very, very seriously. I remember him training on Tootingbeck Common on the little AstroTurf there, getting me to hit balls at him left and right, practicing his keeping. But yeah, it was quite a meteoric rise really, from sort of about the age of 15 to sort of within 6 or 7 years, probably playing here. And as I say, he loved playing at the Oval, playing for Surrey, and obviously in that time there were so many, you know, household names playing for Surrey. It was just great to be part of.
And as I said there right at the start, everybody I ever speak to, the name Graham Kersey comes up. Not only hugely talented, but also just a really good fella as well.
Yeah, I mean, when he moved to his professional career, he would always come back and play for Bexley. If a county game ended up at 5 o'clock on a Friday in Yorkshire somewhere, he'd be on the phone to the captain, can I get back and can I get game? And I guess it's probably a mark of how well respected he is, that there is sort of 40 odd people from Kent and Surrey and his family that are over there today. And obviously the award that they have here for him in his name, which is, you know, fantastic that they still do that. And I believe is a very well thought of award in the, you know, for the sort of player's player. Or but yeah, he was an infectious character, lots of energy, like a lot of wicket keepers, I guess. But yeah. He obviously wasn't here very long, sadly, but I think he made quite a big impression in the time that he did.
Well, not hard. And just to explain to everybody, so there are two big awards really for Surrey at the end of the season. There's the Players' Player of the Year, and there's the Graham Kersey Award, which is really for the Team Man of the Year. And those are the two most prestigious awards. And for anybody to have an award named after them, again, just shows what a man he was. What are your memories of him? Obviously from Kent days.
Well, I first came across him. We did a Kent Schools trip to Singapore and New Zealand, and I'm the same age as Mobes. We were a year younger than Graham, so we were. I was effectively playing up an age, so I had never really come across him. But he was one of those guys, you know, there was 3 of us who were from the year below, and he made us feel incredibly kind of welcome in that environment. He was not one of the standout players on that trip, but there was a game, and I couldn't even tell you where it was. It was a long time ago. It was 86, 87, where he stood up on a green seaming surface to a fellow called Richard Ingram, who wasn't quick, but he nipped it around all over the place. And it was as good an example of keeping as I've ever seen in terms of standing up to the stumps, and it really kind of transformed him from from just being part of that group to a really standout player. He had brilliant work ethic. He was a great team man. He was life and soul. You know, he was fun, and he would, you know, whatever one of his teammates needed, he would do it. He was that kind of guy, which is why that award is no doubt kind of named in his honour. And then he got on the Kent staff. And I was on the Kent staff at the same time, probably only had a year before he came here. And I remember, because we were, you know what it's like, the senior players go in the nets first, and that wasn't him and it wasn't me. So we did quite a lot of work together, you know, lots of throwing balls at each other. Mobe says about that AstroTurf on the common, you know, for he would just be, come on, Tavi, come on, Fultz, let's go throw some balls around. And we'd be this distance apart, just pinging balls at each other. I used to field short leg or slip, and obviously he was all about reflexes in his hands. And the amount of balls we would throw to each other during pre-season was, you know, pretty relentless. And that used to be our thing. All the senior players are in the nets. Obviously, we didn't bowl. I was useless, and he was a wicket keeper, and we weren't getting much of a go batting. So we spent a lot of time just throwing balls to each other. But yeah, he was wonderful on that trip. He was wonderful for Kent. Obviously, he didn't have a lot of opportunity at Kent because of Steve Marsh, and the opportunity to come here was fantastic. Who wouldn't want to come and play at the Oval? But with Alex Stewart being called up for England, it was like the perfect opportunity for him to show what he could do. And then my first class debut was against Surrey, and I was Court Kersey, bowled Benjamin Naught, and yeah, he chuckled, I think, as I walked off. Yeah, he was obviously delighted to snare us, but it was great to play against him. And he was always one of those awkward buggers of wicket keepers who always got runs, hit the ball in different areas, great sweeper, good square of the wicket player, very, very fine cricketer.
Well, you say fine cricketer. We've got two of them here, Darren Bicknell and Alex Tudor. Just walking into that Surrey dressing room then, not only did you have to be able to play, but your character was a huge part of it as well. And the fact that he was such a good character and was such a team man. As I say, everything you hear, everybody you speak to, but that was a huge thing, especially at this place in those days with those characters in the dressing room, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there were probably a lot of very fine team men in that Surrey team. They were a very successful side. But yeah, Graham probably, he wasn't a household name. He wasn't as established. And you're always looking in a dressing room, you know, kind of what's my point of difference? And his point of difference would have been exactly that. You know, I will be just the best team guy. He was super fit. I wouldn't have thought there was anyone as fit as he was. So he took that side of things very seriously. He kind of got every ounce of skill and oomph out of his game that he could through work. You know, I'm not saying he wasn't naturally talented, because he was a talented player, but if you're comparing yourselves to the Thorpes and to the Stewarts and to the Butchers of this world, you know, he's playing in that environment. He realised he had to work hard, but he would work hard. He was also a lot of fun off the pitch. You know, I remember New Zealand days, and I was in national health glasses. You know, I was a chess playing nerd. I didn't drink on that trip. I was playing a year up. I was only 16, and yeah, there were a lot of the boys had a good time. He was at the forefront of a lot of the fun.
Yeah, Neil, for you as well. Look, Graham, Ben, Tommy Maynard,
Danny Kelleher before.
You're in Graham Thorpe's room today. It's so important, isn't it, as well, to keep the memory of those guys going.
Yeah, no, very much so. I mean, it's barely believable that it's 30 years, really. But I think that's been a thing, really, trying to sort of... And cricket is great for that. And add in Surrey, you know, have had more than their fair share of trauma on that front. You know, I think it is important to keep the guys from the, you know, together from that era. And obviously can't bring Graham back, but days like today when everyone gets together and you know, some people in there from who played with at Surrey who I haven't seen for 30 years, since they used to appear in my lounge on a Monday night after a championship game. But yeah, you know, it's brilliant. I mean, we all play cricket to different levels, and I think that's one of the best things about it. And as I say, getting all the guys together today in Graham's memory is a fantastic thing.
Fultz, final question for you before I bring these two gentlemen in. You guys all get together, yeah? And I doubt there's huge chats about games themselves and runs scored, probably a bit of that, but more about the stories of what you all got up to playing together on tours and whatever else. And that is the thing that everybody remembers, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, and I think the players that play for both sides as well. We mentioned Danny Kelleher, mentioned Scuzzer, Graham Kersey, Andrew Simons played for both as well. But the a lot of the players would have played for England as well together. We had Dean Headley, who played at Kent, who was very close to Butch and to Smokey and to Tudes and whatnot around my time. So, you got to know the guys, because Kent Surrey on the field, there was no love lost.
Yeah.
I mean, my favourite ever game was 2005 at Guildford when we chased a total down. We had no right. It was always something about beating Surrey. Surrey were always the kind of the big brother, the one you always wanted to try and shoot at, always winning county championships, which we could never quite manage. So taking Surrey down was always a big thing. And they were a star-studded lineup. But when you reminisce and you're off the pitch and you're having a beer and you've got mutual friends, and that's what today's been all about. And it's been nice to see so many of the Surrey boys up there. You can talk about Graham, because there are things that are more important than a game of cricket, and he epitomised that.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming up, and get back to remembering Graham. And Darren Bicknell and Alex Tudor are both here as well. Fultz, Neil, thank you so much. So we'll bring in Alex Tudor and Darren Bicknell as well, remembering Graham Kersey during this lunch break in this 50-over game. Mr. Tudor, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Bicknell,
Mr.
good
Church.
afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming over. Tudes, for you, Graham Kersey. Memories of him when he came to Surrey?
Well, he was here when I signed. So I signed late 94, first year was 95. And first trip was to Perth. Pre-season, obviously, our connection and Alex Stewart's connection with Midland Guildford. So we all went out there. So my first memories of Graham Kersey was someone who's just freakishly fit, strong, ready for the fight. I remember we played this game, and I think he got 70-80 or not out, and he's sweeping the fast bowler, big Aussies. He's just sweeping them for 6, and I was like, wow, this is phenomenal. And then he was obviously Alex's understudy, but obviously Alec being away with England, he played a lot, and it's a shame because, and Fultz was talking about it and stuff. He worked so hard to get everything of that ability he had. And he was just making the right moves. I think in the 96 year, not be wrong, he got 700 runs that year. Yeah. And he was just about, there was talks about England A and stuff like this. And obviously he went off to Australia, and, sadly, we miss a great teammate and friend and stuff like that. And he was phenomenal. I remember Adam would get James Cook, ex-super middleweight champion, to come and train us while he was sunbathing in Perth. But we would be here, and Scuzz was always at the front of everything, be it the runs, be it the boxing, be it taking on James Cook and stuff like that. He was always ready for the fight, and he was a phenomenal guy. I got a 50. My first 50 was against Leicester. I was batting with him, and he helped me through that. And they had like Parsons, who wasn't shy of a word and stuff, and he would not stand down. He'd be like, "Come on, then, what you got for me?" And he'd be taking it on, cut, pull, sweep everything. Phenomenal cricketer, but mainly just a top man.
Mr. Bicknell, your memories of him? Along the same lines, I would have thought.
Well, very much so, some of which can't be printed here. But, yeah, look, the boys have spoken very well. Nice to hear Neil and Fultz talking about him in his early days. Obviously, we only came across him for relatively short time. And Tude's absolutely right. As soon as he appeared, his work ethic and the way he went about his game, he made absolutely everything of what he could. But I'll be honest with you, my biggest memory of him, he was a bloody nuisance. He was just a bloody nuisance. I had the pleasure of rooming with him for a little while. I don't quite know how that worked out because we were slightly different ends of the spectrum. Maybe the coach put me with him to try and keep him on the straight and narrow, maybe. But I just remember one night. I just came back and literally he absolutely did me like a kipper. It was the old trick of the jug of water on the slightly open door of your bedroom as you walked in, and literally pushed it open, all down, smothered, and Scuzzer was just in his bed, just laughing. And you wanted to be angry, but you couldn't be angry with him because he was just that kind of good a bloke. So I remember,
as I say, we only had a very short time with him, which was very sad, because it would have been fascinating to see where his career could have gone, because he was really on an upward trajectory.
Well, just reading those stats at the start,
Yeah.
you know, they are good stats.
Yeah, yeah.
Averaging
Yeah.
29 with the bat in first-class cricket,
Yeah.
and was obviously a very talented keeper.
Well, I'm pretty
as well.
sure. I'm pretty sure he got lobbed up the top of the order of me a couple of times as well, which just showed his versatility, but also his willingness to do whatever the team needed, and I'm pretty sure that would be a story that comes from all of us, really. That he was a sort of bloke that if somebody was bowling at 95 miles an hour and you needed someone just to go and see off half an hour, he'd probably put his hand up.
Yeah.
You know, he was just that sort of bloke.
And a short period of time here, Judes, but the fact that, and I said it to Fultz and to Neil, the fact that those two awards, Players Player and the Graham Kersey, are the two that everybody wants.
Yeah.
That just sums up the impact that he did make in his time at the club.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you think about team man. He, you know, obviously him and Adam were very similar with like work ethic. When they train, we used to do this push-up challenge. It was always those two at the top, runs, everything like that. They're both very strong men. But he would never ask you to do something he wasn't willing to do himself. And as you said, Den says it right. If someone was bowling quick, you'll say, right, I'll take it on. If there was a world-class spinner on, he'll sweep them to death. He was doing all those sort of funky little sweeps and dabs and that early on. He was a phenomenal cricketer. I used to love playing with him. You always knew, batting with him, he had this intensity about him when he was at the crease. He sometimes looked a little bit scruffy, you know, 5-pad hanging out a little bit or whatever. But you knew that you was in a battle and you had to work really hard to get him out. Phenomenal cricketer. And as I said, that year where he got 700 wickets, I think he might have got 5 650s. But important. It wasn't like, oh, we've got 400 and he's just getting runs. It was when we're in trouble. And he'll just get us over the line or get us a total so to allow us to try and bowl him out. But a phenomenal cricketer, a cricketer that was taken far too early, because like Den says, it would have been interesting to see his trajectory, because it was only going up. It was only going up. Great guy.
And how, you know, obviously you'd rather not have been here today and for the last 30 years all meeting up, but how good is it to all get together and, as I say, just tell some stories and have a great day as well?
Do you know, I feel very privileged to have been part of this club for a long part of my time. Obviously, I had a bit of time away, but to still be, you know, able to come back to these things just shows what this club is about, actually, which I think is very special. We've had more than our fair share of these days with Thorpies as well. But you know, the fact that there are 40 odd people up in that room today. You know, and I didn't think twice about coming down. I'm still living up in Nottingham and didn't think twice about just jumping on the train and coming down. And I think that probably says it all, really. But no, it's a real privilege to be here. It's, as you say, you're right. It's a shame that we are here in that respect, but I'm very proud to be here and been a very small part of his time here.
Well, look, it's lovely to see you both. As I say, it's always a joy to see you both. But obviously, we wish we weren't seeing you for those reasons. But I think it's wonderful that you know, you all get back together and chat about Graham. And thank you very much, both of you, for coming over, and go and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
We shall.
Interesting run chase on here. I don't know how much you've seen of the first half of this game.
Well, we've been sharing too many stories about our times.
Well, we have.
We've seen as much as we should have.
I did say, I think a few of the lads left some runs out there.
I think
it was going nicely. Denz and I was thinking 350 plus. Then all of a sudden wanted to give catching practice. So I'll be having a word with Spriggs.
I'm still reminiscing on the need for an opening batter to bat through the full 50 overs, the whole one end down.
Well,
back in the old days. I'm not sure if that's still a thing, though.
Well, not really these days. No, not the way the game's going, Mr. Bicknell. I'm not sure that's what people want. I'd love it. Personally, I would like nothing more than to watch you bat 50 overs. But in the modern game,
well, if anybody did
I'm not sure people do that anymore.
But the thing is, Church, we laugh and joke about it, but I do think we may see a switch back. Because I know, you know, the current game, you sort of think, I think sometimes try and reinvent the wheel. But I think the basics of batting, basics of someone seeing it through and then the rest batting round, so you can get the 50 or 15 balls like we saw Harry Brook the other day and stuff. You can do that if you have the foundations. I think just sometimes, you know, people getting 70s and 50s and walking off, you're thinking, you've missed out on what looks like a good wicket.
Yeah. Look, gentlemen, lovely to see you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your time. Darren Bicknell and Alex Tudor. Thank you, gentlemen. So they are heading back to hook up with everybody again. And remember Graham Kersey. Lovely to have Dave Fulton here as well. Thank you, Mr. Tudor, as always. Look after yourself, my friend. See you very soon. And Neil Moby as well. So, remembering Graham Kersey there, and the players getting ready to get back out there into the middle. And it'll be 287 for Kent to win what is an important game. Just a reminder, both these sides on 12 points. And Surrey, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, all out for 286. Rory Burns, the captain's getting his team into a huddle. A few thoughts from Cameron Steele, who is back. And then he will be, in a few moments' time, joined by Phil Walker, who's actually here now, Mr. Walker. And he's going to jump into the seat to my right. And then he will be joined in a moment's time by Cameron Steele. So, 287, the target for Kent, Phil Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Beautiful stuff, that as well. Great memories. Okay, so what do we have here? 287 to win. Real crunch game for both teams in the context of this year's tournament. Surrey will be mildly peeved at falling shy of 300, but 286 can't be sniffed at. And it's a classic Kia Oval pitch. If you bend your back, there's plenty in it. Quite a few. Leapt off a length, climbed into the gloves and the splice. But if you just run up Cameron Steele and plonk it there, then you're going to get mullered. So it's going to be James Taylor to get us going here. I'm intrigued to see Ben Dawkins. I've not seen him in the flesh yet. Caught quite a lot of him during the Under-19s World Cup. Opening up for England. Echoes of Zach Crawley in him. Although he didn't insist on punching his first ball through the covers for 4.
He does set up like...
He does. Similar mannerisms, similar bearing.
Same
Bat spots.
sponsor.
I knew you'd notice that, like all the pros. Yeah.
Wonder how much time he spent with Zach Crawley over the last few months. I know Zach hasn't been playing red ball cricket for Kent for a couple of games, but he still lives on the ground, I think. When he's not in Clapham, anyway.
Yeah, indeed. So, just 2 out, of course, both behind square. It's quite a conventional looking field. Just the one slip. Wait and see what's on offer for the seamers first.
James Taylor's been impressive this competition. Really stepped into the role as the senior bowler.
Gone up for that. Maybe just angling down. Jack Chantry not bothered in the slightest.
Good bowling from James Taylor. Targeting the stumps here.
Let's have another look.
Just a hint of shape down the leg side, and yeah, it does look to be going down leg.
Yeah, definite nip off the surface though. It's his natural angle, James Taylor. Tall, slightly past the perpendicular and just angled it in. Another example of it. Fine bowler.
And he'll enjoy being supported today by, should we say supported or burgeoned by Dan Worrell at the other end, who you'd imagine will take the new ball from the pavilion end. Obviously, James Taylor moving to Yorkshire next year.
Indeed. He's a very popular figure around these parts. Hasn't chalked up an enormous number of appearances. Never quite established himself as a first choice pick, but always done a decent job when he's been called upon. And you fancy up at Leeds, his style, especially if the clouds roll in, he could get some real fun and purchase out of this stint.
It's always nice to see players who are moving on throw everything into the end of the season.
So he's away here. Ben Dawkins pick up a couple into the onside. Just going on the angle, leaning onto that. So, quiet start. You assume nothing funky, and it will be Dan Worrell to get us going from the pavilion end.
I was with Dan Worrell the other day at his house, and he was saying how desperate he's been to play some cricket. Played one game for the Southern Brave in the 100 and has missed out ever since, and has been chomping at the bit to come and play for Surrey. Has been on the gaffer every single day.
Good. Well, it's not before time, but it's a good move and a welcome one to see him out there in the proper colours of Surrey. That's him. That's him right there.
He's been struggling with a knee injury, Dan Worrell, since the Nottinghamshire game, the championship game a few months ago.
Yeah, I saw him strapped up, practicing a couple of months back. But he's okay.
He's good. He says he's fit and firing. Bit of a freak injury, really. A ball hit him off one of the rough parts on the square while fielding.
And again, right. He will happily live there, won't he, for the next half an hour. Dan Worrell.
He will, and you can just see the expression on Daniel Bell-Drummond's face there, a wry smile. Just knowing how high a skill that is from the Surrey quick.
Bit wider this time and going wider, but just inside the tram lines. Yeah, so with it being a decent but not monstrous score, Kent's openers can, that was marginal. They can afford to play cautiously here, play within themselves, play it almost like a championship game for the first half hour 45. Got real firepower as well down the pipe. Really good looking batting lineup. Easy on the eye, these two. Sam Northeast, a real old world stroke maker at number 3. Harry Finch, good punchy option at 4. Chris Benjamin hits a long ball at 5. Jaden Denley, very promising batting all-rounder at 6. You'd say it's a chunky, longish middle order of bowling all-rounders. But it does have the benefit of batting deep. A lot on these, I would say, the top 3 or 4. If they can break the back of these early overs, keep wickets in hand, then we could be in for an absolute humdinger here. Quite vocal out there, Cam. I think Surrey sense this is a big game for them today. There it is again, the Worrell signature. So, Daniel Bell-Drummond won't mind whatsoever seeing off a maiden against the great swing bowler Frankie Worrell.
I mentioned the volume from the Surrey players. It is one player in particular.
Who's that?
It's young Adam Thomas, who you'll hear in the pitch mic for for the entire day. He's got some great energy, and just one of those things at a team like Surrey where a lot of the guys are quite actually quiet on the field unless there's a ding dong going on. It's very handy to have. It's one of those intricacies of players with high skill. Often they're quite quiet on the field, and the creation of energy from the ring is actually quite important, especially in 50 over cricket where there is the 10 to 40 over lull, or in this game 10 till 39 over lull, given that this is a marginally truncated game.
Nicely played. I like that. That's the old opener style. Play slightly outside the line. Yeah, cover that potential for movement to bring the slips into play. You overcompensate deliberately. There's always a single off the inside half of your bat into the onside. We saw Dom Sibley, as ever, pick up a few in that style, and it's good to see. They like him, Ben Dawkins, a lot.
Yeah, Church and I were talking before about the great Graham Fowler. Used to talk about when you're inside edging the ball, you're playing well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good shout, that. That's how Greg Chappell used to try and defend, he says. Inside half of your bat. So, DBD off the mark. Peeled off an even 100 he did last week against Somerset. In another thrilling win for Kent. They won by 2 wickets, chasing down north of 300. 314 for 8 in the end against Somerset at Canterbury. Dawkins made an airy 30 from 38. Bell Drummond 100. And then contributions all the way down the pipe, including from Ekhansh Singh, who's having a fabulous tournament with bat and ball. Yeah, we could be well set up here for a cracker of a game. Slightly airborne, but hit clean. First boundary of the innings. Just playing on the angle, Camp.
Yeah, just shaping into the arc here for Ben Dawkins, who ends up actually flamingoing this. Some style in that shot. And the tall right-hander. Born in Johannesburg. Is it another South African-born player that could be playing for England one day?
Well, he's an England under-19s regular. Nice, clean shot straight to mid-off to finish off the third, 8 for no loss. Yeah, he opened up for the under-19s in that World Cup. Just gone. Opened up with young Joe Moores. Tom Rue as well in that side. He was skippering it, of course. Got to semi-finals. Got turned over. Well, in fact, turned over Australia and then got Suryavanshi, of course, in the final.
As many have since.
Indeed. Indeed. But he's had a quiet time of it in the One Day Cup this year so far. Just the one double-figure score, that 30 that we mentioned against Somerset. Began July with an unbeaten 100 in the ODI against South Africa for the under-19s. Unbeaten 100 at Northants to get his July campaign up and running, but it's been thin gruel since. So it's fair to say he's due. That's that unique Daniel Bell Drummond shot, isn't it?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
He just drops his hands on it and absolutely pounds it.
Yeah.
Lovely player, Daniel Bell Drummond.
Isn't he just?
Got a stern test here.
Playing a miss this time, slightly flat-footed. Local boy, born just up the road in Lewisham.
Is it this year, his testimonial year, or is it?
I think it is, yeah.
It is.
20 years. Definitely. There's another one coming up in Sam Northeast. He's in that bracket of unlucky never to have got a cap. I recall he made 100 against an Australian touring team for England A, or I think as it was then. A sparkling knock. One of the most watchable players in the country. Yeah, at that point there was that sense that he was quite close to England coming and knocking on his door. In the end, it didn't quite happen. But yeah, what a player he's been. Yeah, it was 2022 when he made 4 first-class hundreds, 920 runs. And he was making runs all over the show at that point. They made a triple, of course, triple hundred unbeaten following year. Some doubles in there as well. And all done with a bit of panache. Oh, false shot this time. Just trying to run it off the face. Nothing doing. So, Daniel Worrell, 2 overs. 2 maidens. Not a bad start.
No, interestingly, he's just hung it a little bit wider to Daniel Bell Drummond. I don't know if this is a plan specifically for him or just to see how much he can swing the ball, but certainly working.
So a steepler into the armpit, but Ben Dawkins doesn't look up to too many. He's a tall man, he just drops his hands on that, plays it nicely into the onside.
Taylor gets a little bit of a look at Daniel Bell Drummond here.
Quiet start, but that's not a problem, is it, for Kent? They can throw this forward if they're 60 for no loss, even 60 for 1 after 15. That's not a disaster when you're chasing 285 to win.
Yeah, both sides will be happy with this. Just sizing each other up at the minute.
Those hands at work, strong wrists, 4 runs, touch of class by an ever-classy player.
Yeah, just slightly leg side from James Taylor here, and as Daniel Bell Drummond so often does, just using the pace of the ball and coercing it to the fence.
Touch of class up in the commentary box as well. Coercing it, I like that.
Thank you.
I like that a lot. Right, he's back in again, James Taylor. More runs, couple at least.
Tommy Elam collects. We just saw his family on screen before. Who are here today.
Mark's here, is he?
Mark's here. Looks as though George is here as well. I think he's still captaining Reigate.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that would fit.
Played a lot of twos cricket for Surrey and Kent, did George Elam.
Plenty of pace on show here. He's in good rhythm. Looking to try and get that ball moving as well. He's bowled quite a full length generally here as James Taylor, and he's pushing 83, 84 from that height as well. It's a lot to take on. Oh, yes, please. What a shot. Again. Those ironclad wrists. Punches it gloriously past the left hand of mid-wicket for 4 more. So a couple of boundaries to Bell Drummond from that over. And Kent just moving through now this opening power play, 19 for no loss.
Gorgeous stroke from Bell Drummond, expertly guided through that gap at mid-wicket. Noticeable how different that one is to the previous boundary in the over, where he's just placed it behind square, and this one he hits it Sibley-esque. I actually just got a message from Dan Worrell's mother-in-law out in Adelaide.
She watching?
Saying she's watching Dan go to work. Nice to see him out on the field again. So, hello Kathy, hello Phil.
Phil the old man, is he?
He is.
Cheers
Good
for
that they're
joining
tuning
us,
in.
Kath. What a joy. So what time is it out in Adelaide?
Late.
Yeah, middle of the night, right?
Yeah, it'd be 9-hour time difference.
Well, he's so far doing his family proud. In fact, just ticked past midnight then in Adelaide. Ah, well, you're barely getting going then, Kath. But he's so far 14 balls in, been unhittable. Yep, make that 15. He's bowling like a man who's been desperate for a white cricket ball, a new fresh one in his hand for the last few weeks. He's not going to miss out here. Yeah, that's him. That's him all over.
What an experience for Ben Dawkins.
Yeah.
Not sure I'll have faced
Best of luck, pal.
anyone of the ilk of Dan Worrell.
Surprised just the one slip, actually. Well played. Solidly in behind it.
I suppose it's a feature of the 100 this year with the extra money and the extra overseas players in each side, and whatever you think of the 100, that more players are getting a chance to play in the 50 over because of the standard of the 100 going up.
The trickle-down effect.
The trickle-down effect.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, and it's created, but more by accident than design, I think, from the good people at the ECB, but it's nonetheless created a tournament with its own identity, I think. You know, it would be undercutting it to say it's a breeding ground tournament, but nonetheless, that's part of its charm, that we get to see a Ben Dawkins, for example, who might not be in the first 11 if Mayeye was around, if Crawley was around. But as it is, we see him. He gets exposed, playing against, or rather exposure, playing against one of the best seamers in the world, let alone in England. Another one, by the way. Make that 3 on the spin. Welcome back, Maestro. Yeah, and it's kind of really brought new life to this tournament. It felt, initially when the 100 turned up, barging into the middle of the summer, it felt like this tournament was a bit down on its luck. But I think clubs have adapted really well. I think they've prioritised bringing the younger players through. They've danced a little bit, been a bit more nimble. I mean, those days of Surrey turning up at Radlett with only 11 players available and having to find them from all corners and so on, those days have moved on, and the tournament now has its own style, its own identity. It's a good thing.
Yeah, well, I wonder how much of that is down to the players who were given a go over the last 4 or 5 years coming of age. I mean, in this Surrey team, the likes of Ralphie Albert, Adam Thomas, Ollie Sykes, Yusuf Majid is now a senior player in this team, Josh Blake, all guys who were part of what you would call a developing side back in the day, who really are coming of age now. Even James Taylor. But no, it certainly does have a different feel this year. Whether any of that is members and fans rebelling against the 100, coming to watch, and with the level of, well, volume and enthusiasm that we've heard today, or if it is just still a mighty fine competition.
Beats him this time, well bowled. I think it's a bit of both. I think certainly there is that feeling that you want to protect the kinds of things that you truly care about, and for a lot of rank and file, long-standing cricket fans, county cricket fans, you gravitate all the more so to it because it feels under threat. And you've seen the numbers not just incrementally go up, but soar up this year, the number of people through the gates. I think there is that element, no slip now, that'll run away. In fact, all the way for 4. Valiant effort, but that really did fly off the outside edge. And so they may not be able to lay a bat on Dan Worrell, but they're at least finding a few bits from the other end against James Taylor, who is perennially luckless whenever I see him. Nothing wrong with that delivery whatsoever. So has to give up another 4.
That's like your luck with Dan Lawrence. You need to stay away when he's playing.
Yeah, so I do. Bless him, my boy. Oh, almost dropped on his off stump. Yeah, I was here when was it? Wednesday last week to see London Spirit roll in against my London. The place was heaving. Shots, glorious. Scatters the pigeons at deep extra. My word, he's good to watch. 7 gone, 27 for no loss.
God, and he's earned this.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Oh, good over from James Taylor. He's found the edge, got him to play and miss, but he's earned that ball. It's not even a half volley. And he has just pounded that through the pigeons.
Yeah, he has that touch. Kind of touch that every now and then he'll unfurl a shot that will stay with you. Yeah, that was an area we've been talking about this. Hands on heads, but if you don't buy a ticket and all of that, just the one slip and a backward point, but fairly deep on the edge of the circle. It was coming. Anyway, finally. I hope Kath's still awake. Just first nick off the great Frank Worrell.
Back to business.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, so I was here last week for the game, sat through the afternoon, saw a tie in the afternoon in the women's game, and saw London Spirit smash a few in the evening. And I can't say it stayed with me who won or lost. And I'm not sure that too many people went home grumpy if their team won or lost. But it was hard to argue it wasn't a pretty enjoyable carnival of an atmosphere anyway, watching, well, 44 cricketers pretty much at the top of their game, populated by internationals, with a few new ones in there as well who you might not have seen in the flesh. Pretorius, for example, from South Africa, stuck one out the ground towards the old cricketers' pub that way.
And then ran into James Coles.
And then ran in to James Coles,
Oh,
yeah.
no, sorry, the run-in was beforehand, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And it may have felt almost entirely inconsequential on a certain level, but it was a damn fine good night out on the other, and it was heaving. And there is a great number of people out here for a Wednesday afternoon stroll, and there's 7,000 people that we get through the doors for a red ball game. We haven't even got to international cricket yet. I can't help thinking all of this stuff can coexist quite happily together.
Well said.
Well, I'm not sure many people will agree with you on the sharp edge of social media, but hey-ho.
That's something that I find really intriguing about the 100 as a whole, is it seems a very unpopular view to be able to enjoy it. And if you come out and say that you like it, you're opening yourself up to all sorts on social media.
That's why I give it a wide berth. Life is too short. Anyway, another optimistic drive from Ben Dawkins, stretching for it. Still stuck on 9 from now 22 deliveries. 21 deliveries, correction.
Prodigious swing from Dan Worrell. I know he's hung it wide there, but to get a white Kookaburra to swing that much is a reason why he's picked in the 100 and these leagues around the world. And
well, who was it? Was it Tom Kohler-Cadmore when Worrell was playing in the 100 a couple of years back? And he bowled 10 in a row and he didn't hit one of them. What perhaps it's a slightly layman question, Cam, but what is it about his technique that enables him to swing that ball so prodigiously?
it's his wrist control, wrist position, being able to put the seam in any position he wants to. As we see Tom Laws come into the attack.
Runs immediately off the hit. Just a single.
Strength at the crease. He comes in off a big angled run-up.
Does that help, the angled run-up, do you think? Do you think it creates a certain angle in the delivery stride that may encourage swing, or am I just talking nonsense now?
I think so. I think it's the same for... It helped me spin the ball coming in off an angle.
Right.
Getting into what felt like a stronger side-on position. I think it's the same for Frankie. It's not why he runs in on an angle. But he actually runs in on said angle because I think it's because of a tree in his old backyard.
Yeah, I've read about this, yeah.
But his control at the crease, and if you pause his run up, it just the strength when he's in his delivery stride, he's just able to just hold the seam more powerfully.
Right.
But I mean, similar to facing Jimmy Anderson, when you face Dan in the nets, it's not hard to pick which way they're swinging it, but it's the amount that it does swing and the amount of control that they have over it that makes it so lethal. The fact that you just can't go anywhere, you can't score. It's often quite demoralising whenever I would speak to Dan in the nets and say, "Oh, how would you look to get me out?" Trying to glean something from him.
Good again from Tom Laws. Started well here, bit of pace. Yeah, it's rare that I watch county cricket and think it's not fair. But every now and then, I've watched Dan Worrell bowl in the last few years, and it's a mismatch. It's just not on. especially with the red Dukes, especially in early summer or when it's a bit damp or even a bit humid actually. If there's a bit of moisture in the air. There it is, what a catch! We were saying there are a few better glovemen around than this kid, Josh Blake. That is a big edge. Oh, it's Burns keeping.
Yeah.
Apologies. Oh, my word. Well, that's even more spectacular. That was Burns. Apologies, skipper. Wow. What a snare. Cameron, talk me through it.
Well, you speak about how Josh Blake is such a good keeper. He practices so much. But this is a man who's taken the gloves off Josh Blake because of a sore finger.
I see.
And he has leapt. And he's done a lot of keeping in T20 cricket. I mean, that is an absolute hanger from the skipper. He's an excellent slip fielder, Rory Burns. And he kept as a kid and he's kept in senior cricket for Surrey. And Tom Laws has done the trick to dislodge Ben Dawkins. What a hanger from the skipper.
Yeah, that's spectacular. Well, I hope he doesn't kick me when he passes me in the corridor for butchering his moment.
Can't wait.
That catch stands alone. My word.
I mean, it's a nomination for best catch of the day. Which one are you picking? Burns' hanger? Which skipper's hanger are you choosing?
That's the most spectacular. I think DBD's had 5% of showboatery to it. You know, could have maybe gone both hands, but that going the other way, full length. Wow.
I suppose the question is, should he have not thrown it in the air and just tossed it back to the square leg umpire?
I think the reaction's good there. I think that's perfect. Well, what a take. God, he's going to clip me round the ear, no doubt about it. Right, so here we go, 30 for 1. Surrey into their work.
Just a word on Tom Laws there. Lovely ball. He takes so many wickets with that back of a length ball. We always talk about it at the Oval, trying to get a little bit fuller to entice the nick. But Tom Laws has a way of just bowling that little bit quicker back of a length and getting players to try and back foot punch and enticing the edge. One thing that you will notice if you're a young fast bowler at home trying to emulate some of the best in the game is how wide Dan Worrell gets on the crease. Because of how much he can swing the ball away, he often gets nicks by getting players to play at balls they don't want to.
Yeah, and he keeps on rolling here. 4.2 overs now, 3 maidens. No wicket for 2.
And you'd have to say this is Surrey's power play. 30 for 1.
Yep. Oh, just shy of mid-wicket.
That being said, Kent won't be too disappointed. They're 2 premier batsmen at the crease. A skipper well set on 21 off 31. But Surrey at the 10 over stage were 50 for none.
Punch, got to go hard here. Left-hander. Oh, Ralphie Albert would have been gone, I think.
Absolutely. Had 3 stumps to aim at here, Ralphie Albert. Attacked the ball brilliantly. Straight on the front foot and gone by a foot.
Yeah. Fabulous piece of work at mid-off. Made the angle for the left arm.
Who would you put Sam North East with as the unluckiest not to play for England? It's quite a loaded question.
I mean, he certainly is in that bracket for sure. I tell you what, second slip would have been well in the game. That would have gone straight to him. That would have been a big cheese to get rid of, so he's off the mark, North East. Oof, well, not around anymore, of course, but James Hildreth was always the name that people would turn to. Another cricketer from that neck of the woods. Tom Abel I've always rated very highly. Another day may have got the nod for something or other. Cricketer I like a lot is Matt Critchley, actually, at Essex. He's a fabulous cricketer, very much underrated. I guess his problem is that he's very good at two disciplines without being outstanding, arguably, in either. But he would do a good job, I think, for an England side, a test team. There's plenty going around. I mean, Jordan Clark here. When you look at Jordan Clark's numbers, the fact that he can catch pigeons and block it all day or score 100 in a session. His work against left-handers in particular with the new ball is as good as anyone around. He may have got the nod. Plenty of cricketers inferior to him have done over the years. I should be asking you this question though, Cam.
No, you just made me think of Matt Critchley, really, when we were speaking about leg spinners earlier. And when we were talking at Guildford the other day about leg spinners, Matt Critchley never gets mentioned.
No.
And it's unfair because he's one of probably the most accurate leg spinners around. And
yep,
like we say, with the doing 2 or 3 disciplines, it's quite easy to be judged differently to other people.
Beautifully played again, running off the face. Yeah, he began the season, Critchley, by making 170 odd for Essex and then taking 6 for 9 across the game. Inside the first 3.5 days of your season, it's not a bad start, that.
No.
Get your numbers up.
Easy to be cast in the shadow of Simon Harmer as well.
And perhaps that's held him back as well. This has meant he hasn't bowled as much as he might have done otherwise.
But actually back to that conversation about the leg spinners and who might replace Adil Rashid.
I asked you that about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. The one who really stands out for me is Calvin Harrison.
Yes, right. Me too.
And I feel as though he is in danger of falling into a similar category where people see him as an all-rounder as opposed to a really good leg spinner.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're talking white ball cricket at the moment. Yeah? Yeah.
Well, and red ball for me.
Really?
I mean, as a leg spinner, you always look at the other guys doing the same skill as you and you think of, I'm jealous of that skill, I'm jealous of that ball or whatever. But, I mean, he has the best action probably other than Rashid, in my view.
Okay.
It's just he is so consistent, spins the ball.
Yeah, well, Darren Lehman has known a few good wristies in his time and is a good judge of a cricketer, to say the least, and he thinks he's fabulous. He thinks he's an England cricketer.
Yeah. And I suppose he's fallen foul of being at a strong club like Notts, having to go and move to Northants to get more game time.
Yeah.
But he's now reaping the rewards of it. I mean, if you haven't seen him play, go and watch some of him at Trent Rockets this year. Whether you like 100 or not, I think we all like watching leg spin. He is proper, and it's really important these days as a spinner, let alone leggies, to be able to offer with bat and in the field as well. And he catches pigeons.
Yeah. He's an athlete. Talking of his work with the bat, he hasn't had much of a look in for the Rockets this year, but he did walk out to bat with 2 balls remaining of a game they'd already lost a week or two ago. And he walked off 12 not out off 2 balls. That's quite the flex, isn't it?
Aura.
Yeah. And again, Worrell just bothering that spot outside the right-handers off stump, forcing them to play, prodding out into no man's land, just hoping against hope that it doesn't zing its way past your outside edge to take a feather.
I suppose if we're talking about people who are potentially unlucky to have not played for England, you got one bowling to the other now.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if you were going to go there. He gave an interview to me about that a couple of years ago, or about, maybe early part of last summer. And he said, look, if they want me to roll a few out, then they know where I am. But I'm not losing any sleep over it.
He always used to joke that he would only ever play for England if Surrey didn't have a game.
In a theoretical situation, always take the high ground. Absolutely. Well, he's been the best bowler on show with the red ball that I've seen in county cricket consistently for the last 3 years. No doubt about that.
He's a former leg spinner as well.
Is he?
Yeah, he's bowled leg spin in Championship
I've
cricket.
seen
a
him
couple of
do that.
times.
I just thought he was taking the mick. But no,
He bowled a couple that have. He's the sort of guy who'll bowl it in warm-ups, and as an actual leg spinner, you look at it and you go, it's unfair when someone can bowl it with like drift and dip and spin. But he is fortunately one of those ones who admits how hard it is to do in an actual game. Unfortunately, I could never bowl seam like he could.
Oh, just wide of gully. Backward point gully. That's what he's looking for. But Bell Drummond moves on, lives on. 38 for 1 now. Been a good contest this. Couple of old soldiers of county cricket up against one another. Short one, out of nowhere. Oh, belatedly, umpire urges him to bowl it again.
Don't mind that from Dan Worrell. First little bit of aggression that we've seen. He has got the man out on the leg side fence, as is the custom after the first power play.
No run there. 6 gone from Dan Worrell then. 3 maidens, 0 for 10. What a masterclass. 40 for 1. 12 gone. Surrey edging it so far. Absorbing stuff. Cam Steele to take you through. And Mark Church to join.
Thank you, Phil Walker. Excellent work. Surrey going very nicely here with the expertise of Dan Worrell from the pavilion end and the young skill of Tom Laws from the Vauxhall end, who's done pretty nicely with 1 for 3 off his 2 overs as we welcome back Mark Church.
Thank you
Good
very much
afternoon.
indeed, Mr. Steele. Start of the 13th. And Laws again. What Worrell has done, and he is the master when he's like this, and it's lovely to see him fit and firing. He just does enough, and it's back to what we talked about this morning, it's that length as much as anything with Dan Worrell. He keeps you honest. When he's fit and firing, he keeps you honest. And he is the master. As just attempt to bow Drummond under a bit of pressure here now. Got off to a flyer. 26 off 40. I have to say, my day was made by that gentleman that you just saw on your screens there with the gloves on behind the stumps. My word. That was rolling back the years, was it not, Cameron Steele?
Was it?
The captain, keeping again. I never thought I'd see that. Never thought I'd see him with the gloves on again. And then he pulls off a catch like that. As Bell Drummond's pulling this from just back of a length. And we'll get a single.
Well, he took that gorgeous stumping
Oh, I know. He's
at
enjoying,
Bristol as well.
He's enjoying keeping.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's really enjoying the competition as
Yeah,
well.
he is.
Real spring back in his step, like you say. He's some good emotion coming when each of the wickets are coming, and obviously you've got to show all the emotion you can when you take a catch like that.
Oh.
But he'll be happy with his bowler's work so far.
Yeah, they've been good so far. 2 very experienced players out there at the moment in North East and Bell Drummond.
Elder statesman.
Elder statesman. It's very nice to see Sam North East. Of course, started at Kent, Captain Kent. Then went to Glamorgan.
And to Hampshire, then Glamorgan.
And then Hampshire, that's right, Hampshire and then Glamorgan. And of course, started that summer a few years ago with, was it 400 at Lords in the opening champion? It's a good way to start your summer, that, with a 400. It buys you a bit of time, because this one's turned by North East into the leg side. Elam coming up to do the fielding, get a single.
Well, it's a good test for Tom Laws as well. That's 2 excellent players. Nice to see Tom Laws actually, back here to start with.
Playing cricket.
And he had a tough day out at Edgbaston. So good to see him back in lovely rhythms now.
Well, Cameron Steele, I know I'm old, and I know I'm grumpy, and I know at times I can be a little cynical, but bowlers tend to bowl better when they're bowling. So the more they bowl, the better they get. And I don't think it's any great surprise that now a couple of games in, Tom Laws is bowling very nicely. Crowd enjoying themselves as well today. There's some replica Surrey caps there and some Surrey white floppy sun hats. Some binoculars as well. Gentleman in his shirt and tie as well there. Be warm in that. I'm not sure it's a day for shirt and tie. So we have a change in bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, and it is Ryan Patel coming into the attack from the pavilion end. The Wizard of Guildford, as we christened him. So there we are, the change of bowling powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Ryan Patel into the attack to bowl the 14th over with Rory Burns up to the stumps and Ollie Sykes tumbling to his left there to do the fielding. But it is a lovely, lovely day for watching cricket now. And Surrey, just a reminder, 286 and 287 the target, but Surrey have kept it very tight so far. Forward goes North East, because Surrey would have said to themselves, we are short. From where they were, 116 it was, Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley put on. Until Ryan Patel, who I thought was on for north of 150 today, the way he was batting. Just had to do my north, east, south and west there. As this is worked off the stumps by North East again. Fielding good as Elam.
Worked off the stumps by North East, South and West.
Yes, North East, South and West. Never eat shredded wheat. That was the way I always remembered it at school. But from that 116 for 1, Kent pulled it back very, very well. And actually, Rory Burns and Josh Blake were the two that sort of added a bit of impetus to it. Oh, here goes Northeast. Leg side, in the air, all the way for 6. So he's just taken that off a length. Has woken a gentleman up there in a straw hat. But he has just taken that off a length to the shortest boundary. Brought the bottom hand into it. I'm not sure he got all of this, Sam Northeast, but that's the shortest boundary. And he's just had a look at Ryan Patel and then seen the pace, saw the length, and just threw that bottom hand in. Effective shot from Sam Northeast. Good batting. He's on to 11.
A hint of premeditation there from Sam Northeast. Just looks as though he's targeting that short side and ready for Patel to come a little bit fuller.
Yeah, that's over towards the gasometer side of the ground. So just hides it outside the off stump on this occasion, Ryan Patel, and that's driven away. And Adam Thomas gets round to do the fielding. And they get back for the single. So Baldrummond comes on to strike. Sam Northeast just rehearsing his drives there. Final ball of the 14th over. Oh, Baldrummond's gone down the ground. This will be out. Safely taken by Dominic Sibley at mid-off. And it's Ryan Patel with the big wicket of Daniel Baldrummond. And Daniel Baldrummond looking to go straight down the ground and into the pavilion. Toe end of his bat. Sibley was never dropping that. And it's Ryan Patel again with the big wicket of Daniel Baldrummond. This has been a very good start by the Surrey bowlers. And Baldrummond gone for 27. But looking to take that off a length. It's more sort of outside edge from Baldrummond. Very safe catch just on the edge of the circle there. Dom Sibley. But Cameron Still, big wicket from Ryan Patel.
Huge wicket of the Kent skipper. A conscious effort from both him and Northeast to take Ryan Patel on. And he knows it straight away. It's the safe hands of Dom Sibley. And good to see the amount of emotion that came out of Ryan Patel there. Him and Rory Burns are right up for this. And this is a really big game for, well, for both teams. But Surrey will be well on their way to qualifying if they can pull off a win here.
Harry Finch makes his way out to the middle. The other thing I would say, and Laws and Patel would say this as well, the way that Worrell's gone with the ball has helped with these 2 wickets that they've picked up, because Dawkins played a big shot outside his off stump, was caught behind, and then that delivery from Ryan Patel. Baldrummond's tried to go after Ryan Patel because of the way that Worrell's bowled at him. So Worrell may be wicketless, but the way he's bowled has just built that pressure that they've had to go after someone else.
Absolutely. Surrey have really earned those 2 wickets. Been a proper team effort.
Start of the 15th, and Laws goes straight past Sam Northeast outside edge.
Well, and to mention James Taylor as well.
Yes.
He was bang on the money. A couple of balls did skew off the bat for 4, but he was excellent. And I mean, that really is a huge wicket, Daniel Baldrummond.
Oh, yeah. Baldrummond has scored an awful lot of runs against Surrey over the years. I remember him getting 100 in a T20 game in the dark at Tunbridge Wells. Driving. Northeast, nice looking shot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There's Ralphie Albert, looking forward to seeing him have a bowl. And there's the 50 up. And Duckworth Lewis is always a good indicator of where a side should be. At the end of this over, even with those 2 wickets obviously put that up, Kent would need to be on 87 according to Duckworth Lewis. So that's always a good indicator of which side's ahead of the game at the moment. Not that I've ever understood it. And when they give me the sheet, oh no. It's a nightmare, that Duckworth Lewis sheet. As forward is Finch to his first delivery, Harry Finch. Plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
As you said that about Duckworth Lewis,
Ugh.
I'm just trying to think back how many times I'll have heard that from coaches down the years.
Oh. Well,
It's a great way to know where you're at.
yeah, well, yes, it is if you can read the sheet. It's
Oh, the
on the
scoreboard,
board.
the board's
That
the key,
helps,
the board's
that
the key,
helps.
yeah.
I've tried to look at that sheet you get given,
Ah.
and I get so confused. Who
You've
was
got to
it?
love Excel to love that.
Yeah, who was it in a World Cup game? South Africa. It was Sean Pollock, wasn't it? And South Africa got knocked out, and he read the wrong column. They'll get 2 here. Little misfield from Thomas, and that'll get Finch off the mark with a couple off a thickish inside edge. He read the wrong column.
Nasty way to go.
And they were out there, and it was going to rain, and the message read out, don't go after it. And I think they were 1 short of where they needed to be, and I think that knocked them out of a World Cup. But it's never straightforward reading the old Duckworth Lewis sheet, as Finch is trying to pull a ball that was just back of length, but it's that extra bit of zip from Tom Laws, and that's up towards Dom Sibley at mid-on. You see there, that extra little bit of zip. We saw a couple of those from Dudgeon today, just back of length, and players just standing there and pulling that extra zip from Laws. It just hits the top of the bat, gets onto you a bit quicker than you think. Last ball of the 15th, nicely played by Finch, just opens the face of the bat, guides this one down to that man, Dan Worrell. Now, Surrey have those 2 wickets, but it's the way that man bowled in his first spell that built up the pressure. And you're just going to see some of the highlights here from Dan Worrell. And if you had a red pen here, you would be able to mark this spot, and every ball would be landing on exactly the same spot with a little bit of shape. He's the master when it's like this. When he's fit and firing, absolute master of his craft. And I've always said with Dan Worrell, I never realised what a good bowler he was until he came to Surrey. As Ryan Patel, start of the 16th, having got that wicket in his last over at Daniel Bale-Drummond, and Harry Finch plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And it's very good. Kent viewers won't think this at the moment, and I'm not sure that Messrs North East Dawkins and Bale-Drummond will think this, but it's very good to see him back fit and firing. Solidly forward again goes Finch. There is Sykes to do the fielding. And you're not human if you don't think ahead a bit, Cameron Steele, but you're also thinking, ooh, Championship starts again and you've got a fit and firing Worrell. Then half make a difference, doesn't it? It's well bowled again by Ryan Patel, and Sam North East has to take evasive action. Plus get his bat down, because he was slightly concerned there that Ryan Patel was going to sort of deflect that back towards the stumps. We saw one of those with Dom Sibley, didn't we? Where Sibley sort of just fell over and got his bat down, but that was the full dive there from Sam North East. Tucked away by Harry Finch. That'll be 4. It's just drifted onto his pads as Ryan Patel, and that's nicely tucked away by Harry Finch. His first boundary.
Yeah, tidy from Finch there. Yeah, not a great delivery from Ryan Patel. Not where he'll want it. Yeah, put away well by the number 4.
It's a great take again from Rory Burns. It's slightly wide from Ryan Patel, that one, and signalled wide, but again, Burns with the gloves there. Just the one-handed take,
He's
nonchalantly.
Yeah.
What's going on? You know, folks will fingers crossed be fit again for the championship, but maybe the captain
He's
will
got some
say,
competition,
hang on,
yeah.
just a second here, everybody. Oh, now shout for LBW. You're not going to get that, but again, a little bit of shape and late from Ryan Patel.
Yeah, much better from Ryan Patel. As we were mentioning, the guru of Guildford, the wizard of Woodbridge Road. He was excellent with the ball in both games at Guildford. And try and do the same sort of thing here.
I'm not sure that nickname's caught on since the games at Guildford. Finch driving through the pigeons, and he will get a single as Thomas gets round quickly. Not the best of throws from Adam Thomas. I think he might get a bit of a stare from his captain there. And it's the end of the over. So 59 for 2, as you can see. Look at that view. Cameron Steele. You can see the old MI6 building there that you're not meant to know is there behind the. Do you remember in that James Bond film where Judi Dench was coming across the bridge and then? Wow, there it is. It's the old MI6 building. The surprised-looking flats way there with their raised eyebrows.
The Dom Sibley surprised eyebrow.
The Dom Sibley flats. There they are. They're tall enough for him, aren't they? Just peeking over the top of the roof. So change in bowling. Brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, because James Taylor's coming back into the attack. And his first delivery, Finch is trying to pull through the leg side. It's come off his pad. It beat the dive of Rory Burns, and it's away for 4 leg buys. 63 for 2. It wasn't that short to be pulling, actually, and it's come off his bat leg. And despite the best efforts of Rory Burns on that occasion, he couldn't get a glove to it. So there it is, the change of bowling. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, James Taylor and his black headband. And this is turned by Finch into the leg side. Laws does the fielding. Of course, off to Yorkshire at the end of the season is James Taylor. He'll get a lot of championship cricket at Yorkshire. He's a very good bowler, is James Taylor. Plus, as well, if they ever do another Pirates of the Caribbean, he's a shoo-in, isn't he? These days. Now stump to stump here is James Taylor.
Just a little word on Harry Finch, actually. It's always good to see guys who have been released by a club. When he released by Sussex quite a few years ago now. And then to work his way up on trial at Kent through the twos, and to find a fairly regular place in all 3 formats for this Kent side.
Made a very good 50 here in the T20 game earlier in the season, alongside Sam Billings, when, well, Kent dominated that game, really. Oh no, he's a good player.
He's turned himself into a really tidy cricketer.
He's got a bit of batting to do here, because you look at the bottom of that screen, and even at this early stage, that run rate will be a concern for Kent. Because if it continues like this, they're going to leave themselves an awful lot of work to do at the back end of this game. He wants a single here, does Finch. He's not going to get it. It's good from North East, sent him straight back.
And pouncing from Patel.
Like a gazelle.
Yeah,
in the covers.
I mean, it's really tragic what I've just done here, but, you know, talking Wizard of Woodbridge Road,
yes.
Guru of Guildford. I've just gone onto the online thesaurus trying to find something for oval. Oracle doesn't quite work.
Ooh.
There's nothing.
Ah, I see what you're doing. Yes. As this is whipped off the stumps by Finch. He's going to get a single here out towards Thomas at deep mid-wicket. But it's a tidy first over from James Taylor back into the attack. That target 287 as Finch and North East get together for a chat. Have you got an answer for us as we're looking there at the Kent balcony?
No, I don't have an answer, but I'd like to search for one from our viewers, if that's okay. Sorry, broadcast@gmail.com. If you
something
have
that goes with O for the oval.
Well, yeah, just any new nicknames for Ryan Patel.
Ah, I see what you're doing. Yes. Well, he's coming out the attack now. There you go. There's the way to get in touch. Sorry, broadcast@gmail.com. Of course, Cameron Steele threw out there this morning with Grant Stewart the handsome 11, didn't you? Or the best looking 11. Now, I think that could cause chaos, personally, a squad of 15, because there are a lot of cricketers that wouldn't get in it that would think they should. Here is Adam Thomas then. That change in bowling again. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions with Rory Burns up to the stumps, and they will get a single. See, I've always thought there's the growler as well. You may have just caught the growler there from the Peter May boys. There's Adam Thomas. Change of bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. As forward goes Sam Northeast. You see, I've always thought that there are these sort of reality TV shows on the telly, aren't there, where lots of sort of good-looking youngsters go to a villa in somewhere and all sit round the pool. And I think there would be one of those with cricketers be belting viewing. Just a load of cricketers sat around a swimming pool, chatting.
Well, the man who won the first season of Love Island was a cricketer.
Who was that then?
Max Morley.
Oh, really? I
Used to play at Durham, yeah.
I never knew that.
He's now a cricket content creator.
Is he really?
Lovely man, Max.
Yeah.
I doubt he's
Oh.
tuning in, but if he is,
Well
email in.
Well done, Max. I never knew that. I've got to be honest. It's not a program I really watch that much. Although it went through a stage of being the cricketer's favourite program, didn't it? And the number of times on away trips.
Well, it's a level of consistency that cricket cannot offer you.
Well, right, but all I'm saying is the number of evenings on away trips where it's I've got to go now, got to go. Love Island's on. Forward goes Finch, plays this one to backward point.
Oh,
I'll let you know that when I got slightly surprised, and he'll deny this, is when the director of cricket one evening went, "Oh yes,
No.
yes, he got into a season of it. Yes,
The great Alex Stewart got into a season of...
Yes, as this is pushed by Finch. Good bowling from Thomas. But I think that would be a terrific programme. Good over from Thomas. Very tight over again. 66 for 2. Because you know what the conversation would immediately turn to after trying to be highbrow and discuss what book was being read and all that good stuff, Cameron Steele. It would go straight into cricket chat, wouldn't it? And they get so bored that somebody would find a broomstick and a tennis ball, and then the entire games of cricket would be being played on the patio by the pool. Great programme. Don't know why it hasn't been thought of. Turned by Northeast. Another
Perhaps
new over from James Taylor.
Perhaps you should produce it. What would you call it?
Cricket Island. I think that
There's already a name. Island Cricket.
Island Cricket, yeah. Yeah.
It's taken.
I see. I quite like the thought of a cricketing goggle box as well. I think that would be quite fun. I'm not sure how much of it would get to air. We just saw some of the Kent players set up there on the balcony.
Will Wisden do their Wisden watch along now?
No, did they? Very good. But seeing the Kent players set that up there on the balcony, I've always thought it'd be quite fun having the camera on whilst your side's batting, and the conversations that are taking place.
Well, the one that always comes to
on the
mind.
balcony.
The one that always comes to mind for me was the Durham game in the championship here, 24, when Surrey won the championship, and we're all sat on the balcony watching the boys bat.
Short ball, Northeast just pulling this one away, rolling the wrists out there to deep backward square. Will get himself a single.
And we had a team rule that we wouldn't watch other games on our phones or
Very
whatever
wise,
because.
very wise.
But Dan Lawrence, the rule breaker that he is, was waiting to bat or had already been in and out. I can't remember, but was watching Luke Wells bowl against Somerset and just broke silence and went, "Vamos, Wellsy!"
Forward goes Finch. Yes. Well, I think that was the one, wasn't it, where, yes, Surrey needed... Did they need Lancashire to win, didn't they? And then that would have been the title. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
I mean, there are a couple of expletives thrown in there, but
well, the one I heard, and I don't think I'm giving too much away. I'm not giving confidential information away here. No, because it doesn't involve Surrey. But it's one of my favourite cricketing stories, this. As length delivery, pushed away by Finch. A young Jason Roy. Very young Jason Roy. And test match here, he was doing the old 12th man a bit. Flintoff and Peterson both playing in that game. And being a young Jason Roy, where, you keep yourself to yourself. They were sat on the balcony, the desk, where you watch out. One side, one the other, and Jason went and sat slap bang in the middle of them. As the game was going on, he's just down the leg side, wide's the signal, and they've sort of looked and thought, so I've a question for you. Would you rather face your own bowling or bowl at the other one? And they both looked at him and then went, that's actually a really good question. And then apparently it was debated for about 2 hours in the dressing room. Yeah. Or bowl, James Taylor. Just taking that away from Finch, who was on the drive. Mr. Cameron Steele is leaving us. He will be back a bit later. And here's that delivery from James Taylor. Beats the outside edge. But yes, what a question that was from a young Jason Roy to Kevin Peterson and Andrew Flintoff. Very philosophical question. And apparently, yes, they took ages working out which they'd rather do. Now, that photo you can see is Alistair McNair and Rich Smith, who have successfully walked the 57 miles between the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury and the Keir Oval to watch this afternoon's game, raising money for St Christopher's Hospice in Orpington. And they arrived at the ground at 4 o'clock. What a brilliant effort that is. Here is Adam Thomas bowling the 20th over. And this is punched away off the back foot by Sam Northeast. And they will pick up a single. Just a bit more on that. Alistair and Rich were walking in honour of their great friend Ed Hobie Hampshire, who was a Surrey County Cricket Club member who tragically passed away last year at the age of just 38. And they were greeted by Ed's wife Laura when they arrived at the ground. Now outside edge from Finch. He's going to get away with this. One bounce down to James Taylor at third man. Was looking to go down towards long on because mid-on's up at the edge of the circle. So just the single. So there they are, Alistair McNair and Rich Smith. 57.4 miles they've walked from the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury here to the Keir Oval. 21 hours of continuous walking, so congratulations to you both. That is a terrific effort. As this one's punched away off the back foot by Sam Northeast. Should get a couple here. 2 more to the total as Tommy Elam comes around to do the fielding. But at the moment, that run rate 3.69, and that run rate required keeps creeping up. 7.5s at the moment. Still time and plenty of it from a Kent point of view, but it's just very disciplined bowling by Surrey this. Thomas has started very nicely. Short ball, that is pulled, hammered by Sam Northeast. He's middled that. Not quick enough really, Adam Thomas. Surprise short ball from him, but not quick enough really. And Sam Northeast has jumped all over that.
That's something we learnt in the first innings, that you can't get away with anything short. I think we'll just pop up, especially to that short boundary as well.
George Gompertz back alongside as this one's driven by Northeast down the ground. The fielding's excellent though by Sibley. Dives to his right, keeps it down to a single. The end of the over, 77 for 2. So 29 overs remaining and another 210 required by Kent. Few thoughts from George, and then you will be joined by Phil Walker.
That was very short, Churchy, very short, but very, very sweet. As always, I think Surrey will be very happy with the position they've got themselves in. Maybe thinking they were 20 or 30 runs under par, but they've reduced the visitors to 77 for 2 through 20. So I imagine, given what they've set, they'll be absolutely delighted to be in this position. And it's going to be Tom Elam, his introduction to the game. Sponsored, of course, Phil, by our friends over at SSE Energy Solutions. Very, very proud sponsors, I'm sure.
So yeah, Elam it is. And these two are in that devilish position, these two batters, of whether to twist or stick. That rate required is creeping up and up. Suddenly, it can't be ignored. Put to one side, 7 and a bit, 7.25 now. Surrey are doing this so well. Took a lead, of course, from Dan Worrell, who was majestic, really, with the new ball. And now they're just squeezing and shackling in these middle overs. And Kent can't afford just to sit on their bat and take it deep. They're going to have to make a play eventually here. And there you go. And that's what happens when you do. Beautiful work. Again by Rory Burns. What a day he's having with the gloves. Tommy Elam picks up Sam Northeast. Some may say it's a strangle, but he knows exactly what he's doing, the off-rake bowler. You would have seen him come and just throw it outside that leg stump, and suddenly Kent are 3 down. Their 2 champions, Daniel Bell-Drummond and Sam Northeast, both in the hutch. And it's a tough ask from here. George?
Yeah, it's the second time today we've seen a young spinner come on and immediately make a difference. Rory Burns has made that look pretty easy in the end, although it's never easy down the leg side, because for a good period as that ball's coming towards him, it'll be unsighted by the right-handed batter. And he does very well to collect it, and Northeast has basically given up by that point. No chance in the end of getting back and making his ground. So it's good work. It's a big wicket. And now 3 down for 80 in the 21st. It's looking like an awful long way back, but this is the beauty of 50 over cricket. You were just saying they've made their decision if they're going to stick or twist. If they go for it, they risk losing wickets. If they don't go for it, they risk not having enough runs, and that is the beauty of this game. And he decided that that was the delivery he was going to go. This is the bowler he's going to attack, and it has been his demise.
Yeah, I'd say full credit to Elam. It was a canny piece of work. So Chris Benjamin, the classic long levers, hits a long ball, does Chris Benjamin. He's been in decent form as well. He's chipped in throughout this campaign. That's in the ambitious camp, I would say. Yeah, coming off the back of a undefeated 55 to help Kent get home against Notts in that last over victory. 34 balls for his 55, so he's in form. He'll be feeling good. Very different circumstances in this one, though.
The gap in that run rate is what they'll be most concerned with at the minute. Going under 4, need to be going over 7. And the longer that goes on, the bigger that gap becomes as well. So if they're going to go, they're going to have to do it pretty soon.
Nicely bowled, not really there to cut. So, very good first over. Fruitful one. 3 down now for 80, Kent. Still need 207. Looks like a long haul at this stage.
For anyone thinking there may be a slight discrepancy in the scoreboard, that wicket on the third ball is actually a wide, but that's not being displayed, so this is a legitimate 7th delivery.
Yeah, they fooled us all. They'd all made their move, only for the umpire to bring them back. So now we can have those applause. The crowd has been all over this game right from the start. There's a definite engagement with these cricket matches. The crowd are following the flow of it.
Well, there's been engagement both in the ground and also on the stream. We've had an email come in for Cam from Tim with his suggestion for a Ryan Patel nickname. He's gone for Oval Assassin.
Almost.
Which seems to me more maybe a name for a bowler.
You're not having the Kaiser of Kennington then? You're not having that?
I enjoyed that. I did enjoy that.
Just let it slide though. Everyone did. Never mind. Win some, you lose some. So here we go again. So Adam Thomas trying to just rattle through these middle overs. We saw it at Guildford. He was very effective. The classic stump to stump. Just hitting Rory Burns' gloves. There it is again. Nicely played this time.
That's Nikhil Garantla at third man. Does that mean we've got to do a bit of a game of deduction, or do we already know who's gone off? Are we playing a bit of I Spy? Have a little scan around, see who we can't see. Now is Dan Worrell still out there?
I think he is at mid-on. We need our binoculars. We need our Adam Collins binoculars here. Anyway.
What seems slightly, not strange, but the fact that Nikhil's come on at third man and not somewhere in the ring. He's an elite infielder.
Right, that's airborne as well. He's underneath it. Takes it easily enough, Tom Laws. So this innings is stuttering to us to a halt here. 81 now for 4. And Chris Benjamin, he may have been in form, but he's perished before he's got going here. And Kent are in all kinds suddenly. It's been a strangely timid and diffident innings here. They started achingly slowly. They let Dan Worrell bowl to them. And they've rather given it away, in truth. Pretty ordinary shot by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Sam Northeast ran past one. And Chris Benjamin won't want to see that this evening.
Yeah, and that's what the scoreboard pressure can do. So far behind the rate, they needed to get a move on. And it wasn't the worst ball to pick. It was full, it was up there. Just slightly played across the line. He's tried to play one through mid-wicket, which he probably should have tried to play straight. He's got a hint of a leading edge, and it's gone straight up. That brings Jaden Denley to the middle, and if he has an impact with the bat like he did with the ball, then who knows where this game can go.
Yeah, well, they need something special now all of a sudden. It's a shame for the visitors. They've just not fired at all. They've come off the back of 2 fabulous run chases. They'd have been buzzing coming into this game and feeling good about life at half-time. They just have not got going. 7 4s and a 6 across the best part of 22 overs at a ground where it's a natural boundary hitting ground. Surrey have been excellent, of course. But Kent just a bit diffident. 22 gone then, 82 for 4.
It's never over in 50 over cricket. It just takes one partnership, as we saw at the beginning of last week when Durham were chasing against Glamorgan and found themselves at 96 for 6. And that was a big partnership between Will Rhodes, who ended on 148 not out, and Casey Aldridge, who was out in the mid-70s. And they got there in the end with a degree of comfort. They had wickets in the shed. They did it with about 3 balls to go. But it does just show that one partnership can change a game. The only difference maybe between that Durham pair is that was 2 of the more experienced players on the team. And if Kent are going to do it, they're going to have to do it with some youth today.
Yep, ditto Surrey. Tommy Elam at one end, Adam Thomas at the other. Rory Burns calling the shots from under the lid as a keeper. What an afternoon he's had, by the way. An all-time screamer. Standing back, and some very tidy work standing up as well to get rid of the dangerous Sam Northeast. And this is the sweet spot for a fielding team, when you know you have the foot on the throat of your opponents and you can ring the changes and get through various different options. Know that the batters are hamstrung, really. Gets that one away just behind square for a much needed boundary. Jaden Denley then into his work. But yeah, just the 8-4 with that 1-6 so far, not enough.
Yeah, and as a younger bowler, this is a nice time to come onto bowl when, as you said, the game's definitely not won, but the momentum's in your favour and there's certainly less pressure on it. You can afford the odd drag down, the odd loose one, and it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, DLS par score just as a barometer, really. No chance of rain or anything like that. We don't need to worry, but 152 shows how far behind the 8-ball Kent are just at the moment. So they need a lot of that. They need some desperate cricket out there now.
I've seen all day it's been a fair pitch, fairly short boundaries, a good track. And runs shouldn't be too hard to come by, but Kent have just made a little bit of a meal of it so far. It's very tight bowling at the top, especially from Dan Worrell. Puts that pressure on when it is, a target that's not impossibly big, but up there, and the run rate off the bat is reasonable. Of course, helps to have those tight overs at the top in the power play. And it was, you'd think, that pressure from Worrell at one end which brought the opening wicket.
They're going to continue then with this partnership of Surrey. Adam Thomas into his 4th. Proving to be a useful foil. Gets through the overs quickly. Oh, how about that? 5 down. Well, not the best ball Thomas will bowl in his career, but it matters not a jot. Now Harry Finch has got to drag himself off. That's a limp dismissal. 2 catches now for Tom Laws at backward point. Different in style, but the result is the same.
And it's classic in this situation when you're up against it in terms of run rate. He was 14 off 27 at this point, struggling slightly for runs, and the bowling has been quite tight. You do get a loose one, and your eyes light up and you just throw everything at it. And maybe lose your shape a little bit, lose a bit of concentration, end up hitting it straight to the man, and you can't quite believe what he's just done.
Yeah, it's a disappointing way to go. It's one of those where you drag yourself back into the changing room and you just say to yourself, why didn't I just give it a whack? Why didn't I go through with it? If he's going to play with an open face uppishly, then accentuate the angle, try and go over the infield, or come down hard on it. But as it was nothing. A whole heap of nothing.
It's always easier the second time.
Ekkansh Singh then. Again, another man in form. If you look at the scores, made a fabulous 20 ball, unbeaten 40. In that game against Somerset that they won down in Canterbury.
Just the one List A 50 so far in his career. High score of 71, just shy of 450 runs, coming at an average of 26. So you'd think if he was going to play a part in winning this would be by far his best innings.
Well, it'd be a good time to make a name for yourself, certainly. He's had a very promising tournament, just turned 20.
What were you doing when you were 20?
I was cramming in my final year of an English literature degree. And various other things.
Preparing yourself for a life in cricket broadcasting.
I mean, that couldn't have been further from my thinking at the time, but these are the twists and turns of a life, I suppose.
And that's what I've really liked from Adam Thomas.
Yeah.
Over the last few weeks we've seen him bowl. We haven't seen him really in the county championships, but in this one-day cup it's given us a chance to look at him, and it's nothing fancy. It's just a heavy ball on a good line and length.
Yeah, and you can see how much he enjoys his work as well. It's nothing fancy or flashy, but he's a keen pup. You know, bounds back to his mark, turns quickly at his mark, and then bustles in again. Hits that length. Infield does its thing. Quick single there. And away he goes again. Rushes through his overs. It's good stuff. And so even if he may have missed out with the bat, just did not get going today. Couldn't find the boundary across his 40 deliveries. 44 deliveries, in fact. Nonetheless, he's already affected this cricket match in a big way. 2 for 14 from 4.
And he's bowling at that pace where if he does just drop it short or too full, then it more than likely is going to go the distance. But when it's on that line of length, it's really, really difficult to get away.
Yeah, you have to take risks in order to wrestle him off that length. And Elam back at his mark almost immediately. They're really pushing through now.
It's a great time for the bowling side just to get through some quick overs. 2 new bats. Run rate's not going anywhere at the minute. And if they do start going for it suddenly, Kent, I'm sure Surrey won't be too worried about that, because it will bring chances if they do.
Nicely played. Very tidily played indeed. Tricky shot. Punching off the back foot through that small gap. So these two nascent county cricketers, really. It's a big call, big ask for the both of them, but if ever there's a day to make your name, it's here in South London.
I think you almost need to just change your mindset, and instead of thinking, right, we've got 197 to win and it's all on us, just think, right, okay, we've got 24 overs to bat, loads of time out in the middle, it's a good pitch, let's just bat, see what happens. You can treat this just effectively like a middle practice, why not? Time out in the middle.
Well, certainly nothing to lose. They're not out of the competition by any means. If they were to go down here, they're coming off the back of a couple of very tidy wins indeed. But you don't get many opportunities to turn over Surrey in South London at this fortress. And they'll be cranky with themselves that they've got through the first half of their innings and barely laid a glove on them. 90 for 5. It's been a bit timid, a bit diffident at times. And so it now rests with these two rookies, really, to pull something out spectacularly.
Yeah, and it's Surrey have bowled well, of course they have, and at times Kent has probably just lost a little bit of concentration and composure. An absolute worldie first up from Rory Burns to dismiss Dawkins, bowled Tom Laws. He was going the wrong way. I'm not sure if we've got the replay accessible to us at the minute, but he was going the wrong way. Changed his momentum, full stretch to his right. Then Bell Drummond with a fairly ordinary swipe across the line. Skied it in the air for Ryan Patel. Tommy Elam on his third ball dismissed Sam Northeast. Again, good work from Rory Burns down the leg side to get the stumping. And Chris Benjamin, very similar to Bell Drummond, just hitting across the line off Adam Thomas, and he too skied it. And Finch again gone from Thomas, cutting a short wide one straight to Tom Laws at point. So at drinks, Surrey on top, comfortably on top, 20 for 5 at the halfway stage.
Yep, just the one other game in the competition in the other group to that which this fixture takes place. So Group B, Hampshire and Glamorgan. Surprisingly, Hampshire, that white ball powerhouse, really. Third from bottom at the start of the day against Glamorgan. Glamorgan having such a good red ball campaign, of course, but both teams struggling in the 50 overs, and Glamorgan struggling today. 6 down for 99, chasing 263. So again, it's looking like a forlorn hope for Glamorgan to chase that one down. Jake Lehman, Ben Brown and Toby Albert in the runs earlier in the piece for Hampshire. Had Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack in the wickets. Good to see Eddie Jack taking the new ball. Very fine young prospect for Hampshire and for England. So, quick drink. Now we're back on. And why not indeed? It will be Adam Thomas to continue. 2 for 14.
The sun's shining on a lovely Kia Oval, and the pavilion, Mickey Stewart Pavilion, as it has been all day, is pretty full. Just shy of 7,000 through the gates today on a working Wednesday. Superb effort.
Yeah, it really is. It's been a mark of this tournament all year, really, all up and down the country. As you were saying earlier, George, you went up to York, to the outground, and there was, how many was it? 7,000 through the doors?
No, 4,500.
4,500.
But at capacity, it's a sellout. Lovely venue. Lovely part of the world.
Indeed.
Also up there with the best food I've had at a sporting venue. I had a pizza with pepperoni, nduja and hot honey. And honestly, up there with one of the best pizzas I've had.
In the press box?
No, I was there as a fan.
As a punter. Clubbed, just evading mid-wicket. So eventually, the frustrations, the impatience comes through. And Akansh Singh chances his arm and gets away with it.
Yeah, it's again heavy ball into the pitch from Thomas. He's just dragged it from outside off. Just evading short mid-wicket.
Nicely played again.
That DLS pass. So given the situation of the game, given the wickets they've lost, what they should be on at this point is 183. They're currently on 97. So it's looking at this point for Kent that they're out of it, which is a weird place for these two in the middle to be in terms of their mindset.
Oh, just wide again of Tom Laws, who's been in the game there at backward point throughout the innings. Yeah, Grant Stewart is waiting. Now, he does hit a big ball. So if these two can be busy, go at a run of ball, maybe go at 7s and over for the next period of time, keep them just about in touch. Then there is some power in the hutch, you never know.
What they don't want to do is be recklessly aggressive and throw their wickets away, at which point the game will be over. They do need to have a touch of aggression and make things happen. But a runner ball, just take the game deep. It's the key with 50 over cricket, just take it deep and see where it goes. If you're still in the game through 40 overs, you can reassess. Obviously it's a long way to go, but they can't let that number get in their heads too much.
Down the ground, couple of runs available. Tom Sibley angling round, looks slightly uncomfortable there. Maybe it's just his general demeanour, lugubrious kind of character, but yeah, he's just stretching out that left leg. 100 up. It's been a strained affair, 5 down. 26 and a half overs to get there. There is the attempted big shot, nothing doing.
And he's hitting towards the short boundary, so won't need to get all of it to clear the ropes. But it's definitely a premeditated slog sweep.
Wait on. Nothing there.
Again there, Phil. It did look to just be almost shuffling a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's not a comment about his athleticism, but just relative to how he normally moves. Seems to be maybe a touch uncomfortable. But he's in an action zone there at long on.
Well, he does tend to be. He's a really good outfielder. Can't catch up with that one.
Definitely helps as well if you're as tall as Sibley is. If you're going to clear him, it's like clearing 1.5 people.
Okay, 26 gone then, 103 for 5. Kent going nowhere slowly here. Maybe there can be an upturn with Mark Church back in the seat.
Yeah, so we'll continue to see how Kent play this. That last over just showing hints of aggression from Jayden Denley. We had the attempted slog sweep. We had a shot down the ground. But I reckon they'll just continue to poot along, Mark Church, and see how deep they can take this and see where it goes.
It's been a very good bowling performance from Surrey. Great discipline from them. I'm not too sure Adam Holyoke will be best pleased with the batting. That's more like it from Singh. That's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. Just taking it off a length. Hasn't got all of it, but got enough of it. And they've kept mid on and mid off up to say to him, if you want to take it on, and he's done exactly that. And nicely played, straight down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. But they've just lost their way here, Ken. And they haven't really put Surrey under any pressure, the bowlers. And I'll go back to Dan Worrell. It was Dan Worrell that set this up with his first spout. $108 for 5. So that put them on the back foot, really. And that has enabled Surrey just to bowl line and length. What they do very well, Surrey, is bowl to their field as well. And Rory Burns behind the stumps, what he? He's gone back 15 years. Stumping. Exceptional one-handed catch. Nice looking shot this from Singh. Just punches off the back foot, but again, fielders there, they're not going to get back for 2, and Edam gets the ball away very quickly. And that is something that, you know, might not get noticed, but Surrey bowl to their field Surrey, in their innings, lots of twos. But here, they've got their sweepers in just the right spot. Good shot from Denley. He's taken this one on. That's away for 6. Again, left mid on and mid off up. And Jaden Denley there. It's a lovely shot.
That's a proper cricket shot. It was angling in. It's probably hitting middle and off. But it's a bit full. It's a lovely high front elbow. Lofted off drive. Textbook shot.
Around the wicket comes Thomas, and that's just pushed by Denley. And out there to Tom Laws. Another over ticks by, so 21 remaining. And they still need another 171. Just mentioned that Dan Worrell first spell. Well, here's some of it. And I said earlier when we saw this, it's just every ball on the same spot. Bit of shape, and then there'll be one that comes back in a minute. Dawkins here just keeping them honest. The outside edge there from Dawkins down to third man, but just a beautiful spell of bowling. And there are the Peter May boys. They're having a nice afternoon, I would have thought, in the sun. We just heard the growler. He's up there somewhere. Tommy Elam continues. And Singh is turning the first ball of this, the 29th over, out into the leg side. And we'll take a single.
Worrell hasn't picked up any wickets, but it was how tight he bowled which has allowed the other bowlers to take wickets. Batting partnerships, he also bowling partnerships.
Well, the thing is that as soon as he came out the attack, they tried to get after the others. Tom Laws picked up a wicket in his first over, as did Ryan Patel.
I would say they were very respectful to Dan Worrell. He sometimes bowled slightly wide, and he was moving it a long way. He was swinging it a long way, and they were very happy just to leave it.
Yeah, I don't
just
blame
to let
him.
it go.
Good luck at getting after that.
And they were very happy just to respect him. And so you can bowl 3 maidens in a row.
As this is turned into the leg side by Singh.
And we'll try and go after the others. But of course, all that does is that just means that the required run rate was going up and up, which again builds more pressure.
Yeah, there aren't many that do get after Worrell when he's fit and firing. Exceptional bowler. Ooh, Denley's gone after this. Hasn't got hold of it at all, really. Ralphie Albert out there. Does the fielding. Haven't seen Ralphie Albert yet with the ball. Picked up a 3 for Bristol. But Tommy Elam bowling very tidily at the moment from this Vauxhall end. Pushed away by Singh. We'll get another single out there too, Ralphie Albert. And again, what you've got to remember there with Worrell as well, one of the most experienced openers in Daniel Bale-Drummond, who is very capable of taking an attack apart, but didn't get the opportunity today. As driving here is Denley. Elam's doing a very good job. Gets through his over quickly. Another one ticks by. It's just the 20 left now. Another cheap over from Elam. So it's 166 off 20 for Kent now.
And that's difficult enough in a 20 over game, let alone 5 down in a 50 over game. I would love to just see these two bat. I'd love to see them for the next 15 overs, just go about it, see where they get to, and just take the time out in the middle.
Well, they've got a challenge now, because I like this from Rory Burns, the man we just talked about, Dan Worrell back into the attack. So Singh will be the man on strike. And Worrell, change of bowling. And his first delivery just turned away by Singh. Out there towards Ralphie Albert. Deep mid-wicket. So change of bowling powered by SSE Energy Solutions. He's had a very short haircut, Dan Worrell, as well. So he looks fit and firing with very short hair. Dan
Aerodynamic.
Worrell. Yes, there is that. There is that. I think he probably wishes that a haircut would have sorted his fitness issues, and that would have been been a much quicker answer. Punch by Deadly. Won't get a run there at backward point. Yeah, these two can bat for 15 overs, but they've got to try and get that run rate going upwards. Otherwise, if they do bat for 15 overs and we stay where we are, they're still going to be very, very short of where they need to be. But opportunity for these two, Denley and Singh.
I'd just rather see them bat and go about their work a little bit rather than just recklessly slash and get out. Not that those are the only two options. Of course, there are other ways of going about it, but
yeah, but they've got to try and take the game somewhere.
Indeed,
you know, it's not going to help their run rate or anything like that. So they've got to try and be as proactive as they can be. But as I say, it's difficult. That's nicely played by Denley. Just opens the face, guides this one down to Ralphie Albert again, who seems to be everywhere now.
They've both shown that when the ball is there to hit, if it's a little over-pitched, then they're lovely shot makers and will punish it. But they can't just rely on Surrey to bowl loose ones, because on current evidence, that hasn't really been the case.
Well, there's hardly been any, really, in this first 30 overs from Surrey.
Exactly.
Just bowled with great discipline, to a plan, and to their fields as well. That's been the other thing. 2 balls left of this 30th over. Single here from Singh out towards Tom Laws.
Well, there must be few things as frustrating for a captain as setting a field for a plan and then your bowler bowling a completely different ball and it getting hit where there's no one.
Yeah, well, there's some bowlers that like to set their fields. There's some bowlers that like the captain to do it. And basically keep it simple and say, this is where I want you to bowl and this is the field you're going to bowl to. Last ball of the over, short, pulled by Denley. Nice roll of the wrists. Just be a single again, though, because Nikhil Garuntla is out there doing a bit of 12th manning at the moment. So, again, a cheap over from Dan Worrell. So another 19 remain, and still Kent require 162. And now Tom Laws coming back into the attack. What a picture that is, though. Beautiful day now. Fantastic crowd in for a 50 over game. Great atmosphere. And Tom Laws from the Vauxhall end. Change in bowling again. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. 1 for 9 off his first 4. And that first wicket was Dawkins, brilliantly caught by Rory Burns behind the stumps. As this is driven on the up by Denley. Nice looking shot. They should look for 2 here. Throw will come in. Well, Benji Flores is out there now.
Well, they're all having a go.
Yeah, so that's Mr. Flores out there.
It's hard to miss him.
Doing the fielding. So 2 more to the total. 127 for 5. So yeah, Benji Flores out there now. Oh, now Denley. That's a good looking shot. Hasn't got all of it. Checked it. Ralphie Albert goes running back from mid-off. Burns keeping mid-off and mid-on on the edge of the circle. And again, saying you want to go over the top, go over the top. And a bit like a pitching wedge, really, that from Jayden Denley. But he picks up a couple more.
There was never any real interest from a fielding point of view, but you could hear the sound off the bat wasn't clean.
Driven. Straight to backward point. The growler again. There in the Peter May stand with the Peter May boys. Very ardent Surrey fan, the growler. And known as the growler because at various times of the game you will hear him basically growling. It's sort of growling of support to Surrey. off his hip. Denley will get a single. Out towards deep backward square. Adam Thomas does the fielding.
Fresh from signing autographs, he's been keeping himself busy there on the cover sweeping boundary. Got a few fans just in front of him.
Yes, I thought these days it was the selfie was the
Well, I've
equivalent
been
of an
thinking-
autograph.
I've been thinking this a lot lately, but all the young kids now, they're going back to
Good.
pen and paper.
Well, quite right too.
Or pen and bat.
That's good.
Nice to see there's still a market for the signature bat.
Well, let's hope so. Nice to see they can write. A lot of them do all their work now on computers. Again, that was good fielding from Surrey. Dan Worrell got round quickly, got the throw away quickly, and just kept it down to a single.
We've got quite the game of deduction here, Churchy, because we've got two subfielders on. We've got Nikhil Garantala and Benji Floros both on at the same time.
Yeah, I can't see Sibley at the moment. I don't think he's out there. Driven by Denley. Ryan Patel will do the fielding in there at extra cover. So I don't think Sibley's out there at the moment.
Phil and I noted a couple of overs ago that he was moving a bit gingerly, so that would make sense if he's gone off.
Yeah, so no Sibley at the moment. And is Tommy Elam out there, having just bowled? I don't think he is either. So maybe Tommy Elam's just nipped off as well after his spell of bowling. Oh, here he comes. So there's your answer. May have been a call of nature. All these great thoughts about why players nip off. Sometimes it's just that they need the toilet, which is fair enough. 18 remaining. Worrell into his 8th over, none for 14. And Singh plays this straight back up the pitch. So yeah, they're exceptional figures from Dan Worrell. They really are. Even without anything in the wickets column. Exceptional figures today from Dan Worrell. You can see some of the spectators there are now in the shade. The roof of the JM Fin stand. Single here for Singh, just opens the face of the bat. Very stylishly played by this young man, who, as I say, people rate very, very highly.
Well, I think Cam was telling us, maybe in the last championship game, that Dan Worrell counts his centuries based on who he is at the crease with when they get a century.
Oh,
because
quite right too.
as a number 11, if he was dismissed, then they wouldn't get the chance.
Well, he's guided a number through to hundreds. He's opened the batting for Surrey in Championship cricket, Dan Worrell.
Now, my thought here, given that he's wicketless today,
That's outside edge from Denley. That's flying away down towards third man. Fielding's very good though. Josh Blake down there. Gets round quickly, dives. Keeps it down to 2.
now you'd have to argue that it's because of how tight that he's bowled that other bowlers have picked up wickets. Therefore, whether he also counts his bowling partner's wickets as his own.
I think he's probably more with the batting, I would think, Dan Worrell. He's sort of guided a few through to hundreds. Pushed straight back up the pitch by Denley. Goes for a little wander towards square leg. Saying earlier, of course, his uncle's retired now. Joe Denley. Gentleman there in a old school England training shirt behind Joe Denley.
You love a retro
Jaden
shirt,
Denley.
don't you?
Well, I'm old enough to like a retro shirt. That's well bowled. Just saying to Jaden Denley, yeah, you can step outside leg stump and try and make some room, but I'm going to bang one in at you.
I suppose for you they're just shirts.
Well, I'm not that old. You did this to Phil Walker earlier.
You set me up for that one, though.
No, I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not that old.
What shirt did you wear in your youth? Did you have any replica shirts?
No, not really. More sort of Hawaiian or satin, as this is turned. into the leg side by Denley, and they will get a single. So again, it's a quiet over, and yeah, they're doing a good job here, Denley and Singh, but they're not really going anywhere. And these overs are just ticking down at the moment, and that run rate just keeps going up. 8.94 now at the bottom of your screen.
That DLS par now at 193.
Yeah, that's
Still
always a very good indicator. And the great thing here is it's on the board as well, which is fantastic. And what it is, it's after every ball of the over. So what it says to us at the end of this over is they need to be on 195 in terms of DL. But after this delivery, 193. Slower ball from Tom Laws. Denley eyeing up that short leg side boundary on that occasion. A swing and a miss. Nicely disguised slower ball, that from Tom Laws.
It's a wonderful sight for a bowler because he's almost pulled us back out playing that shot. Swing harder.
Yeah, threw it very, very early. Well, this time Denley has got hold of that. And that has gone soaring into the Peter May stand for 6. And what he did there, Jaden Denley, I'm not sure immediately. We saw Brevis do this, and everyone's been talking about it, about the old no look. But he did have a look, then he looked straight back down at where the ball had pitched. But it's a terrific shot. It really is. And again, it's that short leg side boundary. It's gone a long way. And we might need another ball here. That one, I think, has gone out the ground.
Well, I'd be having a look at that ball all the way as it sailed out the ground.
Well, he did have a look down, a bit like Brevis did in the 100. So I think we need another ball now, which we've got. So that's good news. So we do have another ball for Tom Laws. It's a very good shot, and it's the 50 partnership as well from Messrs Denley and Singh. Punches this one down to backward point, but yes, it went an awfully long way.
Yeah, well, we saw some big ones from Josh Blake in the first innings, but nothing as big as that. Josh Blake hit the middle tier of the pavilion, so batting from the other end. But even on these short boundaries, to get it out the ground is always a decent hit. Just stepped across his stumps, having completely air swung at one the ball before. Absolutely crunched it.
Oh, this one is almost dragged on. Now he wants a single. There's Laws. And Denley with the dive. I think it'd have been all right. Jaden Denley sent back by Singh. I think it was the right decision.
What's all going on now?
Well, he's trying to drive this through the offside. They're doing the right thing. Denley's doing exactly the right thing here. Got to just try and put the bowlers under a bit of pressure. This is Denley and Singh, both young men, early in their careers. Opportunity for them here. And they've taken their partnership past 50. That's well bowled. Just pushed it a little bit wider, and Denley looking for the big drive through the offside. Just beats his outside edge.
I've really enjoyed the way these two have batted, got their 50 partnership. And they've been aggressive at times, but they've batted fairly sensibly.
Yeah, I think as well the sort of batters that have been and gone will be looking at the way these two are playing and thinking, Cut away by Denley. Lovely placement. That's going to be 4. Little bit of width on that. And if you watch him, he didn't move at all. He just let the ball come to him and then just guided it away. Knew as long as he hit the gap. Yeah, it's really nicely played by Jaden Denley. And whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. So, end of the over. Another one ticks past. 16 remain. Another 142 required.
He's
by
done
Kent.
incredibly well to get on top of that. It's barely travelled a metre in the air, along the ground the whole way. And you're right, the batters who have been and gone will be looking at this thinking, well, if you just stay in a little bit, if you get your eye in, there are so many runs on offer. It's a good pitch and the outfield's fast, there are short boundaries. And again, if these two can just continue to take it deep, well, you never know.
He's just struggling a bit with his wrist here. Jaden Denley. Lovely afternoon here in South London. We did have a little bit of rain, which delayed the start this morning, which we've not seen much of lately. Rain, I mean. But now we're back to the weather that we've had for a few weeks. It's blue sky, sun's out. And Jaden Denley's just having a little bit of treatment on his wrist there. But a gorgeous sight, that. The arch roof of the JM Fin stand and the floodlights. Oh, gentleman showing his good lady something on his phone there, which she's agreed with. Not quite sure what it is, but that's a fine shirt. That's the sort of shirt I used to wear.
That yellow number?
Yeah.
When you were 10?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
rolling around the place in one of those?
well, actually, in those days, it was whatever my granny had knitted me.
Really? That's amazing.
Oh, yes.
That must have been quite itchy, though.
No, she was a very good knitter. It's going to be James Taylor, the change of bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And Singh punches away off the back foot. You can hear the cry, run him out, as the throw comes in from Elam, but Singh safely back for two. It's good running.
Very good running. Run the first one hard, as they say.
147 for 5.
I've got to ask, Church, I can't just leave it there. What is your most memorable item that your grandmother knitted
She
for
used
you?
to knit me jumpsuits when I was tiny. And then jumpers, a lot of jumpers. A couple of pairs of shorts she knitted for me. This is pushed down to backward point. Currently doing the fielding in there.
A knitted shorts, a winter or a summer thing?
Well, you can wear them for both, really. You see, in the winter, the wool is a warmth, but
Indeed.
it's also airy. So it can also be
Was your
worn
grandmother
in the
not using
summer.
a tight weave?
Well, she could do any type of weave. As I say, she was a tremendous knitter. Off the back foot, this is hammered away by Singh. Elam, though, round to do the fielding. Just the single. 148 for 5. And that will bring Jaden Denley back onto strike. So, oh yes, and then I don't think I had my first pair of jeans till I was about 16.
You were just in full woolens until then?
No, cords.
Oh, that's very trendy nowadays.
Yeah, I know it was. I know it is now. It wasn't back then.
You're just ahead of your time.
No, I wasn't.
Just you wait. In 10 years, everyone's going to be wearing knitted shorts.
Well, they're very popular. But yes, sadly no longer with us. Nanny Gubbins, as she was known, because she used to eat quite a lot.
Oh, that's nice that we still talk about her.
Well, she was a lovely lady.
Indeed.
And very good at knitting.
Did you ever try your hand yourself?
No, I never did knitting. A bit of needlework.
What's the difference, if I may be so ignorant?
Well, the wool for a start, and the needles. As always, trying the little ramp here. This Denley gets across his stumps. Doesn't get anything on it. Just trying to manufacture something. It's been good, this, from Denley, because they couldn't just keep going the way they were. And now he's just trying to grab a bit of the initiative now. Here's Denley.
And they're both going at a runner ball, which won't do it, but it will give them a chance to reassess with a few overs to go.
Slower ball from Taylor. It's just a single into the leg side. One more to the total. And one more to Denley. He'll keep the strike. 15 to go. And there is the worm. And you can see that Kent are way below Surrey's worm at the moment. And those, in case you're not aware, that the little circles are when the wickets fell. So you can see the sort of upturn in Surrey's innings. Now that is spectacular. I'm not sure that the England team of circa 2013 wore those in the field of play, but that is a great use of an umbrella hat there by that gentleman. Very sensible.
Very. Sun safety is paramount. Although it doesn't look like it's giving him loads of shade, but it does look fantastic. And that's the most important thing.
Does it look fantastic?
It looks
very practical.
It's notable.
Very practical.
Is it more practical than a floppy? Than a wide-brimmed hat?
Well, I think you'd wear a wide-brimmed hat to the pub, but I'm not sure you'd wear that. Here is Tommy Elam. Change of bowling again, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. So back into the attack comes Tommy Elam with his off breaks. And Jaden Denley picking up a single straight away. Yes, well, of course, with needlework,
Oh, yes.
it's a needle and cotton. With knitting, it's a big needle and wool.
I see.
It'll take you a long time to knit a scarf using cotton and a needle.
So does sewing come under needlework?
Yes.
Right, understood.
How old are you? Honestly, you've got no practical skills, have you? I bet if you ripped your trousers, you wouldn't be able to sew them up again. You'd need to go on the internet to find someone who could do it for you. As this is nicely played by Singh. Cut away late through backward point and off to the boundary rope for 4. So very nicely played.
I'll tell you what I could do is I could do it goes in and out and round all about, you know. But how do you tie it off at the end without it coming undone? That's what I'd struggle with your needlework.
Right. Hopeless. Hopeless. You're the future. As down the pitch comes Singh, turns this one into the leg side and there's no run. It's your generation that have got to look after me in my dotage. And
I'm going to come in next week wearing woolen shorts with my knitting needles.
oh, excellent. I look forward to that as this is turned again by Singh into the leg side. James Taylor there does the fielding. It's been a tidy bowling performance this from Tom Elam. Got one ball left of his 6th over. See that equation at the bottom of the screen for you. Swing turning this one down the pitch, but Elam gets across to do the fielding. So the end of the Elam over. So 14 remaining. The other problem that Kent have is that in 4 overs time we're into the final power play. Thank you to George. Cameron Steele is making his way back. George is off to look up on the old YouTube how to do knitting and sewing. Cameron Steele would be a man that could sew a patch onto his trousers, being a practical fellow like he is. James Taylor from the pavilion end. So Taylor just wanting Ralphie Albert down at long leg, a little square up. He's going to come around the wicket to Denley. Short ball. Denley's uppercutting. Great shot. Split. Cover point and third man. And he was in control of that, was Denley. He wasn't trying to uppercut. He wasn't trying to go over third man. He sort of checked this. It's a very good shot from Jaden Denley. He's been impressive here, Cameron Steele.
Certainly has. Both players Jaden Denley and Akansh Singh playing nice little knocks here for their team.
Hear the grunt of effort there from James Taylor. That's punched away by Jaden Denley. Out to Adam Thomas.
They're keeping their side just within distance here. Been impressed with the tempo in which both of them have played.
Well, they needed to try and make something happen. And it's Denley really that's just pushed it along a touch now. I think the key number there is that Worrell's still got 2 in his back pocket. As this is whipped by Singh, leg side, great work from Thomas. Gets around very quickly and gets the throw away. And they'll just get a single. I was saying there to George, the other thing that's been impressive from Surrey today is the fields they've set, they've bowled to their fields as well. There haven't been as many 2s as you would expect with a big boundary on one side of the ground. So the bowlers have bowled to the fields that have been set. They've been very disciplined so far with the ball, Surrey. Taylor around the wicket. Denley goes outside his leg stump, but he's almost chopped that back onto his stumps. It was a slower one from Taylor, and he waited and waited for it, and just for a second I thought he'd almost chopped that straight back onto his stumps from outside his leg stump there, Jaden Denley, but it's just a single.
Yeah, good bowling from James Taylor. Watching Jaden Denley to the last minute, under pressure at the start of the over from boundary off the first ball, but good clarity of thought, peace of mind to just take the pace off that one and limit Jaden Denley. He's quite a small lad, Jaden Denley, so I just wonder whether a few of the Surrey bowlers will go a bit more pace off to him as the innings comes towards the death.
2 balls to go of this James Taylor over. Right-handed Singh drives out towards that sweeper again, is in just the right place. Tommy Elam, and they keep it down to a single.
Yeah, and the energy of this game is just starting to rise again. You can hear the crowd in the background, the hum. These two are just putting together a handy little partnership.
I was saying to George as well that those that have been in and out will be looking at the way these two are playing this and thinking, as Taylor around the wicket he goes. Ooh, that's down the leg side. Wide's the signal. That'll be 1 more to the total. Singh looks a very stylish player. As I say, he's rated very, very highly.
Well, I mean, he was impressive when bowling against us in the marquee in pre-season. Of a decent pace.
Final ball of the Taylor over. Denley will get a single, just pushes this one off the back foot out into the offside. He'll keep the strike. Ryan Patel does the fielding. So Cameron Still, 13 overs to go. 123 required. They've got 2 batters that have been out there a while now. Denley going at a runner ball. Singh going at better than a runner ball. So they've got a sniff here, Kent, but they need these two to take this deep.
They do. Surrey still firmly in front, but Kent just started. The Spitfires just starting to pick up the pace.
The Spitfires. Do you know what? Of all Kent, now I'm not sure what their mascot is these days, but it used to be somebody in a Spitfire. As Elam around the wicket, just threw that one a bit wider, and Denley went after that. And I used to think that with all the other mascots, oh, look who it is. With all the other mascots, you have a sort of big head on that doesn't allow anybody to know who's actually the mascot. As Denley will bring up his 50 here. Very good 50 from Jaden Denley. And he gets a very warm round of applause, quite rightly, because he's played very nicely. Bowled nicely as well. He's a very talented boy, this one. Another one that's got a lot of talent. There's a few of them around, these youngsters. Singh down the pitch will work Elam down towards long on, and they'll get a single. But if you were the Kent mascot in those days, I don't know if it's still the same one, you would sort of have the Spitfire around your waist, a bit like if, well,
As opposed to being the Spitfire.
as opposed to actually being a Spitfire, and you would be able to see whoever was the pilot's face as slog sweeping. Here is Denley. He'll get a single out there towards Thomas.
Dressed like Biggles.
Basically, yes. You've got to be brave to do that, especially on a T20 night, haven't you?
Well, probably braver to drive the actual Spitfires during the war.
Oh, yes. Absolutely, yes. But you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's nicely bowled by Elam. It's almost done him on the inside there. Just gave that one a bit more air. Just floated it up a touch more. Singh with the drive, beat the inside edge, and his pad saved him here. That's nicely bowled. Got a bit of turn as well.
Certainly saved him, given how sharp Burns has been behind those stumps.
Indeed. The Gazelle, as this one's the Panther behind the stumps. He'll pick up a single.
The sage of the stumps.
Down there towards long on.
Tommy Elam's done nice.
He's bowled-
Nice job here.
Yeah, he's bowled well today, hasn't he? He's having a good tournament. Otherwise, Denley down the pitch. Not quite to that, and then has to get the bat down very quickly, and the ball just rolls quietly into the offside. So the end of the Elam over. 118 more required off 72 deliveries for the Spitfires. Punch of gloves between Singh and Denley. I was saying to George, there are some bowlers that like to set their own fields, and there are other bowlers that like the captain just to tell them what to do, where to bowl it, and set the field for them. I think Jordan Clark's a bit like that, isn't he? He just quite likes his captain to say, this is the field you're having, bowl it there.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
Dan Worrell can be the same, as we have a bowling change powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Tom Laws is coming back into the attack.
He is 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25 today for Tom Laws. It's quite an emphasis there on the powered from you.
Felt powerful
Well,
saying
I
it.
did, yes, but I certainly heard it in my headphones.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. As Laws starting the 38th over, Singh bottom hands this up towards mid-on, and actually Worrell's done very well there. But he threw the bottom hand into that, did Singh. Damn Worrell, that was one of those horrible ones that was in the air, and then you know it's going to bounce probably 5 foot in front of you, and you have to dive forward. And you're worried about your dentist bill as much as anything when you do that, but he did very well there, did Dan Worrell. Nicely played by Singh. Just opens the face, guides it down towards third man. Oh, and James Taylor did all the work, but ran out of rope. And actually has taken that over the boundary rope and away for 4. So nicely played by Singh. Just opened the face and guided that away down towards third man. And James Taylor did his level best, but he just ran out of boundary rope, really. And as he put the dive in, he's got both hands on it, but then suddenly realises, oh no, I'm getting near the rope. And then tries to flick it away, but ends up flicking it over the boundary rope for 4. Singh drives on the up, straight into extra cover. Ryan Patel does the fielding. Fouled that, straight on his wrist. Ryan Patel is okay. But again, nicely struck by Singh.
Intriguing period to see what Tom Laws does here. He's got Frankie Worrell up at mid-on talking him through things. But it's almost that halfway house between the death and the middle. Do you go to your death options, slower balls, Yorkers? Or do you keep the tried and tested top of off as much as possible?
Singh again, that bottom hand comes into this. Oh, damn Worrell. On the edge of the circle at mid-on. Flings himself to his right and keeps it down to a single. Wow, Burns is taking blinders behind the stumps with the gloves on. Worrell's flinging himself around at mid-on and preventing boundaries. Tremendous bit of work there.
Look at those athletes.
Wow.
How old?
Oh, they're just pups, aren't they, really? You're only as young as you feel, Cameron Steele.
Exactly right.
There's ramping. Is Denley's gone. Caught behind. Toe end of the bat. It's good bowling from Tom Laws. Just held that back. Denley had to wait, and then he was through it a touch early. And it's hit the toe end of his bat. Simpler catch for the captain behind the stumps on that occasion, but it's been a good effort that from Jaden Denley. He's a talented youngster, this one, but he's so disappointed. You can see it there. But 51 off 53 deliveries. Tom Laws with the breakthrough, and 174 for 6.
Yeah, not surprised to see Tom Laws go for the slower ball there. I mentioned before that Jaden Denley had just looked a little less comfortable against the slower balls, being a little smaller of build, but he's played a wonderful knock there for his 51 from 53 deliveries. He's kept his team in with a fighting chance, but well done Tom Laws, who now has 2 for 30 from his 6.5.
Yeah, we'll see the replay again here. Look, he's waiting, and then just a little bottom of the bat on it. And Rory Burns doing the rest.
Just a little off cutter there.
Yeah, and just trying to deflect it, wasn't he? But Burns again with the catch. So, as I say, slightly simpler one than his first catch, Rory Burns, where, as I say, like a panther, flung himself to his right with no first slip. Came up with the ball in one hand. He does take some spectacular catches, Rory Burns. I remember one he took off Matthew Dunn at Old Trafford in the slip cordon. Magnificent catch. And he's very cool as well with the celebration sometimes, in the fact that he'll sort of land and then throw the ball up in the air behind him. So here is Grant Stewart, a member of the Cameron Still Good Looking 11. Founder member, of course, Cameron Steele. Head of the committee, Ben Folkes. First ball for Stewart. He drives straight into short, extra good from Patel. He has a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Singh has to dive back in. But the end of the over, the wicket of Jaden Denley, 174 for 6. Few thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then Mr. Phil Walker will guide you through to the end of this game. And then he's off to present another antique show later this evening.
Well, Surrey were in front anyway, but now another speed bump for the Spitfires. Losing the wicket there and bringing Grant Stewart to the crease. No mug with the bat though. Welcome back. Good afternoon again, Phil Walker.
Yeah, good afternoon, Cam Steele. Good moment to nick one out for sure. Yes, no, wait, sorry. So yeah, these two rookies, these Kentish rookies, have done a fabulous job to haul Kent back into this one. It's still a big ask, and then some. Run rate of 10 and a bit. That's going to be harder now. So, bang, bang. Suddenly, Surrey have turned the screw here. It always felt like a bridge too far for the visitors, and now it's next to impossible. They've lost both of their batters in back-to-back overs, and 174 for 7 is a forlorn scorecard. They'd have come here with great high hopes on the back of two fabulous run chases, and it's just not happened for them this afternoon with the bat. Grant Stewart is still there. He's a big lad and he hits a long ball, but he'd have to pull off a worldie really to get this done now.
Skillful bowling from Tommy Elam as well. Ekant Singh had to go for it. Turned down the single the ball before, but pitch was taking a little bit of spin now, a little bit of grip for the young off spinner, who's done a very handy job for Surrey so far. It brings Keith Dudgeon to the crease.
Yeah, he's bowled very tidily indeed, hasn't he, today? Tommy Elam, a couple of useful wickets, 2 for 30 into his 8th.
24 dots is fairly telling from his 8 overs.
Yeah, he's been well used as well by Rory Burns. He's rung the changes. He's brought him in from the Vauxhall end, where he's done all his work.
And just see cover in mid-wicket. Dan Worrell and Ryan Patel coming nice and tight now. On one, really squeezing. Strangling Kent as that rate now has crept up to just under 11.
Yeah, another stuttering non-run into the onside. The squeeze is on here. Brilliantly bowled. A nod of approval from our erstwhile Surrey spinner in the box. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, nice arm ball at the end of that over from Tommy Elam. 58 miles an hour.
Yeah, and just on a theme, we've been alluding to this all day long. The numbers are up and up and up across the board in the One Day Cup, up and down the country, and no exception here in South London. 6,872 total attendance, of which the members' attendance is 2,795, the highest this century in this competition. How about that? The best part of 7,000 through on a Wednesday afternoon. Well, it speaks for itself. It's been a fabulous atmosphere. Cam, you and I remarked on it all day long, how invested the crowd has obviously been in the game. This is not something that happens over there in the incidental ether. This is a game that people are here to watch, to study, to feel the throb of it. And it's been very evident throughout the day. They do it well here. No doubt about that. Okay, Tom Laws. Again, from the far end as we're looking at it, the pavilion end. This game is falling decisively now to the home side. Kent needing the best part of 2 a ball.
Well, the fever has struck the 50 over comp. A malady of the Metro Bank.
Nice. Somebody have a word with him. He's only been here a couple of months. Slapped into the offside, but mid-off is deep. Smattering of applause from the back of the box. It's been a good cricket match, this. Kent will be a bit cranky, a bit riled with themselves that they were just so diffident initially. It was that opening hour. You can understand that you come up against a champion in Frankie Worrell and you want to see him off, but it just felt like it set the tone, Cam, that it was just a bit too timid, a bit too standoffish. And they've not been able to wrestle this innings back since. Poked into the onside for a single.
I suppose the biggest issue is you can't afford to block 2 bowlers, and
Yeah.
they gave nothing to Frankie Worrell, or rather he gave nothing to Kent, and Tom Laws went for 3 runs from his first 2 overs. You can have 1, but you can't have 2, and they've just been behind this game ever since that first wicket fell to Tom Laws in the power play.
Hit up to long on. Will it reach him? Yes, it does. Pouched. 8 down. This game is done, bar the shouting. Kent's last hope has come and gone with the big hitting Grant Stewart, who has to go for just a single. Tom Laws, 3 for 32.
He's deserved that, Tom Laws. He's bowled with excellent rhythm today. High pace. Looks to be in fine form again after a tough outing at Edgbaston. But we've seen the class today coming back from the 100 in Dan Worrell, Tom Laws and Ollie Sykes. And a classy Surrey outfit. Clinical in the field. Perhaps left a few out there with the bat, But everything with this bowling performance has been top-notch from Rory Burns' side.
Yeah, it's been excellent, isn't it, in the field? Every chance has been swallowed up. Even the quarter chances have landed in the palms. Rory Burns himself take a bow.
I'll tell you what, it's a brave delivery from Tom Laws with the short side on the leg side, but fortune favours the brave. You've just seen a Dan Moore leg spinner.
Rolled another one out. Does it turn much?
It does.
Does it?
He's got
Irritatingly so.
He's actually got an action a little, I think, modelled on SK Warne.
Okay.
Not as consistent, of course. Otherwise, I really would be angry.
Yeah, right. So Matt Milnes, who was so impressive earlier in the piece with the ball, was a real standout. Picked up 3, went for, what was it, just 32, I think it was. Yeah, 32 from his full complement. It's a tough gig, really. You bowl your heart out and then you have to traipse out there with a 100 and plenty still in requirement. So Tom Laws will be... Oh, I was just going to say eyeing a 5-for, and that would have been 4. How often we see this, bowlers following through. That old adage, you never drop them off your own. Well, the evidence would suggest otherwise. We had another one earlier in the piece. Ekansh Singh missed one off his own bowling. We keep seeing it week after week. This one was eminently catchable. That's the first errant move really throughout the whole of this innings for Surrey. Been flawless aside from that. Oh, and again. So, 8 gone for Tom Laws, 3 for 32. And he'll have 2 more overs if there is nothing doing in this one to try and pick up that 5-for. Oh, that was frustrating for him.
I think you cursed it by not mentioning it.
Didn't get it out there quick enough.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy Elam will be hunting poles as well. Wonder if he'll toss a few up here or just be the consummate professional and keep that required rate climbing.
Let's punch through the covers for 4. Nice shot. One of the few that Tommy Elam has dragged down.
I'll tell you what, I haven't seen a lot of Keith Dudgeon bat, but Matt Milnes can certainly hold it. Not all hope is lost for the Kent fans.
Well, they're both big hitters. Both big, chunky, lower order quicks. Keith Dudgeon's got a good first-class strike rate and white ball strike rate. You felt, though, that Grant Stewart, who could always... He brings that threat. He was the last real legitimate option for Kent. When he held out last over, this game is done. 49 overs, of course, as well, so bear that in mind. Bowled in. 9 down, 3 for Tommy Elam. He deserves them all. And as you can see, the Surrey fieldsman getting round him. Delighted for the rookie. So, sharing 3 apiece now, Elam and Tom Laws. Been excellent in the latter half of this innings.
Good bowling again from Tommy Elam. A little bit quicker. Top of the stumps. Too good for Matt Milnes. I think what I'm so excited by with this Surrey team is the energy they're showing with every wicket. All the players around Tommy Elam really happy for what's going to be a huge Surrey win, really, in the context of the competition.
Yeah. Good old Matt Parkinson, the perennial number 11. He bowled perhaps the ball of the game to remove Dom Sibley. Not many find the outside edge of Sibley's bat. But he got a bit of tap here and there. Aside from that, he's never purported to be anything but a good old-fashioned specialist leg spinner. So this game is done. It's got to tie a bow on it. The question is, who will find their fourth? Tommy Elam or Tom Laws?
You never want to get out to a spinner.
Spinner
As
to
a
spinner.
Spinner to spinner.
So it's already Tom Elam's best ever list day bowling performance. He's never taken 3 for before.
A little feather in his cap.
Yeah, indeed. And the best as well for Tom Laws, who before today had never taken 3 for in a 50 over senior game. So 2 PBs for 2 young Surrey bowlers. Been excellent today.
It's really nice for Tommy Elam as closes out the 41st, 183 for 9. He struggled with injury a lot, Tommy Elam, over the last year. He had an awful ankle injury at the end of last season during this one-day cup. He fell down the stairs running a drink for Ben Folkes in a one-day game. I was actually walking out to bat as it happened and got full view of it. It was really, really bad, and he had a full winter of rehabbing, and he's really worked so hard to get back on the field and also to earn his place in the team.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And Tom Laws as well has had his own struggles with injury this season. Also an ankle, but more from the landing position he sometimes gets himself in at the crease. But again, consummate professional, done the work. One of the best competitors at the club. Always just wants to get out there and perform.
Yeah, he's bowled with some pace today as well. Clubbed into the onside. Finds the gap. 4 more.
Yeah, waited well on this one. Keith Dudgeon. Pace off delivery, off cutter from Tom Laws. Managed to hold back his swing and pierce the gap between cow corner and long on. Nice shot.
Oh, flies through the imaginary first slip. A good 180 degrees the opposite direction to where he was aiming it, but no matter. 4 more.
Tell you what, watching that from back here, I felt like I was at second slip again, and
Yeah.
I've got the jolt that wakes me up at night when I drop them in my sleep. Do they ever go away, those nightmares?
No, they just deepen. I dream about cricket once a week on average, genuinely. Had one at 6:30 this morning. Don't want to go into the details, but there was a 6-lane net in my front room, randomly.
How good.
Sounds good, but the bowling machine was cranked up to 100 mile an hour and I couldn't avoid it. That's thumped down the ground. Long on's in the game. Dan Worrell has claimed it, snared it, and has he landed inside the rope? You bet he has. Well, look at that for a way to finish a cricket match. Kent's batters are still standing around going, are you sure he's plucked that out the ether? Well, you betcha. What a way to finish. What a catch. What a day for catches we've had as well. Bell Drummond, Rory Burns with the gauntlets, and now this. Oh my golly.
Inside the pocket, what a mark.
There is no way that Keith Dudgeon thought that was going anywhere other than over the boundary rope. Here you go, here you go. Oh my word.
What an angle.
Thank you to our cameraman down there at Long On. Take a bow. Well, what a way to finish, and what an appropriate way to finish. Surrey have been electric this afternoon in the field. And that one, well, when Rory Burns gave it the full salmon off the wrong foot to claw one in the glove, in the mitt, you thought, that's going to take some beating today. That's already settled matters. Catch of the day, perhaps of the month. Well, it only lasted an hour and a half. Frankie Worrell, well, it's just good to see him back on the park. He's been kicking his heels on the bench for the last few weeks. He's had the odd injury problem this year, but he's back fit and firing. He was sensational with the ball up top. 6 overs for 10. Thanks very much. And, well, that is a snare from the ages. 191 all out. Surrey get it done. A dominant statement win, really. Felt like it was going to be a very tight game between two informed sides, and Surrey have blown them away, Cam Steele.
They certainly have. Outstanding win for this exciting Surrey team.
Yep. So looking through there, Tom Lawes' name appears all over it. Look at that. 4 foot plus a couple of catches. Tommy Elam as well. Picks up 3 foot. Personal bests for both of them. Rory Burns picked up a stumping as well to get rid of Sam Northeast that you always felt was going to be the key man today, as ever. Whenever I watch him here at the Kia Oval, he always adorns it for half an hour and then doesn't push on. 24 from 30. The only innings of note really was Jaden Denley, who played really punctually and nicely for his 51. But when he went, little bottom edge to Rory Burns to give him his 3rd dismissal of the innings, you felt that really was the moment. And then when Singh went in the next over, then whatever slim hopes Kent may have had of hauling in this target were extinguished. So there you go, 191 all out, all done and dusted inside 42 overs.
Yeah, well, it must be said, we thought that Surrey were between 50 and 60 short with their 286. And, God, they made it look like an excellent total with how well they bowled. Dan Worrell outstanding up the top with James Taylor. And then Tom Lawes complemented by Ryan Patel, Adam Thomas and Tommy Elam. Adam Thomas taking 2 of the key wickets.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where Surrey will be delighted in that dressing room because everybody's contributed. Everybody's had a say in it. And again, you reference Adam Thomas. It's a good example. He missed out with the bat, didn't get going today with the bat, in complete opposition to the way he's gone in list A cricket this year up until today. But he didn't do it with the bat and came roaring back with the ball. Picked up 2 important top-order wickets. Ryan Patel only bowled a couple, but got rid of Daniel Bell Drummond and played the innings of the game as well, 73 from 70 earlier in the piece. So there you go. There is your match summary. Surrey 286, Kent 191, and Surrey now move away from Kent towards the top end of Group A. They've had a really good campaign so far. They're building a very nice looking 11 here. Good mixture of youth and experience. We will be back live with you next Tuesday for the home game against Notts. Surrey, in the meantime, travel down to the West Country to play Somerset on Friday. Those 2 games, they look like real humdingers. They will be crucial come the final analysis. We will be back with live coverage of the ODC on Tuesday morning. That's the 11th of August next week. Just remains for me to thank our team of cameramen and producers and sound engineers and producers at the back of the box, sometimes twiddling their thumbs, and Cameron Steele and Mark Church, George Gompertz and myself, Phil Walker. Thanks ever so much for sticking with us. We've seen a statement performance here by the home side. This is a competition that's seen the best part of 7,000 fans in today, a record number of members as well through the doors. The ODC is alive and kicking. Thanks for joining us.